The Political Economy of Capitalism. Progress Publishers. Moscow. Translated from the Russian. Edited by Diana Miller. First printing 1974. Copyright translation into English. Progress Publishers. 1974. Printed in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Page. Introduction. 9. Chapter 1. The main stages in the development of capitalism. Economic sectors. Classes and class groups in the modern capitalist world. 17. 1. Pre-capitalist relations in modern conditions. 17. 2. The main stages in the development of the capitalist mode of production. 18. 3. The main economic sectors in modern capitalist society. 19. 4. Classes and class groups in modern capitalist society. 22. 5. The socio-economic structure of the newly independent states. 25. Chapter 2. Commodity production. 27. 1. The main features of commodity production. 27. 2. The commodity and its properties. 33. The development of the form of value. 35. 4. The nature and functions of money. 38. 5. The law of value as the law of the development of commodity production. 47. Chapter 3. The essence of capitalist exploitation. 51. 1. Conversion of money into capital. The general formula of capital and the contradictions inherent in it. 51. 2. Labor power as a commodity. 52. 3. The production of surplus value. 54. 4. The essence of capital. Constant and variable capital. 56. 6. 5. Rate and mass of surplus value. 58. 6 ways of increasing surplus value. 59. 7. The main economic law of capitalism. 6g. 8. Wages. G7. Chapter 4. Accumulation of capital. The present position of the proletariat. 74. 1. The essence of capitalist accumulation. 74. 2. The process of capitalist accumulation and the formation of an industrial reserve army. 77. 3. Relative deterioration of the position of the working class. 82. 4. Absolute deterioration of the position of the working class. 83. 5. The historical tendency of capitalist accumulation. 90. Chapter 5. Separate forms of industrial capital. Distribution of surplus value among various groups of capitalists. 92. 1. The circulation and turnover of capital. 92. 2. Average profit and the price of production. 95. 3. Commercial capital. Formation of a world capitalist market. 102. 4. Loan capital. 106. 5. Joint stock company. Real and fictitious capital. 112. Chapter 6. Ground rent. Monopoly domination in agriculture. 1. The emergence of capitalist relations in agriculture. 2. Differential rent. 3. Absolute rent. Monopoly rent. 4. Rent in the extractive industry and rent from real estate. Rent in small peasant farms. 5. Price of land. 6. The development of capitalism in agriculture. Chapter 7. Reproduction of social capital and economic crises. Specific cyclic development of capitalism in the world today. 142. 1. Gross social capital and gross social product. 142. 2. Simple and extended reproduction. 143. 3. The national income. 148. 4. Antagonistic contradictions of reproduction and the inevitability of economic crises under capitalism. 152. 5 specific features of the cyclic development of capitalism in modern times. 157. 7. Chat, Ter 8. The laws governing the emergence and modern development of the monopolies and finance capitae. 165. 1. The laws governing the emergence of imperialist monopolies. The essence of monopoly. 165. 2. The growth of concentration and the degree of monopolization in the imperialist epoch. 168. 3. Monopolies and competition under imperialism. 173. 4. The nature and laws of the formation of finance capital. 177. 5. The structure and development of modern finance capital. 182. 6. Monopoly superprofits, a specific modern form of capitalist profit. 192. Chapter Point 9. State monopoly capitalism. 196. 1. The essence of state monopoly capitalism. 196. 2. The transition from monopoly capitalism to state monopoly capitalism. The state monopoly capitalist system. 203. Basic forms and contradictions of state monopoly capitalism. 204. 4. State monopoly capitalism and the maturing of the prerequisites of the socialist revolution. 214. Chapter 10. The scientific and technological revolution and the aggravation of the social contradictions of capitalism. 218. 1. The nature of the modern scientific and technological revolution. 218. 2. The scientific and technological revolution and the aggravation of the socio-economic contradictions of capitalism. 224. Chapter 11. International economic relations. The world capitalist economy. 229. 1. The export of capital. 229. 2. The economic division of the world and its modern forms. 237. 3. The territorial division of the world among the imperialist powers and the struggle for its redivision. 240. 4. The colonial system of imperialism. 242. 5. The world capitalist economy. 244. Chapter 12. Economic problems of national liberation. 269. 1. Collapse of the colonial system of imperialism. 269. 2. Certain features in the economy of the young states on the capitalist road. 272. 3. Neocolonialism. 279. 8. 4. State capitalism. 280. 5. Non-capitalist development and some of its laws. 282. 6. Assistance by the USSR and other socialist countries to the economic development of the newly free countries. 285. Chapter 13. Imperialism's place in history. Crisis of world capitalism. 287. 1. Imperialism is monopoly capitalism. 287. 2. Imperialism is parasitic, decaying capitalism. Modern processes of the decay of capitalism. 288. 3. Imperialism is moribund capitalism. 290. 4. The law of the uneven development of capitalism and its effect in the world today. 293. 5. The present stage in the general crisis of capitalism. 295. Chapter 14. Criticism of bourgeois and reformist economic theories. 302. 1. Main features of modern bourgeois political economy. 302. 2. Criticism of economic growth theories. 310. 3. Theories of the transformation of capitalism. 321. 4. Modern reformist economic theories. 338. Introduction. Political economy is the study of the system of social production at various development stages. The subject of this book is the capitalist mode of production. The book is written for all those interested in political economy. It examines the general theory of capitalism, founded by Marx, Lenin's theory of imperialism, and the problems of the general crisis of capitalism. First, it examines the laws and categories that have taken shape in modern capitalism under the influence of the monopolies and the struggle between the two world systems. Then it analyzes the laws which evolve as a result of monopoly rule, the development of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism, the scientific and technological revolution and the general crisis of capitalism. In conclusion, it goes into the reasons for the inevitable revolutionary downfall of capitalism and criticizes bourgeois theories of the modern capitalist economy. Since political economy deals with social production, an elucidation of the range of problems embraced by that science requires at least a look at what material production actually is about. The production of material wealth forms the basis of social life. It involves labor, objects of labor and means of labor. Labor is, first and foremost, man's purposeful activity directed at the production of the necessities of life. People 10. Do not simply find all the things they need to live. They have to produce them. By harnessing the forces of nature, people develop their abilities and acquire new knowledge. In a way, labor created man himself. The things which are subjected to man's labor are called the objects of labor. They may be found in nature, like, for instance, the ores extracted from the bowels of the earth, or they may already have been worked upon, in which case they are called raw materials. As science and technology develop, the range of these objects of labor expands and new uses for them are discovered. The means of labor are things people use upon the objects of labor, to change them to satisfy their needs. They include the tools, land, roads, production buildings, all the things that are needed for the labor process. Among all the means of labor, the tools or instruments of labor, especially the machines, etc., are by far the most important. As Marx said, they are the bone and muscle of production. The objects of labor and the means of labor taken together constitute the means of production, i.e., the material factors of the production process. Together, the material and personal factors of the production process form the productive forces of society. The personal factors include the working people who operate the means of production. They are the primary productive force at all stages of social development. The primary productive force of human society as a whole, Lenin wrote, is the workers, the working people. 1. The production process could not be carried on without people, without their skills, production experience, and knowledge. The means and objects of labor, which are created by man, become the material factors of the production process only after human labor has been applied to them. Besides expanding production, people continually improve the instruments of labor and develop science, which is increasingly turning into a direct productive force. The social productive forces are the means of production created by society and the people who set them in motion. They reflect man's active attitude towards nature, and their level of development shows the extent to which man has harnessed the forces of nature. The productive forces are only one aspect of the production process. The relations of production are the other aspect. In the process of production, people act on nature, and at the same time enter into definite relations with one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities, Marx wrote. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production, take place. 1. The social connections and relations which people establish in the course of production are called the relations of production. Production is impossible without some sort of ownership, since ownership is a historically determined social form in which people appropriate material wealth, notably the means of production. The mode of the distribution of the means of production among people determines the pattern of appropriation of the results of production. Specific interrelations between people, which correspond to their relations to the means of production, whether they are their own or belong to others, are called property relations. Property relations play the decisive role in the system of the relations of production, for they determine the type of production relations and the nature of production itself. The type of property determines the exchange of activities between people, the method by which labor power is joined to the means of production and, ultimately, the class structure of society. The relations between people and production also determine the pattern of relations in distribution, that is, the methods of distribution and the proportions in which the aggregate social product is distributed among the members of society. All production relations, however much they vary in different societies, can be divided into two types, essentially, relations of domination and subjection, and relations of friendly cooperation and mutual assistance. Relations of domination and subjection are based on private ownership of the means of production and express the exploitation of man by man under the slave-owning, feudal, and capitalist systems. Relations of friendly cooperation and mutual assistance between working people free of exploitation are typical of socialist society. They are based on the public ownership of the means of production, which cut out exploitation. International economic relations hold a special place. They are an extension of domestic economic relations. The productive forces and the relations of production form an indissoluble whole. This unity of the productive forces and the relations of production is the mode of production. The mode of production is the basis of the life of a society. The production or economic relations of people are the economic basis of society, on which are related superstructure the political, ideological views of society and the relevant institutions is built. The mode of production and its superstructure form is the socio-economic formation. Human history knows the following socio-economic formations: the primitive communal and slave-owning systems, feudalism, capitalism, and communism, the first stage of which is socialism. The relations of production ultimately depend on the development of the productive forces. Changes in social production always begin with changes in the productive forces, notably in the instruments of labor. The productive forces are the most mobile element of production. In the course of their work, people continually accumulate new production experience and improve the instruments of labor. The development of the productive forces makes it necessary at certain stages to change the relations of production when they cease to correspond to the new level of the productive forces. Thus, the development of the productive forces made feudal relations of production give way to capitalist, and capitalist to socialist relations of production. But the production relations do not blindly follow the development of the productive forces. The relations of production have a feedback effect on the development of the productive forces by accelerating or slowing down their development. As long as the relations of production correspond to the given level of the productive forces, they are a powerful factor for progress. When capitalism took over from feudalism, the new capitalist production relations impelled the development of the productive forces. In time, the capitalist relations of production ceased to correspond to the level of the productive forces, and became an obstacle to their further development. When the relations of production no longer correspond to the new productive forces, a conflict arises between them. This conflict is resolved through the abolition of the outmoded production relations. The conflict between the new productive forces and the old relations of production is the economic basis of social revolution. The abolition of the old production relations and the establishment of the new leads to a change in the mode of production. Since the relations of production call forth not only a specific historical social production system, but also a social structure, the political economy examines this problem too. In a class-divided society, the relations of production are, above all, economic relations between classes. The essence of the production relations is expressed in economic laws, which govern the development of socio-economic formations. Although economic laws reveal themselves in people's activities, they are objective laws. They are objective because the relations of production, on which they are based, are objective, i.e., they are not established at will, but depend on the development of the productive forces. People cannot alter economic laws at will. Viewed in the historical perspective, economic laws are transient. They emerge on the basis of the given relations of production, and fade when the relations from which they evolved give way to new relations. The objective nature of economic laws is the key to economic science. A denial of this leads to subjectivism and idealism, to the rejection of the scientific understanding of economic processes, which makes it impossible to pursue a scientific economic policy. This gives rise to voluntarism and adventurism in economics and politics. The domination of private property causes the spontaneous operation of the economic laws of capitalism. Private ownership of the means of production divides people and puts 14. them at the mercy of the vagaries of chance. Under capitalism, economic laws assert themselves through a maze of accidents. Under capitalist production, Marx wrote, the general law acts as a prevailing tendency only in a very complicated and approximate manner, as a never ascertainable average of ceaseless fluctuations. Under socialism, public ownership of the means of production unites people, enables them, to use Engels' expression, to become the masters of their own relations, of their own social actions. That is why under socialism economic laws are reflected in the conscious purposeful activity of people. People can learn the economic laws and use them in their interests. Guiding the economy in accordance with its development requirements, people promote the emergence of new economic relations and of the economic laws inherent in them. In a class-divided society, the economic laws are used to further class aims. Thus, under capitalism, the working class uses the economic laws in the interests of the socialist revolution, for the transition to socialism. The bourgeoisie resists and tries to strengthen capitalism. But a conscious and consistent utilization of the economic laws in the general social interest is only possible under socialism. Fetishism, the blind worshipping of the economic laws as an inexorable necessity, demoralizes people, fetters their initiative and creative effort, dooms them to inactivity and belittles the significance of revolutionary theory. Economic laws are divided into three groups. The first group are the specific economic laws which only apply in one socio-economic formation. The cognition of these laws reveals the specific features of the given socio-economic formation. A special place among them is held by the basic economic law of every formation, which reflects the aim of production in that formation and the means of attaining it. The second group of economic laws are general economic laws which operate in all socio-economic formations without exception. They include the law of the correspondence of the relations of production to the nature of the productive forces, the law of the proportional distribution of the means of production and labor among various branches of production, the law of the rising labor productivity, and the law of the saving of labor time. These are the general economic laws, which make social development a single logical natural historical process. The third group of economic laws operate in several, but not all, socio-economic formations. The law of value, which operates under commodity production, is one example. It emerges under the slave-owning mode of production, and continues to operate under feudalism and capitalism, and also under socialism, the first stage of communist society. The nature and action of the last two groups of laws differ in different socio-economic formations. These peculiarities arise out of the peculiarities of the production relations. Political economy deals with the development of the social and production, i.e., the economic, relations between people and the economic laws which govern them, the laws of production, distribution, exchange, and consumption at different stages of social development. Since the relations of production are a social form of the development of the productive forces, political economy studies the production relations in their unity with the productive forces. The economic laws govern the development of the productive forces. In studying the economic laws, political economy reveals the mechanism of their action. Political economy is concerned with the relations of production that alternated in the course of history: primitive, communal, slave-owning, feudal, capitalist and socialist. It studies the development of social production from the lowest to the highest stage. That study of political economy shows that the entire course of human history leads to the triumph of communism. Political economy is a study of the social system of production in unity and in interaction with the social superstructure, because every socio-economic formation is a unity of the productive forces, the relations of production and the superstructure. Since the relations of production are, first and foremost, the relations between the social classes in various socio-economic formations. Political economy goes to the roots of social life and affects the vital interests of different classes. Therefore, there is not, and cannot be, a single political economy for all classes. 16. Unlike the bourgeois economists, who try to pass off their doctrines as universal, above class, or above party, Marxists do not deny the class character, the partisanship of Marxist-Leninist political economy. Its class character and partisanship, however, do not prevent it from being scientific and objective throughout. This is because the interests of the working class coincide with the objective course of social development. They coincide with the interests of all peoples fighting for the emancipation of human society from capitalist oppression. The political economy of the working class, that is, Marxist-Leninist political economy, is the only scientific political economy in modern times. Marxist-Leninist political economy is a powerful ideological weapon for the working class and all working people in their struggle for the emancipation from capitalist oppression. It arms people with the knowledge of the economic laws which govern social development, opens up clear prospects and provides a scientific basis for drawing up a program of the working people's economic and political demands. It shows the people of the developing countries how to attain economic independence, an essential prerequisite of their national progress. Chapter 1. The main stages in the development of capitalism. Economic sectors. Classes and class groups. In the modern capitalist world, capitalism is a social system under which the handful of people, who own the means of production, exploit hired workers, making up the majority of society. This system has only existed for a few centuries while human history goes back millennia. Hence, capitalism was preceded by other systems, and some remnants of them have survived in the capitalist world to this day. 1. Pre-capitalist relations in modern conditions. Primitive communal. The primitive communal system is and slave-owning relations, the oldest system of social relations. Of production, typical of it was an extremely low level of the productive forces. Since he was practically helpless in the face of nature, primitive man was unable to obtain the means of sustenance on his own. This explains collective labor based on primitive techniques, collective ownership of the means of production, and an egalitarian distribution of products. Primitive production relations of this type still exist in some parts of the capitalist world, notably in Central Africa. As the productive forces developed, primitive society was replaced by the slave-owning system, in which the slave owners owned the main factors of production, the land, the 2-294. 18. Instruments and objects of labor, and the slave producer. The final product also belonged to the slave owners, and they set only a bare minimum aside to keep the slaves alive. Slave-owning relations, in their pure form, have become extinct. But some forms of slavery still exist in several countries, even in some developed capitalist states, notably in the southern states of the USA, where the capitalists grow rich, by exploiting the hired workers among other things, through peonage debt slavery. Feudalism was the last pre-capitalist one. Remnants of feudalism. Social system. Mamleacher was ownership of the land by the feudal lord, which enabled him to keep the peasants in bondage and to exploit them. Feudal relations have survived to a considerable extent in economically less developed, former colonial countries. And remnants of feudalism can still be found in developed capitalist countries. In Britain, for example, and in some other countries, the aristocracy continues to hold large estates to exploit agricultural workers on that basis. 2. The main stages in the development of the capitalist mode of production. N.T. A capitalism emerged. Western EU pre-monopoly capitalism Rope in the 14th and 15th centuries. In the early stages it emerged and developed as pre-monopoly capitalism, typical of which was free competition. This means that the means of production were owned by individual independent capitalists. The enterprises in the various branches were mostly in private hands, they belonged to individual owners, not to companies, as in our day. In time, some capitalists were successful in the competitive struggle and became big entrepreneurs by gaining control over the capital of smaller industrialists. Big capitalists often pooled their capital and powerful monopoly companies emerged. So capitalism entered a new stage of development, imperialism. In this stage, the monopolies rule supreme in the economic and political life of the main capitalist countries, and in the whole capitalist world. The transition from 19. Pre-monopoly to monopoly capitalism took place at the turn of the century. At first, monopoly capitalism ruled LHC general crisis of the world. But as its domination capitalism spread, its contradictions increased. The exacerbation of class, national and interstate contradictions of imperialism led to the outbreak of the First World War. The war weakened world capitalism so that it was unable to prevent the triumph of the socialist revolution in 1917 in Russia, one of the largest countries in the world. From that moment on, imperialism was no longer the unchallenged ruler of the world. This marked the beginning of the general crisis of capitalism. The disintegrating capitalist system, continually shaken by new socialist and national liberation revolutions, was now opposed by the growing socialist system, spreading to ever new countries. 3. The main forms of ownership in modern capitalist society. Individual capitalist in the 19th century and before, in ownership, individual capitalist ownership was typical. In capitalist countries, the majority of enterprises are still in the hands of individual capitalists. Naturally, these enterprises vary enormously in size, output, the number of workers employed, the value of the productive assets, etc. There are small, medium, and large individual capitalist enterprises. But the small and medium enterprises play a relatively minor role in capitalist production. Capitalist ownership owes its origin to the expropriation of small producers. It became big mainly through the expropriation of many capitalists by a few. This expropriation had taken place as a result of the operation of the internal laws of capitalism, through competition. The spread of joint stock companies was an important form of that process. A joint stock company is a form of group capitalist ownership in which the associated capitalist takes the place of the individual capitalist, one at present the lion's share of capital. Big capitalist ownership and production in the capitalist countries is concentrated in the hands of joint stock companies. The concentration of production, the monopoly form of development of joint stock companies, led to the emergence of a qualitatively new form of capitalist ownership, monopoly property. At present, the monopoly is the dominant form of capitalist ownership. Most monopolies are joint stock companies, but apply large joint stock companies are monopolies. A monopoly is a company, association, or a group of big capitalists, which concentrates or controls capital and production of such a scale that it is able to assert its economic supremacy over the individual capitalists and small joint stock companies, over many medium and even some big concerns in a given branch. Under pre-monopoly capitalism, small capital was generally ousted by big capital through the financial ruin of their enterprises. This process has increased in intensity. There is also another method by which the monopolies get rid of small enterprises, by inclusion in the monopoly sphere. Although there appears to be a steady growth in the number of small, apparently independent enterprises, the vast majority actually cater to the monopolies. They do not market their own goods, they make parts and semi-finished products to order for the monopolies. In every capitalist country, the state sweet monopoly form of 0WNS and controls a variety of property, including enterprises, land and forests, armaments and war materials, state budget funds, and deposits in state credit institutions. All this is state property. In essence, there is no real difference between the property of the capitalist state and the property of private capitalists. It also alienates the labor force from the means of production and exploits it with its capital. Engels pointed out that the bourgeois state is the ideal personification of the total national capital. Point 1. In modern conditions, state property is, as regards its class essence, the total property of the monopolies. It is state monopoly property. Small property of simple Jn. The socio-economic structure of commodity producers. The capitalist countries. A definite place belongs also to such a form of ownership of the means of production as the small property of simple commodity producers, inherited by capitalism from pre-capitalist modes of production. The main thing about the small commodity producer is that he produces his commodities with his own labor, that he does not use hired labor. In this he differs from the capitalist. On the other hand, the classic small commodity producer differs from the proletarian in that he owns his means of production, while the latter has none. In modern conditions, however, many small commodity producers own the means of production only formally. Their debts to big banking capital are so great that they do not in fact own their businesses. They work with means of production which, through debt, have in practice become the property of bankers and other creditors. In the past, the elite of the small commodity producers became capitalists. Today, it is much more difficult for the small commodity producer to become even a small capitalist, than it was in the 19th century or even in the first decades of this century. This is mainly due to the ever-intensifying exploitation of small producers by big capital. To start a small business requires a certain minimum of capital. As the productive forces develop and technological progress forges ahead, the absolute size of this minimum grows. And competition has become much stiffer. The small entrepreneur is now opposed not simply by big capital, as before, but by powerful monopoly capital. So the transformation of a small commodity producer into a capitalist has become rare in the highly industrialized countries. In summing up, we can say that the economy of modern capitalist countries includes the following major sectors: the monopoly sector, the non-monopoly sector, and the small commodity sector. There are also vestiges of feudal and sometimes even slave-owning and primitive communal relations. 22. 4 classes and class groups in modern capitalist society. The economic structure is expressed concretely in the class structure of society. Every antagonistic society consists classes secondary 0f principal and secondary classes. The principal classes are the classes whose interrelations determine the essence of the mode of production. The secondary are those which are related to economic sectors that have survived from previous modes of production or emerged in the existing system. There are also various social strata, social groups, which hold some intermediate position between the classes, or are more or less isolated sections of the principal and secondary classes. The principal classes in bourgeois society are the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Capitalist society tends to stratify more and more intensively into the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. This process began with the emergence of capitalism. Bourgeois sociologists try to deny the increasing polarization this. They have advanced a theory that the new middle class is growing and gaining ground. Pointing to statistics which show the growth in the number of people who buy consumer durables like cars, televisions, and refrigerators, they say that capitalism is changing into a middle-class society. They conveniently forget the fact that a person's class allegiance is not determined by the consumer goods he buys, but by his relation to the means of production. Whatever changes may occur in the range of goods consumed by the working class, it invariably remains the object of exploitation under capitalism. Even bourgeois statistics show that the number of people who own means of production is decreasing steadily, while the ranks of the proletariat are growing. In recent decades, the composition changes in the composition FTH industrial proletariat has TTH/9/ number of the proletariat undergone major changes. These changes are connected with modern scientific technological progress. The share of the proletariat engaged in the manufacturing industries has grown, and a large part of the industrial pro. 23. Leadership has shifted to the key branches. Most of the labor force has moved to the more modern branches: the atomic, aerospace, electronic, petrochemical, and synthetic chemical industries, where the monopolization of capital and production is the greatest. As the scientific and technological revolution unfolds, the proletariat tends to concentrate in the key sectors of the capitalist economy, and an increasing part of the labor force is concentrated in the biggest enterprises. The numerical growth of the industrial proletariat, and of the share of workers employed in the technically most advanced branches of production, testifies to the growth of the social role of the most active, most conscious, and organized contingent of the working class. As in the lifetime of Marx and Lenin, the industrial proletariat continues to be the main nucleus of the working class. The proletariat is also growing stronger as millions of working people not directly related to industry join its ranks. Formerly, the concept of industrial proletariat covered the workers employed in manufacturing and mining industries, and in transport. Modern technological progress has extended the scope of this concept. Certain production operations in the sphere of trade, like storage and packaging, have become more important. A number of functions in the communal economy, lighting and heating, public catering, and many of the services have become independent industries. In class and professional respects, the workers in the service industries differ very little from industrial workers. The normal functioning of enterprises today dictates the need for a constant exchange of information between all links, and its volume grows steadily. Also, as a result of the modern scientific and technological revolution, there is a growth in the number of engineers, technicians, and scientists engaged in industry. Since science is increasingly turning into a direct productive force, the scientific workers at many research centers do, in fact, participate in the production process. As a result, the ratio between the number of industrial workers and the number of administrative, technical, and research workers is changing in favor of the second category. 24. Bourgeois ideologists maintain that these facts testify to a shrinking of the working class, and to its dissolving into a new middle class, and that the realities of our life disprove Marx's view that the road to social progress is blazed by the proletariat. But they keep quiet, however, about the fact that Marx did not speak of the industrial proletariat in its narrow sense, but referred to the collective laborer, each of whom, as Marx said, takes only a part, greater or less, in the manipulation of the subject of labor. 1 While the elite of the office workers sides with the entrepreneurs, the vast majority are in the same position as the hired industrial workers. Their pay depends on the general wage level, on the unemployment figures, and on the alignment of forces between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. For many, the pay falls short of the living standard of skilled workers. By the nature of their functions, the white-collar workers at enterprises stand somewhere between the workers and the management. This makes many of them susceptible to bourgeois ideology, which fetters the development of their class consciousness. On fundamental social questions, however, most of them side with the proletariat. RR. Enemies of Marxism ascribe to URB degree and petty STA, whereas in the less developed countries its share is quite considerable. In India, for example, it accounts for about 50% of industrial output. Unlike the old capitalist countries, capitalist relations in agriculture are weakly developed in the young states, and pre-capitalist methods of exploiting the peasants predominate. Vestiges of feudalism, landlessness and land hunger of the peasants, the concentration of the greater part of the land in the hands of the feudal landowners, the extensive use of feudal forms of exploitation have survived, so have some forms of slavery. In the advanced capitalist countries local capital is dominant, in the newly independent states foreign capital still holds strong positions, even though local capital is gradually gaining ground. In the imperialist countries the state sector of the economy is state monopoly capitalism, an 26. Class structure in the newly independent states. Instrument of monopoly domination. In the newly independent states, however, the development of the state sector expresses the interests of the national bourgeoisie and at the same time promotes national economic progress. In the economy of the newly independent states agriculture plays the key role, industry being relatively unimportant. The peasants are the largest population group. The proletariat is relatively small in number and the industrial proletariat is negligible. As compared with the old capitalist countries, the concentration of the proletariat is low, and it is largely employed in small enterprises. The bourgeoisie in the developing states is also divided into small, medium, and big capitalists. The petty urban bourgeoisie, the craftsmen, artisans make up a large layer of the population. In these countries, big capital has not yet had time to destroy the crafts to the same extent as in the developed capitalist countries. In some developing countries, a monopoly elite is emerging. The big bourgeoisie is divided into the national and the comprador bourgeoisie. The former is, to some extent, interested in the development of the national economy, the latter grows rich from links with foreign monopoly capital. In some developing states, Kenya, for example, there is practically no national industrial bourgeoisie, but only a bourgeoisie of merchants and usurers. The petty bourgeois intellectuals, democratic students, and officers hold a special place in the modern class structure of the young sovereign states. Even though these people generally come from rich families, the development of the national liberation struggle often brings them into the ranks of the fighters for progress and the democratic development of their countries. Unlike the developed capitalist countries, the feudal lords wield great economic and political power in the young sovereign states. Only a far-reaching agrarian reform can undermine the economic basis of the influence of the feudal lords on the social and political life of these countries. This is the nature of the class structure in the young developing states. Chapter 2. Commodity production. 1. The main features of commodity production. Marx begins his analysis of capitalism with a study of commodity production. Capitalism evolves from simple commodity production. So it is essential to examine commodity production in order to understand the conditions, causes, and laws governing the emergence of capitalism. Moreover, under capitalism, commodity production becomes universal. Not only are all products produced as commodities, but man's labor also becomes a commodity, something that is bought and sold. The commodity form of capitalist production, which makes the relations between workers and capitalists appear as relations between commodity owners, conceals capitalist exploitation. To understand the nature of the capitalist mode of production, we must first look into the nature of commodity production, the general feature of capitalism. The most important characteristic of emergence of commodity production is that products are made for sale, that is, for exchange on the market, as distinct from the natural economy, where products are made for consumption within every economic unit. Lenin wrote, by commodity production is meant an organization of social economy in which goods are produced by separate, isolated producers, each specializing in 28. The making of some one product, so that to satisfy the needs of society it is necessary to buy and sell products. 1. Commodity production evolves as a result of the social division of labor. Under the social division of labor, individual producers specialize in making a particular product, which they make not merely to satisfy their own needs, but also for other people's requirements. To set up and run an establishment and to satisfy his personal needs, a commodity producer must also get a variety of commodities from other producers. So, a system of interdependence between producers emerges, in production and in consumption. The social division of labor itself does not give rise to commodity production and market relations. The goods made by one producer can change hands in other ways, without any buying or selling, as, for example, in the primitive community, where goods made by individuals were shared out equally among all the members of the community. So it is private ownership of the means of production that actually causes the emergence and development of commodity production. Possessing private property, individual producers run their establishments independently, at their own risk, with the result that there are not and cannot be direct social relations between producers in the process of production. They become market relations, by the exchange of the products of labor, the exchange of commodities. The social division of labor and the ownership of the means of production are the basis of commodity production, which arose out of the historical development of society. The earliest form of commodity production was small-scale production by artisans and peasants, i.e., simple commodity production. The social division of labor, with the producer himself being the owner of the means of production and the product of his labor, was typical of it. This mode of production was based on the producer's own labor, so it did not involve exploitation. Every producer appropriated the results of his own labor. Simple commodity production existed as an economic sector already under slavery and feudalism. It continues to exist under capitalism and even into the early stages of the transition from capitalism to socialism. But simple commodity production never was the dominant mode of production, because internal tensions in its development lead to a stratification of small producers and so to their disappearance. Simple commodity production and capitalist commodity production. In the historical conditions that had taken shape during the disintegration of feudalism, simple commodity production spontaneously grew into capitalist commodity production, which then became dominant. This development was possible because simple commodity production and capitalist production are essentially of the same kind, i.e., both are based on the private ownership of the means of production. This transformation changed the essence of production relations radically, whereas simple commodity production is based on the personal work of the owner of the means of production. Capitalist production is based on the exploitation of other people's work, the work of the hired laborer. Under commodity production, based 7lie commodity as the ontija per pound weight ownership of the cell of bourgeois society year, I, means OT production. Production relations appear not as relations between the people involved, but as relations between the products of their labor, relations between things. The thing, the product of labor, becomes the vehicle for people's relations of production. This manifestation of production relations is also typical of capitalist society, since capitalism preserves the commodity form of production. The exchange of commodities, Lenin pointed out, is the most ordinary and fundamental, most common and everyday relation of bourgeois society. Point 1 That is why an analysis of commodity production must begin with an analysis of that simplest relation, the exchange of commodities, in which the individual commodity acts as the vehicle for these relations. Marx wrote that in bourgeois society the commodity form of the product of labor is the economic cell form 1, that the commodity is the substance of capitalist wealth, and that our investigation must therefore begin with the analysis of a commodity. Point 2 The analysis of the commodity as the economic cell form of bourgeois society enabled Marx to uncover the embryonic form of the contradictions that led to the emergence of the deepest antagonisms in developed capitalist society. This revealed the nature of capitalist production. 2 The commodity and its properties. Use value of a commodity is a thing that satisfies the commodity some human want qr need hs1_ity to satisfy a want or need is its use value. The utility or use value of a given thing is determined by its physical and chemical properties, and it is realized in its consumption for productive or personal needs. As science and production develop, people discover and use ever new properties of things. Use values are the material content of social wealth in any social form of production. Use value is not concerned with any social relations. As Marx aptly said, the taste of wheat does not give us a clue as to who produced it, a Roman slave, a Russian serf, a small French farmer or a capitalist farmer in England. Hence, in characterizing the use value of a commodity we cannot confine ourselves to the statement that it is useful, i.e., that it is able to satisfy a specific want or need. The use value of a commodity is distinguished by two elements. First, that it is a commodity, because of its utility as a thing which passes from the producer to some other person whose wants it satisfies. If the producer uses the product of his labor himself, it is not a commodity. So, the use value of a commodity is in its very nature a social use value. Second, the transfer of the use value of a commodity from one person to another is effected by purchase or sale. This is the other factor in the transformation of a product of labor into a commodity. If the transfer of use values from one person to another does not take the form of purchase or sale, we are not dealing with commodities and commodity relations. The product of the labor of a serf is handed to his feudal lord as feudal rent without purchase or sale, so it is not a commodity. When a commodity is bought and exchange value and sold qn market, it found that value of the commodity, it can be exchanged to other commodities in specific ratio, i.e., that it has an exchange value. The exchange value takes the form of the ratio in which one use value is exchangeable for another. So if 1 kilogram of coffee is exchanged for 4 kilograms of sugar, it can be said that the exchange value of 1 kilogram of coffee is 4 kilograms of sugar. The exchange value cannot be isolated from the thing itself, from its use value. That is why the use value is the material bearer of the exchange value and is such a historical category studied by political economy. Use value and exchange value are two aspects of a commodity. The use value is its material aspect and the exchange value, its social aspect. Since commodities are exchanged, that is, compared with one another, they must, as Marx pointed out, all have something in common, something which makes it possible to commensurate different commodities. This commensurability cannot be based on the chemical, physical or other natural properties which make up their utility, their use value. The use values of commodities are not necessarily comparable in quality or quantity. But if we disregard the use values of the commodities, disregard the different kinds of concrete labor that has produced them, we will find that they do all have one thing in common: they are all the products of labor. As the products of that labor, they all have value. The exchange value is merely a form of the value of a commodity. So, a commodity has two properties: use value, which satisfies human wants, and value, which is the abstract labor crystallized in it. Use value reflects the differences between commodities, value their unity. The use value reflects man's attitude to the thing itself and is realized in the process of consumption, and value is an expression of the relations between the commodity producers and is realized in the exchange. Use value and value form a unity in the commodity. A given commodity can be exchanged for other commodities by purchase or sale, i.e., it serves as an exchange value, because it has a definite capital use value. At the same time, the commodity can act as a use value, only if it has passed through the stage of exchange, in which it discloses its value. Commodities are products of labor. Dual nature of the labor. THDR dual nature is therefore contained in commodities. Due to the dual nature of the labor contained in them. Labor is man's purposeful effort in the creation of a specific article, or in obtaining a specific useful result. All labor has a definite aim, uses specific objects and means of labor, involves specific operations and attains specific results. So, there is a difference between the labor of a miner, a smelter, or a baker, etc. Labor power spent with a definite aim is concrete labor. Labor is always concrete and always serves to create the use values needed by society. Concrete labor as the creator of useful things is a general historical category and does not depend on the social form of production. Different kinds of concrete labor are not comparable, just as the use values created by different kinds of labor cannot be compared with one another. Yet, no matter how much they differ, they all have one thing in common: they are all an expenditure of human labor power, i.e., an expenditure of human energy, the energy of man's brain, his muscles, nerves, etc. The expenditure of human labor as such, involved in any concrete labor process, was called abstract labor by Marx. Abstract labor forms the value of the commodity. As crystallized abstract labor, that is, as embodied value, commodities are qualitatively alike, and therefore they are quantitatively commensurable. Abstract labor is a historical category, which applies only to commodity production. Naturally, before the advent of commodity production, the labor process also involved an expenditure of human energy. But before the emergences of individual independent owners in the social division of labor, producers did not have to compare their labor expenditure. Production was natural, i.e., the articles produced were distributed among the members of the group and were not commodities. In commodity production, however, when individual independent producers confront each other in the system of the social division of labor, the exchange of the products of their labor by buying and selling becomes a vital necessity. So the expenditure of labor in its physical sense acquires a definite social significance. It becomes the basis for comparing different commodities, the basis for an exchange of labor activity between producers, taking the form of an exchange of commodities. Under the social division of labor, each producer's labor is tied up with the labor of all other producers. It is a necessary component of the labor spent by society to satisfy its wants. As a component part of the labor of the whole of society, each producer's labor is social, i.e., it is social labor. But in commodity production, based on private ownership of the means of production, the labor of producers is, in fact, private labor. The social character of private labor is concealed, and it only reveals itself in the market, when commodities are exchanged. When he sells the products of his labor, the producer discovers that his labor is needed by society, i.e., that it has a social character. Hence, the social character of the labor of private producers is manifested through the reduction of different kinds of concrete labor to abstract labor. Abstract labor is a historical form in which social character of labor manifests itself in commodity production. Thus, the social division of labor makes labor social, while the private ownership of the means of production makes it directly private. These two properties of labor are deeply contradictory. The contradiction between the social and private character of labor is the basic contradiction of commodity production, based on the private ownership of the means of production. While the social division of labor and the social character of labor which evolves from it make the coordination of the activities of separate producers necessary, the private character of labor prevents coordination in the development of separate establishments. 3-294. 34. Size of value. The interaction of these two opposing tendencies gives rise to the form of development which is typical of commodity production based on private ownership, balanced proportions, without which the development of social production is impossible, are established only fleetingly in conditions of a sharp, constant competitive struggle and anarchy of production. Individual producers spend different quantities of labor time on the production of a given commodity, according to the conditions under which they work. Obviously, the value of a commodity cannot be defined in terms of labor time spent on any individual article, seeing that it is different in each case. The different individual expenditures of labor are reduced to the socially necessary labor in the market. From a social viewpoint, each producer spends an average of socially necessary labor power, so, hence, is presumed to use an average necessary or socially necessary labor tune for the production of his commodity. The labor time socially necessary is that required to produce an article under the normal conditions of production, and with the average degree of skill and intensity prevalent at the time. 1 Marx wrote. The average, socially normal conditions of production are those in which the bulk of the commodities of the given kind is produced in any given industry. The labor expenditure in this industry will determine the size of the value of that commodity. Producers whose individual labor expenditure is below the social average, gain when they sell their commodities, while those whose individual expenditure is higher, lose. The former grow richer, the latter are ruined. So the contradiction between the actual and the socially necessary expenditure of labor leads to a stratification of the producers. Different kinds of labor vary in complexity. For example, a jeweler's labor is complicated because it needs special training, while the work of a navvy or a woodcutter needs no special training and is simply an expenditure of muscle power. It is therefore called simple labor. Complicated labor is, in fact, a multiple of simple labor, since it creates more value per unit of time than simple labor. 35. With the development of production and the growth of the productivity of social labor, we observe a change in the value of commodities. This changes directly with the quantity, and in inverse proportion to the productivity of the labor incorporated in it. Labor productivity is the effectiveness of labor measured by the quantity of the products created per unit of time. It depends on the average skill degree of a worker, the development of science and the extent to which it is applied in the industry, the social organization of production, the size and efficiency of the means of production, and on natural conditions. The growth of labor productivity is expressed in an increment in the amount of use values produced per unit of time. It does not affect the general size of the value created, but the value of every commodity decreases as the labor productivity rises. 3. The development of the form of value. As it is a social property of things, value can be expressed only through the exchange value, that is, as a quantitative relationship between one commodity and another. In developed commodity production, all commodities are measured in money, they have a money form of value, i.e., a definite price. But, before the money form of value emerged, exchange value had to pass through a long process of development, reflecting the development of commodity production and exchange. The simplest value relation is the elementary or accidental relationship between two different commodities. It evolves the simple form of value which can be expressed by the equation X commodity A equals Y commodity B, or X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. This form of value corresponds to the earliest stage in the development of commodity exchange, when exchange was accidental. But the elementary form of value provides the key to the mystery of all forms of value. In the equation X commodity A equals Y commodity B, or 20 yards of linen equals L coat, the commodities being exchanged have entirely different roles to play. The first commodity 3.36 plays an active role, expresses its value. The second commodity plays a passive role, serves as the material in which the value of the first commodity is expressed. Commodity A expresses its value with respect to commodity and is therefore represented as a relative form of value. Commodity B, since it serves as the material in which the value of commodity A is expressed, figures as the equivalent form of value. The relative and equivalent forms of value form the two interdependent, yet mutually exclusive aspects of value. The commodity cannot express its value by itself, but expresses it through another, different commodity. Commodities are exchanged in definite quantitative ratios. The quantitative value of a commodity depends on the value of the commodity itself and on the value of the commodity which acts as equivalent. So the relative value of the commodity can change, while its value remains constant, if the value of the equivalent commodity changes. So the relative form of value, as we already noted, is only one aspect of the expression of value, the equivalent form is the other. In our example, the linen expresses its value, because it can be exchanged for the coat. Therefore, when we say a commodity is in the equivalent form, we express the fact that it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. In this role, the equivalent commodity expresses its use value. That is why the first distinctive feature of the equivalent form is that the use value of the equivalent commodity changes to its antithesis, the value of the linen. The exchange also shows that concrete labor, embodied in the equivalent commodity, becomes the form in which its opposite, abstract human labor embodied in the linen, manifests itself. This is the second distinctive feature of the equivalent form. The third distinctive feature of the equivalent form of a commodity is that the private labor of the producer who created the equivalent commodity becomes an expression of the social labor crystallized in the linen. Thus, the coat, when it acts as equivalent in this elementary form of value, acquires a definite social function which it can only perform because it has value. The contradictions inherent in the commodity are revealed as regards their value as an external contradiction between two commodities. 37. Total or expanded form. The development of production and of VAUE exchange led to the first major social division of labor, the separation of stock breeding from crop farming. Under these conditions, some communities began to produce a surplus of some products. Exchange gradually became regular. A commodity, for example, commodity A, is regularly exchanged for commodity C or D, etc. Each of these commodities becomes a mirror reflecting the value of commodity A, and every one of them is exchanged for commodity A, now no longer as a random equivalent, but as a particular equivalent, that is, as one among many. The value of commodity A can thus be expressed in the infinite series of commodities. This is called the total or expanded form of value. It already reflects stable market relations between producers. However, the value of the commodity does not assume a finite form in it, when commodity production as such emerged and the exchange of commodities became a vital necessity. Commodities which were regu. 38. Largely exchanged for other commodities became universal equivalents. Various commodities acted as the universal equivalent: cattle, skins, arrows, etc. This varied according to the activities and living conditions of different peoples. The further development of commodity production and exchange extended the market relations between producers beyond the local markets, so the use of a multitude of equivalents obstructed exchange. This was eventually remedied when gold began to be used as the universal equivalent. As soon as the social function of universal equivalent becomes firmly identified with gold, the transition has been made from the universal to the money form of value. X commodity A equals Y commodity equals a definite amount of gold, Z commodity C, etc. equals. The choice of gold as the universal equivalent, or money, is explained by the fact that gold is more suitable for this than other commodities. The production of gold requires a great deal of labor, so relatively little gold is needed to express the value of large quantities of other commodities. Gold does not deteriorate, is homogeneous throughout, is easily divisible into smallest portions, etc. The transition to the money form of value consummates the separation of use value from value. The gold becomes the only commodity in which the value of other commodities is expressed. The world of commodities is now divided. On the one hand there are all the commodities representing use values, on the other, gold or money the equivalent. For the nature and functions of money. Nature of money is a specia. Commodity the use value of which has become firmly identified with the equivalent form of value. Price is the monetary expression of value. The money equivalent expresses the main features of the equivalent form most fully, through its use value, gold X. Presses the value of all other commodities. As a product of concrete labor it expresses the abstract labor embodied in commodities, as a product of private labor it expresses the social labor embodied in commodities. Since gold is a universal equivalent, value acquires a solid form in gold. When they are exchanged for money, commodities and the labor embodied in them are given direct social recognition. With the advent of money, exchange splits into two opposite acts, purchase and sale. This enables a middleman, the merchant, to take part in exchange. Merchant and usurer capital comes into existence. The wealthy concentrate in their hands huge sums of money, which becomes a universal means of capitalist exploitation. The essence of money as a universal equivalent is expressed in the functions it fulfills. The basic function of money is to measure value. 1. He value ot all commodities, as the crystallized form of human labor, is expressed in terms of money. Since the value fo a commodity always has a definite quantitative expression, this is always expressed as a definite quantity of gold. So, the value of commodities is expressed and measured by money. The value of the commodity expressed in money is its price, and the size of value is correspondingly expressed as a definite price magnitude. Thus money spontaneously measures the labor expended under commodity production based on the private ownership of the means of production. Money is able to serve as a measure of value because, being itself a commodity, it has a value, which is determined in the same way as that of other commodities. But, since money serves as the universal equivalent, it has no price of its own. Its relative value can only be seen in terms of the infinite series of commodities which can be exchanged for a given amount of gold. A distinct feature of money which results from its function as a measure of value is that it acts as ideal or imaginary money. To express the value of some commodity in terms of money, i.e., to state its price, cash is not really necessary. Price as a form of expressing value creates the possibility of its deviating from value. This deviation is the result of the constantly changing ratio between the supply and the demand. 40. For commodities. If we presume that the supply meets the demand, the price will equal the value, but under these conditions too the price of commodities can change depending on changes in the value of the commodity, as well as the value of the money, used to express the value of the commodity. To compare different prices it became necessary to establish a definite standard or scale of prices, i.e., to measure gold itself. The standard of prices is a fixed weight of gold, accepted as a unit of money. With the establishment of a standard of prices, the value of commodities, which was until then expressed as a definite amount of gold, was now expressed by the equivalent number of money units. The standard of prices is fixed by state legislation and can consequently be changed. This emerged on the basis of weight standards and coincided with them. In England, for example, the accepted money unit, the pound sterling, initially corresponded to a pound of sterling silver. Later the standard of prices moved away from the weight standard, but the name remained. R. Commodity exchange emerged in the form of a direct exchange of one commodity for another. In this exchange between two people, Two commodities change hands. The sale of one commodity involves the simultaneously sale of another. With the emergence of money, the direct exchange of commodities is replaced by the circulation of commodities, in which commodities are exchanged through the medium of money. As an intermediary in the exchange of commodities, money fulfills the function of a medium of circulation. Obviously, this function is distinct from the function of a measure of value, where money was imaginary money. In its function as circulation medium, it must actually be available. In other words, real money is needed to serve as circulation medium. The amount of money needed for circulation is determined by the mass of commodities put up for sale. The greater the mass of commodities put up for sale at definite prices, the more money is needed for circulation, and vice versa. But the amount of money in circulation also depends on the level of the commodity prices. When the prices for the given mass 41 of commodities are raised or lowered, the amount of money in circulation follows suit. By multiplying the quantity of commodities by their prices, we get the sum of the prices of all commodities. If all commodities were sold simultaneously, the amount of money needed in circulation would equal to the sum total of commodity prices. Such an assumption, however, would be unrealistic, since in reality the same coin may be used over and over again. The more turnover each money unit makes, the less money is needed for the commodity circulation. Hence, the amount of money needed for the circulation of commodities changes in direct proportion to the sum of prices of all circulating commodities and in inverse proportion to the average speed of the turnover of each money unit. Ij sum of commodity prices. Amount OT money needed equals, in circulation, average turnovers of money units of the same denomination. Naturally, the sum of prices and, consequently, the amount of money in circulation depend on the value of gold itself. N. The fact that money fulfills the function of a circulation medium only fleetingly makes it possible to replace gold coins by money tokens, paper money. The process of replacing gold coins by tokens began spontaneously in the course of commodity circulation, during which gold coins wore down and lost weight from continual handling and so varied in value, because their gold content did not coincide with that fixed by the mint. These worn coins continued to function as circulation medium of full value, as tokens of the weight of gold they were officially supposed to contain. The appearance of coins ushered in the first system of money circulation, the metal system. The appearance of paper money signified the transition to the system of paper money circulation, which now operates in all capitalist countries. Since paper money is a token of value, a token of gold, which has no value of its own and replaces gold only in the function of a circulation medium, it cannot serve as a measure of the value of commodities. Paper money is issued by the 42. State, which fixes its rate by law. The state can print any amount of paper money, but however much paper money is issued, it still represents only the amount of gold money required for circulation. The amount of gold each paper money unit represents depends on the number of units of paper money issued. An excessive issue and circulation of T0. Can * engenders inflation. Inflation is the overflowing the conduits of circulation with a surplus of money tokens, which brings about their depreciation. Under capitalism, inflation encroaches upon the interests of the working class and all working people, since it lowers their real wages while simultaneously raising the profits of the bourgeoisie. The capitalist state resorts to inflation when it experiences monetary difficulties and uses it as a means to finance militarization, which causes budget deficits. The ruling classes use inflation to shift the burden of the vast military and other unproductive expenditure, which provide huge profits to the big bourgeoisie, onto the shoulders of the working people. Inflation, which leads to the malfunctioning of the national economy, the growth of prices and drop of real wages, often exacerbates class antagonisms. Then the ruling classes themselves try to curb inflation and stabilize the currency. One of the methods of stabilization is cancellation. The depreciated paper tokens are cancelled without compensation. In principle, cancellation may lead to the reintroduction of metal money, as happened in France in 1796 to 1797. In the conditions of the general crisis of capitalism, the cancellation of money does not lead to the restoration of metal currency. It is carried out by putting new paper money into circulation and paying a negligible compensation for the devalued notes. Another way of stabilizing currency is restoration, the introduction of the convertibility of paper money into metal at its nominal rate and restoration of the type of currency that existed in the country before the money depreciated. This method of stabilization presupposes a growth in production, the elimination of budget deficits, the carrying out of deflation, the accumulation of gold reserves, etc. It was used, in the main, during the period of gold monometallism. 43. The restoration of the old currency, i.e., the reintroduction of the convertibility of paper money into gold at the nominal rate, consummates the more or less prolonged spontaneous restoration of the pre-inflationary value of the paper money. This process, characterized by an increase in the amount of gold represented by each paper money unit, and the growth of its purchasing power, is called revaluation or stabilization. Revaluation also means an increase by legislation of the metal content of a country's monetary unit, which can be carried out also by countries not on the gold standard. In 1971, the German mark was revalued. Its gold content was raised from 0.211588 to 0.222168 grams of pure gold. In that sense, revaluation is the opposite of devaluation. Devaluation is the most widespread method of normalizing capitalist currency circulation. The bourgeois state uses legislation to decrease the gold content of a money unit, or lower the exchange rate of its currency in relation to gold or to the currency of another country. Devaluation is the consummation of a period of depreciation of paper money, or the starting point for a further depreciation. Devaluation is the most widespread method of stabilizing capitalist currency. The bourgeois state reduces by legislation the gold content of a monetary unit or the rate of exchange of the national currency in relation to gold or the currency of another country. Devaluation by reducing the gold content of a monetary unit is exemplified by the dollar. In 1934, the dollar was devalued by increasing the official price of gold from $20.67 to $35 per ounce. In 1971, the price of gold was raised again from $35 to $38 per ounce. Devaluation by reducing the rate of exchange of the national currency against that of another country is exemplified by the British pound sterling. Its rate of exchange against the dollar was reduced by 14.3% in 1967 from $2.8 to $2.4. Devaluation is either the culmination of the preceding period of depreciation of paper money, or it is the starting point of its further depreciation, leading to a continued increase in goods prices to the detriment of the working people. 44. Prior to the period of the general crisis of capitalism, devaluation was accompanied, as a rule, by the restoration of the exchange of paper money for gold and was a factor stabilizing currency. Since the world economic crisis of 1926 to 1933, however, devaluation of currency in the capitalist countries has not been followed by the recovery of paper money as a legal tender on a par with gold. Under the general crisis of capitalism, devaluation fails to stabilize currency and curb inflation because a reduction in its rate of exchange in relation to the dollar or in the dollar rate itself leads to a general rise in goods prices throughout the country. The aggregate of reforms to stabilize currency is described by bourgeois economists as deflation. Deflation is usually attended with an increase in taxes, impinging the interests of the working people who, in the final analysis, have to bear the expenses involved in all these reforms. Stabilization of currency in the capitalist countries, regardless of the methods by which it is carried out, serves the interests of big business and results, as a rule, in intensified exploitation of the working people and deterioration of their standards of living. Money also functions as a universal money as a means of the expression of wealth, i.e., for hoard formation of hoards ing. He formation of hoards is closely linked with the function of money as a circulation medium. Hoards, Marx wrote, are reserves to which money is withdrawn from circulation when the circulation need decreases and which supply it when the quantity of money required for the circulation of commodities increases. The fact that money can buy any commodities, that it is a materialization of wealth, stimulates the accumulation of money hoards. The fact that money has no regards in quality and is limited as regards quantity constantly acts as spur to the hoarder. Only money of full value can become a hoard. While the formation of hoards preserves its old features under capitalism, it acquires some new ones. In modern conditions, hoards accumulate increasingly in big banks and state treasuries, i.e., they become centralized hoards. A relentless struggle. Money as a means of payment between capitalist countries for gold reserves reflects the contradictions between them. As commodity production and the circulation of commodities expand, more commodities are sold on credit, i.e., the payment of money is deferred. Promissory notes, which the debtor issues to the creditor and which he honors when the set term falls due, are used as a circulation medium. Money used to pay debts functions as a means of payment. It functions in that capacity when it is used to pay for commodities bought on credit, and also when it is used to repay loans, pay ground rent, debts, etc. The function of money as a means of payment affects the amount of money required for circulation. Sales on credit make it possible to reduce the amount of cash required for circulation, since a large part of the accounts between debtors and creditors are settled without cash by a mutual clearing of demands for payment and commitments to pay. Taking into account the changes introduced by the function of money as a means of payment, the amount of money required for circulation will equal the sum of the prices for all commodities minus the sum of the prices of all commodities sold on credit minus the sum of mutually clearing payments that balance each other out, plus the sum of payments falling due. If the result is now divided by the number of the turnovers of money, we shall obtain the amount of money required for circulation at the given time. While the function of money as a circulation medium made toward the appearance of paper money, the development of credit relations, in which money fulfills the function of a means of payment, led to the appearance of a new circulation medium, credit money, in the form of promissory notes, banknotes, and checks. These have no value of their own, they are credit tokens of real money, that is, of gold, and serve as a means of commodity circulation on credit. Promissory notes are promises to pay, issued by private persons engaging in commercial transactions. The creditor who receives a promissory note can use it for the 46. Purchase of commodities from other commodity owners. When a promissory note is passed on to another person, it is endorsed and the person who receives the note becomes the creditor of the issuer. The circulation of promissory notes has become widespread under capitalism. The transactions connected with the accounting and settling of promissory notes are handled by banks, which accept the promissory notes, pay the stipulated amount, and thus become the creditors of the issuer. To facilitate transactions connected with promissory notes, the banks issue promissory notes, bankers' drafts themselves. Bankers' drafts are promises to pay by which the emission bank undertakes to exchange the note for metal on demand. Where bankers' drafts can be freely exchanged for gold, they do not depreciate and circulate in accordance with laws governing the circulation of gold money. The free exchange of bankers' drafts for gold actually stopped in the 30s. Bankers' drafts that are not accepted for exchange are essentially a variant of paper money, and they circulate according to the laws governing the paper money circulation, and their excessive issue aggravates inflation. With the development of international economic links, money begins to function on the world market, to become universal money. Money discards its national attire on the world market and returns to its original form, gold. Universal money functions as a universal means of payment and is used to settle balances between states. This happens when credit transactions are settled and one state has to pay a balance of money to another. Gold is shipped from the debtor country to the creditor country in payment. Universal money also functions as a universal means of purchasing, when a country purchases commodities from another country for cash. Finally, universal money is the universally recognized embodiment of all wealth in bourgeois society. Money functions in this role when wealth is transferred from one country to another. This takes place, for example, when loans are granted, war contributions paid, etc. The functions of money we have examined express, strict, universal money. 47. Lee speaking, Only commodity relations. Under capitalism, money and its functions, as commodity circulation as a whole, become full developed and, as a result, change their nature. Money and its functions are preserved, but they also begin to serve as a form expressing the movement of capital, i.e., the capitalist relations of production. 5. The law of value as the law of the development of commodity production. The essence of the law of value is that under commodity production labor becomes a commodity. The size of the value of the commodity labor is determined by socially necessary labor, and the prices of all commodities are based on it. Since it is a law of commodity production, the law of value began to operate when commodity production and exchange emerged. Frederick Engels observed that this law had operated as far back as 7,000 years ago. But the law of value was of lesser importance in social systems in which commodity production was not dominant, and only developed fully under capitalism, when the commodity form of production became universal. Under commodity production based on private ownership of the means of production, the law of value is the spontaneous regulator of social production, operating through the price mechanism. Value is the basis of the prices of commodities. But price is a form of value and can diverge from the value. These deviations can be quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative deviations take place when the prices of commodities are above or below their value. Qualitative divergences take place because some things, which are not products of labor and therefore have no value, are bought and sold in commodity production and thus acquire a price. The form of the price only makes it possible for the price to deviate from value. This is caused by the lack of correspondence between supply and demand for a given commodity. If demand exceeds supply, the prices for the given commodity rise above value. When the opposite is the case, they drop below value. Essence of the law of value. 48. And only when there is an equilibrium between supply and demand are prices equal to value. Anarchy of production and competitive struggle are endemic in commodity production. As a result, supply and demand lore commodities rarely coincide, and this leads to the continual deviations of prices from value. These continual deviations of prices from value constitute the mechanism of the action of the law of value. The distribution of labor and the role of the law of means of production between the various economic branches is regulated by the operation of the law of value. Constant changes in supply and demand make prices rise above or fall below value. As a result, producers, whose commodities sell at prices above value, find production profitable and are interested in expanding it, while others whose commodities sell below value, find production unprofitable and are not interested in expanding it, and they begin to produce some other commodities. Thus some lines of production contract, while others expand. The law of value operating under commodity production provides an impetus to the development of the productive forces. According to the law of value, the individual labor expenditure of the producers is reduced in the market to the socially necessary labor expenditure, and commodities of the same kind are sold at the same price. When supply is equal to demand, the price equals value. Producers working in more favorable conditions produce commodities which have lower individual value. They win in the market because they sell the commodities at the social value which exceeds their individual value. Conversely, producers of commodities, whose individual value is above the social value, lose. So it is only natural that every producer should try to lower the individual value of his commodities by improving the instruments of labor, organizing production more efficiently, that is, by developing the productive forces in general. In addition to the general drive for profits, the competitive struggle between producers, in which prices and their fluctuations are used as weapons, also promotes production improvements. 2. Commodity production. 49. Emergence of capitalist. In time, the operation of the law of relations value led to the formation of capitalist forms of production. The fluctuation of prices around value and the discrepancy between the individual and social labor expenditure lead to a gradual stratification of producers. The competitive struggle is always won by the producers operating in more favorable production conditions. Producers operating in worse conditions are ruined. The operation of the law of value inevitably leads to the stratification of the producers, to the ruin of the majority and the enrichment of a small minority. So, during the disintegration of feudalism, the stratification of producers led to the emergence of capitalist forms of production. The ruined small producers turned into hired workers, while those who had grown rich became capitalist entrepreneurs. On the whole, the stratification process of small producers continues in the capitalist countries to this day. Its main feature today is that the pauperization and ruination of small producers is caused not so much by the internal contradictions of commodity production as such, as by the influence of rapidly growing capitalist production. That is why under capitalism the small producers in town and country are the natural and closest allies of the proletariat in its struggle against the bourgeoisie for social emancipation, democracy, and socialism. In capitalist production, the operation of the law of value is subordinated to the purpose of this production, a maximum rate of profit. Value acquires a perverted, disguised form, i.e., it appears in the form of capital investment plus average profit on this capital. Changes also occur in the market prices. Monopoly control restricts free competition. Free fluctuation of market prices is virtually absent since they can largely be dictated by the monopolies. Monopoly prices deviate upwards or downwards from social value. However far monopoly price deviates from social value, the latter invariably remain the basis for goods prices. High and low monopoly prices have become a major tool for exploitation of the working masses by the monopolies, a tool for plundering the peoples of the dependent countries by imperialist monopolies. 2950. IHE fetishism of under-commodity production. The commodities links between commodity producers, the production relations between them, are established spontaneously and take the form of an exchange of commodities. These production relations are a form of the action of the objective and spontaneously developing economic laws of commodity production, and, above all, of the law of value, which rule over the individual, isolated producers. The power of the spontaneous economic laws that dominate over people appears as relations between things, and, consequently, as a domination of the product of labor over the producer. The objective form expressing the relations among people, i.e., the objectivation of their production relations, produces in their minds ideas of the supernatural properties of things, commodities and money. Things as such are assumed to have value and capacity to exchange, and gold a capacity to be money. This notion of things engendered by the objectivation of the production relations of people in conditions of commodity production was described by Marx as fetishism of commodities. It is clear that exchange value, money are purely social categories whose material bearers are things, commodities. Under capitalist production, fetishism extends to the relations between the workers and the capitalists, concealing the exploiting nature of these relations. Chapter 3. The essence of capitalist exploitation. 1. Conversion of money into capital. The general formula of capital and the contradictions inherent in it. The general formula of capital mainly takes the form of capital money. But money is not in itself capital. The money of the feudal lord hidden in his basement is a hoard, not capital. The money in the worker's pocket is a means of satisfying his immediate needs. The money in the hands of the simple commodity producer is not capital either. In exchanging the products of his labor for the products of labor of another commodity producer, his money is simply a medium of exchange according to the formula, CMC. Money is converted into capital when it is used to make more money. Capital is self-increasing value. The movement of capital is expressed by another formula, MCM. Here it is not money, but the commodity that is the medium of exchange. Money is the beginning and the end of this movement. Since money is homogeneous, it would be pointless to exchange a given amount of money for the same amount. The whole point of the transaction is to get more money at the end than was invested at the beginning. Thus the formula of capital will be MCM1, M1 being greater than M. Money that circulates in the latter manner is thereby transformed into, becomes capital. 1. Marx called the formula MCM1 the general. 52. Contradiction in the general formula of capital. Formula of capital because it expresses the essence of capital in all its forms and in all spheres of application. On the face of it, this gives an impression that value grows during circulation, because the capitalist sells the commodity he bought at a higher price than he paid for it, and some bourgeois economists reason this way. But, since value is created by labor in the production of the commodity, and it is only realized during the exchange, no increase in value can arise out of the exchange. Of course, capitalist A may grow rich by selling his commodities at a price above their value. But, what capitalist A gains, capitalist loses, because the unequal exchange between them only redistributes the already existing value, and no new value is created in the process. Can value increase without circulating? Supposing some money has gone out of circulation. If it lies idle, there will be no increase in value. So we can see that capitalistic self-increasing value cannot emerge except other than in circulation. It must have its origin in circulation and yet not in circulation. Point 1. This is the contradiction in the general formula of capital. The two conclusions appear contradictory. The question about the origin of surplus value seems irresolvable at first sight. Its very existence seems to contradict the law of value, the exchange of equivalents. Marx was the first to resolve this problem scientifically. He began with the postulate that all commodities are bought and sold by capitalists at value. 2. Labor power as a commodity. Transformation of labor capitalism is the highest stage in power, into a commodity. The development of commodity production, when the bulk of the products of labor become commodities and labor itself turns into a commodity. What is labor power? By labor power or capacity for labor is to be understood the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities exist in a human being, which he exercises whenever he produces a use value of any description. 1. Labor power has not always been a commodity. Its conversion into a commodity was the result of long historical development. The slave and the serf were in the personal bondage of the slave owner or feudal lord and were not the free owners of their own labor power. They could not dispose of it freely, they could not sell it. The conversion of labor power into a commodity presupposes that its owner has been freed from personal bondage. The commodity producer must be personally free. He must be entitled freely to dispose of his labor power, before he can sell it. An economic necessity must compel the commodity producer to sell his labor power. This necessity arises when the commodity producer is deprived of the means of production and the means of subsistence, so that the sale of his labor power is his only means of existence. Like every other commodity, labor power has a value and a use value. RJR. Yet labor power differs from other commodities. Labor power is man's ability to work. That is why the value of labor power is determined by the cost of the means of subsistence. The value of labor power includes, first, the cost of the means of subsistence for the worker, i.e., food, clothing, etc. Second, the cost of the means for satisfying the social and cultural wants of the worker, which are a product of historical development which will vary from period to period and from country to country. They depend on the country's historical development and the cultural level of the working class. Third, the cost of the means of subsistence for the maintenance of the members of the worker's family. Fourth, the cost of the worker's training for his trade and the acquisition of skills. The more his skills of labor, the higher the cost of training. The value of all the means of subsistence of the worker is determined by the expenditure of socially necessary labor for their production. This expenditure constitutes, in fact, the value of labor power. The value of the means of subsistence. 54. That are physically indispensable is the minimum limit of the value of labor power. Tr. The use value of every commodity, use value of labor power, c. is realized in the course of its consumption. Labor power is consumed in the course of labor. The capitalist who has bought labor power uses it in production to create new commodities containing new value. The value of labor power and the value created by the labor of the worker differ. The latter is much greater than the former. This excess of value, created by the labor of the worker over the value of labor power, constitutes surplus value. So, the specific use value of labor power is the worker's ability to create a surplus value, that is, a value greater than the value of his labor power. The capitalist pays for the value of the labor power, but the value he receives as a result of its consumption is more than he paid for the labor power. So, the production of surplus value does not contradict the law of value, but is in line with it. The capitalist hires labor power in the sphere of circulation, uses it in the sphere of production and realizes the surplus value created by the worker in the sphere of circulation. This is how the contradiction in the general formula of capital is resolved. 3. The production of surplus value. The nature of labor. The use of labor power is the process under capitalism. Labor process. Labor is the sine qua non of human existence. However, the social conditions in which the labor process is carried on leave their imprint on it and determine its nature. Under capitalism, the capitalist purchases and uses labor power. The specific features of the labor process under capitalism are the following: the worker works under the capitalist's control, the product of the worker's labor belongs to the capitalist, who owns the means of production and the right to use the worker's labor power. The product of labor is, first and foremost, a use value. But the aim of capitalist production is not to produce commodities as such, but to produce commodities for sale in order to obtain a surplus value. That is why use values are 55. Produced under capitalism only for their value, and not just their value, but their surplus value. How is surplus value created at capitalist enterprises? Supposing the daily value of the labor power is $10. If the worker creates a value of $4 per hour, the value of the day's labor power is reproduced in 2.5 hours. But this does not mean that the capitalist will use the labor power he has bought for only 2.5 hours. He can make the worker work 10 hours a day, since he hires the worker for a day's work. The capitalist does not buy the labor of the worker, but his ability to work. In our example, the worker creates a value 4 times greater the value of his labor power. The excess value created by the hired worker over and above the value of the labor power is the surplus value which is appropriated by the capitalist. Thus, the surplus value forms because the worker works longer than is necessary to reproduce the value of his labor power. The working day in capitalist ES1 degree ND sut plus establishments can be divided into 2 parts. In the first part of the working day, the worker creates a value equal to the value of his labor power. This is called the necessary labor time, and this labor is the necessary labor. During the rest of the working day, the worker creates value over and above the value of his labor power. This is called the surplus labor time, and this labor, the surplus labor. The surplus labor, that is, the unpaid labor of hired workers, is the source of surplus value. Surplus labor and surplus product exist in any developed society, but surplus value is a specific category of the capitalist economy. It expresses the relations between the capitalist class and the working class, relations of the exploitation of hired labor by capital. But, unlike the open exploitation of slaves and serfs, based on a combination of economic and non-economic coercion, capitalist exploitation is concealed. Hired workers are no longer personally dependent, they are free. However, since the workers do not own the means of production, they are forced to sell their labor power. Essentially, the labor of the worker is coercive labor, even though the coercion is economic. 56. 4. The essence of capital. Constant and variable capital. Essence of capital. Capital is value concentrated in the hands of capitalists and used to produce surplus value by the exploitation of labor power. So, capital expresses the production relations between the class of capitalists who own the money, the means of production and the means of subsistence, and the class of hired workers, who have been deprived of the means of production and the means of subsistence and are, therefore, forced to sell their labor power to the capitalists. Without such relations, money cannot bring in surplus value. Thus capital presupposes wage labor presupposes capital. Capital and wage labor are 2 sides of one and the same relation. One society was not always divided into the bourgeoisie and the working class, so surplus value, as a form of exploitation, did not always exist. Capital and surplus value are historical categories typical only of capitalism. Various parts of capital play differ constant and variable end roles in the formation and in capital C, R, I cresoy value. Every capital invested in production consists of two parts. With one part the capitalist buys the means of production machinery, raw and other materials, i.e., the material factors of production, with the other he buys labor power, i.e., the personal factor of production. These two factors must be combined and interact for production to take place. In the process of production, the means of production are consumed, they lose their original form as use value and are turned into new use values. Their value does not disappear when they are consumed, but is transferred, by the concrete labor of the worker, to the value of the new commodity. The magnitude of their value does not change during that process. The transferred value is equal to the consumed value. That is why Marx called the part of capital embodied in the means of production constant capital. This is not the case with the other part of capital that is spent on labor power. By his labor the worker at a capitalist establishment not only transfers the value of the means of production to the value of the new commodity, but also creates a new value, which is greater than the value of his labor power. Hence, Marx called the part of capital spent on the purchase of labor power, the part which grows in the production process, variable capital. The division of capital into constant and variable was first defined by Marx. He founded that division on the different functions of the two parts of capital in the formation of value and surplus value. This division shows that surplus value is not created by the whole capital, but only by the variable part, that is, by the labor of workers. So the division of capital into constant and variable shows the true relations between the workers and the capitalists, the relations of capitalist exploitation. We have said that capital embodies capital U theoroots the relations of production between the capitalist class and the class of hired workers, relations of the exploitation of hired workers and the appropriation of surplus value by the capitalists. These relations of production are maintained with the help of things the means of production, money, commodities. This creates an impression that it is the things which bring their owner an unearned income. Bourgeois economists use this misconception to conceal the exploitation of the workers. They identify capital with its material factors, the means of production, money, and commodities. Hence they say, capital is an eternal category. In reality, however, the means of production themselves are not capital. They only become capital when they are owned by the capitalist and used for the exploitation of hired workers. The means of production have always existed and will always exist, but they have not always been and will not always be capital. Bourgeois economists do not recognize the division of capital into constant and variable. They identify variable capital with some other components of capital and thereby they set out to conceal the exploitation of the working class by the capitalists, depict the workers and capitalists not as exploited and exploiters, but as non-antagonistic classes of bourgeois. 58. Society who live in harmony and pursue identical interests. Capitalist reality refutes these bourgeois theories. An analysis of the working class real position in the capitalist countries demonstrates that the exploitation of workers has intensified and that the antagonisms between the working class and the bourgeoisie have taken on the sharpest forms. 5. Rate and mass of surplus value. Role of surplus value. Since the surplus value only accrues to variable capital, not to the whole, we should, in establishing the rate of surplus value, compare the surplus value with variable capital, not with the whole. The ratio of surplus value to variable capital expresses the rate of surplus value. This can be expressed as S1 and thus surplus labor, necessary labor. The rate of surplus value expresses the degree of exploitation of the worker by the capitalist, shows which part of the working day he worked for himself and which part for the capitalist, creating surplus value. According to rough estimates made by Soviet economists, the rate of surplus value, for example, in the U.S. manufacturing industries has grown by 9% between 1958 and 1964 and reached 21%. The rate of surplus value is particularly high in the less developed countries. By using the cheap labor power and long working day, and exploiting the rich mineral resources in those countries, the imperialists jack up the rate of exploitation to an unheard of degree, the rate of surplus value often reaching 1000%. They are able to do this because they use a combination of capitalist and pre-capitalist forms of exploitation. Theoretically, calculation of the rate of surplus value poses no difficulty, but in practice it is extremely difficult. In all capitalist countries, bourgeois statistics deliberately distort the data needed for this calculation. They exaggerate workers' wages and understate capitalists' profits. And they include the salaries of highly paid executives and directors in the 59. Wage figures, since they create neither value nor surplus value, and since their incomes are part of the surplus value created by the worker, they are not part of variable capital. It should also be taken into account that workers pay out of their wages huge sums in taxes, fines, etc., which reduce their real incomes further. The rate of surplus value is also often distorted by including the incomes the capitalists transfer to various workers' pension and social insurance funds in the wage column. Only a part of these incomes contributes to the real incomes of the workers. Owing to the control exercised over these funds by the finance oligarchy, the other part is used as capital for the further increase of the production of surplus value. Since all these factors, directly or indirectly, exert a considerable influence on the rate of surplus value, all these calculations are only approximate. The indicator of the absolute magnitude of capitalist exploitation is not the rate of surplus value but the mass of surplus value. The mass of surplus value is the absolute size of the surplus value the capitalist derives from the exploitation of all the workers employed in his establishment. With the development of capitalism, the mass of surplus value grows even faster than the rate of surplus value. This is because, as well as the rate of exploitation, the number of exploited increases. 6 ways of increasing surplus value. The increase in the degree of exploitation, or the increase in surplus value, is achieved in 2 ways. The first way is to extend the absolute surplus value working day. Let us assume that 4 hours are needed to reproduce a daily labor power value of $10 per man. The surplus time in a working day of 8 hours is 4 hours, so the rate of surplus value is 100%. Now if the capitalist succeeds in making the worker work 10 hours a day, the ratio between the surplus and necessary labor time is, the rate of surplus value will be x100, which equals 150%. Additional surplus value. Labor productivity rises unevenly in different industries and in different capitalist establishments. The capitalist who succeeds in raising the labor productivity at his establishment above the level of other establishments will obtain, on top of the surplus value appropriated by all capitalists, an additional surplus value. The source of additional surplus value is the labor of the workers at an establishment, at which the labor productivity is above the social labor average, and which creates a greater value per unit of time. Additional surplus value at individual capitalist establishments is a temporary phenomenon. The owner of the establishment can only appropriate it while the labor productivity at his establishment is above the average social level. When, with the spread of technical innovations and rational production organization, other capitalists attain that level of labor productivity, i.e., when it becomes average social level, new improvements are needed to obtain additional surplus value. The additional surplus value plays an important, though contradictory part in the development of the capitalist economy. In trying to obtain additional surplus value, the capitalists improve their equipment, introduce new, more rational production organization. Extra surplus value is the engine of technical progress under capitalism. But the drive for additional surplus value, while it encourages innovation, obstructs the spread of technical inventions and production improvements, because capitalists try to keep inventions secret, to get extra surplus value out of them for a longer time, which obstructs technological progress. Under the present conditions, an increase in relative surplus value occurs in a contradictory form. This is attributable to the fact that in addition to factors leading to the reduction of the value of manpower, there are factors contributing to its increase. The latter retard the growth of relative surplus value. 62. The rates of growth of relative surplus value are also limited by the extent of using new technology. On the one hand, such stimuli for the use of new technology as extra surplus value and competition remain. There have appeared new factors operating in the same direction, such as the economic competition between socialism and capitalism, which compels the bourgeois state to stimulate the introduction of new technology. On the other hand, factors hampering the introduction of new technology, monopoly prices, idle capacity, limited home markets, etc., became increasingly apparent, as a result of which the gap between the potentialities of the scientific technological revolution and the level of realization of these potentialities has widened. In view of this, the capitalists are seeking to increase the rate of surplus value by stepping up labor intensity. Under modern capitalism, monopoly capital has much greater possibilities for raising labor intensity by using mechanization and automation, new methods of organizing production work, and modern wage schemes. Since labor intensification leads to a decrease in the share of necessary labor and an increase in the share of surplus labor in the entire volume of labor, the result obtained is analogous to that secured by the production of relative surplus value. As a form of concealed prolongation of the working day, however, labor intensification means production of absolute surplus value. Capitalism began with the simple capitalist development cooperation of labor. At that stage the capitalist united several hired workers under his control, but did not as yet introduce any substantial changes into the old methods of artisan production. The next stage in the development of capitalist production and capitalist exploitation was manufacture. Like simple cooperation, it was based on manual techniques, but was distinguished by the division of labor between workers, who specialized on one or several production operations. Specialization raised the labor productivity. Under manufacture, the finished article designed for sale is no longer produced by the individual worker. His dependence on the capitalist so became greater and more stable. The last third of the 18th century saw the advent of the Industrial Revolution and the machine stage of capitalist development. 63. The transition to factory production brought a sharp intensification in the exploitation of labor and worsened the position of the working class. The replacement of manual labor by machines created a reserve army of labor, and so brought unemployment. The capitalists began to use women's and children's labor on a large scale, which led to a drop in the value of labor power. The intensity and productivity of labor rose, which, in capitalist conditions, meant an intensification of exploitation. The worker became an appendage of the machine, and finally lost the illusion that he might, one day, become an independent producer. At this stage in the history of capitalism, the proletariat begins to develop as a class conscious of its vital interests, of the fact that they are opposed to the interests of the capitalists, and that it is essential and inevitable to wage a class struggle to attain its vital aims. The machine is in itself a powerful means for raising labor productivity and making products less expensive. However, under capitalism the machine serves as a means of producing extra surplus value. Capitalists will therefore use machines only when the value of the machine is smaller than the value of the labor power replaced by it. This limits the application of machinery in capitalist society. For society it would be advantageous to apply a machine even if it saves not only the labor paid for, but also the surplus labor, that is, social labor in general, and if it helps to make products less expensive. Capitalist machine production passed through several development stages. The first stage was connected with the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th century. The result of that revolution was the transition from manual to machine labor, the replacement of artisan instruments of labor by machines driven by steam engines. The second stage was introduced by technical improvements at the end of the 19th century. The main feature of that stage was the replacement of steam engines by electric motors, the wide use of electricity not only as a power source, but also for production processes. The modern revolution in science and technology marks a new and higher stage in the development of the productive forces, notably of machines. The main trends are the mastery of atomic energy, the space exploration, the development. 64. an extensive utilization of chemistry in production, automation, and so on. New discoveries pave the road for automated control and control of production. Scientific and technological progress and automation lead to a rapid growth of the labor productivity. In capitalist conditions, this means a further increase in exploitation of workers. A greater rise in the labor intensity, concomitant of scientific and technological progress under capitalism, leads to the same. There is also great intensification of labor in the less developed countries which have embarked on the capitalist road of development. Recently, the working class in those countries has for the first time in history succeeded in forcing their governments to adopt labor laws to limit the working day. This is a great socio-economic achievement. But the foreign monopoly enterprises, which operate in the former colonies, are now taking steps to intensify labor. The intensification of labor, along with low wages, is the main way of producing surplus value in those countries. The intensification of labor has disastrous effects on the workers, wears out their health, is responsible for the spread of industrial accidents and occupational diseases, incapacitates workers, and leads to premature old age and death. The practical methods and forms of exploitation of workers change at different stages in capitalist development, but the essence remains the same. Such factors as the existence of the world socialist system and the growth in the working people's welfare in the socialist countries, the fierce class struggle waged by the proletariat in the capitalist countries, and the scientific and technological revolution, compel the bourgeoisie to pursue a policy of social demagogy and to refine their methods of exploitation, to facilitate the spread of the ideology of class cooperation and social partnership among the workers and to create illusions of humanization of labor at capitalist establishments. In our time of highly mechanized and automated mass production, in which manual labor plays a relatively small part, the intensification in the exploitation of workers and increase in the profits of the capitalists does not always involve an intensification of labor in its undisguised form seen in the past. The capitalists are introducing a system of regiment. G5 breaks in the factories, a system of alternating work and rest. These measures are not prompted by the capitalists' concern for the workers' health, but by the desire to make the consumption of labor power in production more effective, to maintain high tempo throughout the working day so as to raise the workers' daily output to the maximum. The bourgeois state plays a major role in intensifying the exploitation of the working class. In some European countries more than 20% of the labor force is employed at state-owner enterprises. Most of these enterprises are equipped with modern machinery and are highly productive establishments. They produce a vast mass of surplus value which is appropriated directly by the bourgeois state. This does not exhaust the role of the bourgeois state in intensifying the exploitation of workers. It passes anti-labor legislation in the interests of the big capitalists, freezes workers' wages, curtails the rights of the trade unions and suppresses strikes. All these measures enable the capitalists to increase their profits. The bourgeois state steadily increases the working people's tax burden and thereby concentrates vast sums in its budget, which ultimately turn into income for the big financial oligarchy through highly profitable military contracts and through direct subsidies. The main contradiction of capitalism. As capitalist production develops, its social character becomes more manifest. Capitalism has converted the labor process into a truly social process, in which millions of people are involved owing to the social division of labor and concentration of workers at large enterprises. This social process, however, is straitjacketed by private capitalist appropriation. The more developed the productive forces and the social character of the production process, the greater their discrepancy with the capitalist relations of production. The antagonism between the social character of production and the private form of appropriation is the main contradiction of capitalism. This contradiction can be resolved only by abolishing private ownership of the means of production and its replacement by public ownership as the result of the socialist revolution. 5-294. 66. The main contradiction of capitalism manifests itself in a variety of forms: the contradiction between production organization at individual enterprises and the anarchy of production in society as a whole, the contradiction between production and consumption, the antagonism between the working class and the capitalist class. 7. The main economic law of capitalism. 7. Lie essence of the main production of a maximum surplus economic law of capitalism VAUE through increasing exploitation of hired labor on the basis of expanding production, such as the essence of the main economic law of capitalism. This law expresses the essence of the capitalist mode of production and determines all the basic processes of its economic development. It shows the goal and method of capitalist production and the essence of capitalist exploitation. The law of surplus value is the main regulator of the complex mechanism of the capitalist economy. In a chase after a maximum surplus value, the capitalists introduce new technology, develop the productive forces, transfer capital from one industry to another. The law of surplus value operates in the sphere of production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. Surplus value is the source of profits of capitalist industrialists, merchants, bankers. Surplus value is the source of accumulation of capital and expansion of production. As a result, the productive forces develop and the main contradiction of capitalism deepens. Karl Marx's greatest contribution won his significance of the consists in his discovery of the theory of surplus value. 3. Objective economic law, which provides the basis for the exploitation of the proletariat and creates the prerequisites for a revolutionary abolition of capitalism. The solution of this problem was the most epoch-making achievement of Marx's work. Scientific analysis dates from the discovery of this solution and has been built up around it. 1. Friedrich Engels wrote. Lenin described the theory of surplus value as the cornerstone of the Marxian economic doctrine. The theory of surplus value provided the clue to understanding all the phenomena, economic laws, and categories of bourgeois society. Guided by this theory, Marx uncovered the root cause of the antagonistic contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and demonstrated the inevitability of the class struggle within bourgeois society. What is more, he proved that intensification of the class struggle also leads to a revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. Lenin wrote in this connection that it is evident that Marx deduces the inevitability of the transformation of capitalist society into socialist society wholly and exclusively from the economic law of the development of contemporary society 1-2, i.e., from the law of surplus value. Marx substantiated the historic role of the proletariat as the gravedigger of capitalism and the builder of socialist society. Marx's theory of surplus value is a powerful ideological weapon in the struggle of the proletariat against the exploiters. 8. Wages. Essence of wages. Wages are the transmuted form of value and the price of labor power. As distinct from the slave-owning and feudal systems, where the relations of exploitation were clearly evident, wages appear to be a payment for all work, for the whole labor. This system of remuneration extinguishes every trace of the division of the working day into necessary labor and surplus labor, into paid and unpaid labor. This illusion is created by the fact that the worker receives his wages after he has worked for a set time and that his wages grow with the length of time worked or with the increase in output. Bourgeois economists base their studies of wages on this illusion. They treat labor as a commodity, and wages the price of the commodity labor. But labor is not a commodity and cannot therefore have value. Labor is a process, the process of the consumption of labor power. The commodity the worker sells is not labor, but labor power, that is, his capacity for work. The value of labor power, in terms of money, is the price of labor power, but the price is generally lower than the value because the supply exceeds the demand. There are various forms of wages under capitalism. I.e. basic terms are time wages and piece wages. Each of them conceals capitalist exploitation in its own way, and each is used by the capitalists as a means of intensifying the exploitation of hired workers. Time wages, the worker's income depends on the time he works. He is paid by the hour, the week, or the month. This creates the impression that the capitalist pays for the whole time worked, but in reality the capitalist pays only for part of the working time. Piece wages, the worker is paid by the piece, his income depends on the number of pieces or items he produces in a given time. The piece rate is fixed by the capitalist on a time rate basis, i.e., it is calculated from the worker's day wage. Hence, piece wages are based on time wages. Piece wages conceal capitalist exploitation even more than time wages. Under the former, the illusion is created that the whole working time is paid for, while the latter gives the impression that the worker is paid for every unit of labor he produces. Piece wages enable the capitalist to drive the worker to work faster, to make him produce as much as possible per unit of time, and so to lower the outlay on labor power per unit of output. Since the wage varies with the worker's output, he tries to work as hard as possible to earn more. As a result, the wages of some workers rise above the average level. But, the average wage level itself drops since the capitalist cuts the rates per unit of output as the intensity and productivity of labor grow. Piece wages make the workers themselves raise the intensity of labor, which reduces the need for supervision. This also enables the capitalist to cut costs and to increase his profit. And the capitalists often impose fines on the workers by excessive fault finding, which creates a further cut in wages. Because of all that, piece wages were until recently the most widespread form of labor remuneration. 69. Evolution of the wage. Today, mechanization and automaforms and systems of production make it possible to intensify labor coercively. The labor intensity and output of the workers are now determined by the conveyor speed of the production line. Under such conditions, it is no longer necessary to resort to piece wages to intensify labor. Piece wages may even become unprofitable for the capitalist. That is why piece wages are now disappearing and new forms of time wages, better adapted to modern conditions, are taking their place. Modern forms of time wages are based on carefully measured work speeds and rely on high detailed output quotas. The wage rates according to which time workers are paid depend directly on the actual output and other factors. The piece rate too has undergone major changes. Modern production is technically better equipped. Now highly productive and expensive means of production are used, huge amounts of raw materials are processed, and greater demands are made on the quality of product. With the mechanization of production and the decrease in the number of workers at enterprises, the saving in live labor is no longer a decisive factor to the profitability of production. That is why the new forms of piece wages not only stimulate an increase in output per unit of time, but also take into account the effectiveness of the use of equipment, economy of raw materials, the quality of output, and so on. All this has led to the emergence of new forms of capitalist piecework designed to squeeze much more mental and physical energy out of the worker and to increase his exploitation. The struggle of the working class, its growing resistance to the old, already diagnosed forms of exploitation also bring about changes in the forms of wages. Such formerly widespread wage systems as Taylorism, Fordism, etc., are particularly unpopular with workers, and to avoid serious resentment the bourgeoisie has to introduce better camouflaged sweatshop systems. The various wage systems are based on rate fixing and wage scaling. Capitalist rate fixing aims at intensifying labor to the maximum and lowering the wage expenditure costs per unit of output, to enable the capitalists to make higher profits. This is achieved by fixing low time rates and high output quotas. Wage scales in the capitalist countries are a means 70. Of perpetuating the discrimination and injustice in the payment of workers, since they establish different rates for men and women, for those fulfilling output quotas and those failing to fulfill them, for grown ups and adolescents, for workers of different race or nationality. The wage rate is constantly adjusted according to the unemployment level among workers in a given trade, industry, or part of the country. The division of wages into two parts, the constant and bonus part, is typical of modern rate systems. The constant, basic part depends on the time worked and the size of the wage rate, while the bonus part is made up of all sorts of allowances and extra earnings. Bonuses are not only fixed for objective factors like the quality of the work, and saving in raw materials, but also on purely subjective factors like the diligence and behavior, which defy any form of objective assessment. In some countries an analytical job evaluation system has been introduced. The analytical job evaluation method presupposes a definite set of criteria to determine the complexity of a job, a quantitative evaluation of every criterion, and definite demands on the person handling the job according to each of these criteria. Bourgeois experts select these criteria subjectively in the interests of their bosses, the capitalist entrepreneurs. This can be seen from the fact that the group of factors include criteria which cannot be measured objectively, for example, the worker's talents, resourcefulness, loyalty, willingness to cooperate with the management, general behavior, participation in strikes, etc. In addition to giving the management a free hand in dealing with the workers, this is a detailed system of bribery aimed at disintegrating the working class. This system is used by the entrepreneurs as a means of setting one worker against the other to undermine the organized struggle of the working class and to split the ranks of the trade union movement. Bourgeois experts on labor organization maintain that the analytical job evaluation ensures a fair remuneration for workers according to their individual capacity and the complexity of their job. But practice shows that the capitalists use the analytical job evaluation to intensify labor and to increase exploitation. 71. The widely known Halsey, Rouen, Bedot, and Roget systems are based on output quotas. They all fix a time quota, wage rate, and bonus for time saved. The bonus is always lower than the pay by the hour, and as the time saved grows, the bonus goes down. As a result, the worker's earnings rise at a slower rate than his output. Workers' participation or profit-sharing schemes, as they are called, have also gained some popularity. Under this scheme, the bulk of the wages is fixed at a very low level, but in addition to it the workers periodically receive allowances as their share of the profits. All these allowances are much smaller than the sum the workers would have received if their basic wages had not been trimmed. At new enterprises built on the basis of up-to-date technology, the need for collective forms of organizing production work objectively grows. The efficiency at these enterprises largely depends not so much on the efforts of an individual worker as on the degree of coordination and harmony in the performance of all the members of the work team. Dependable operation of a flow line requires efficient teamwork of fitters, repairmen, and machine operators. The quantity of products manufactured by a particular section depends on the performance of all operatives tending the flow line. Therefore, systems of collective bonuses are introduced at capitalist enterprises. The capitalists and their ideologists use these schemes to spread the illusion that the workers and capitalists have common interests, that both are equally interested in the growth of labor productivity and the profitability of the enterprise. The intensity of the class struggle waged by the proletariat in the capitalist countries shows, however, that attempts to belittle the workers' class consciousness in this way are doomed to failure. In the course of bitter class battles, the proletariat comes forward not only with economic demands but more and more often with political slogans and demands, the strike struggle growing into a political movement. One problem for the working class is that of the wage level. To determine that level, a distinction has to be made between nominal and real wages. Nominal wages are 72. National distinctions in wages. The money the worker receives for the labor power he sells to the capitalist. Real wages are the amount of goods and services he can buy for his wages. The level of real wages depends on the size of the nominal wages and on the prices of consumer goods and services. The growth of prices for consumer goods and services will reduce real wages, even if nominal wages remain unchanged. In fact, even if nominal wages rise, real wages will drop if the prices of consumer goods and services rise. The working class fights for the increase both of nominal and real wages. Although the economic struggle of the proletariat cannot free workers from exploitation, it is still necessary to improve their economic position and for the organization and unity of the working class. Without the class struggle, the gap between wages and the value of labor power would have expanded. The wage level differs considerably from country to country. It is particularly low in the economically less developed countries. National distinctions in wages are due to many factors, the chief among them being the following: different value of labor power. As we already know, the value of labor power is determined by physiological, historical, and moral factors. The conditions that obtained during the formation of the working class, the traditional labor intensity, are also relevant. The moral element of the value of labor power is determined by the country's historical development and the cultural level of its working class. Owing to the uneven economic and socio-cultural development of the capitalist countries, the importance of that element differs from country to country. That is why the amount and nature of the means of subsistence needed to satisfy these requirements are not identical throughout. The low wages in the less developed countries are partly explained by the low value of the labor power there. However, the main reason is the domination of foreign capital, which dooms the working people in those countries to poverty and starvation. At the same time, the bourgeoisie of the imperialist states uses part of their enormous super profits for handouts to the elite of the working class, thus raising the average wage level in those countries. 73. Varying level of unemployment in different countries. In countries where the supply and demand for labor power is particularly unfavorable to the workers, the capitalists fix the wages far below the value of labor power. The greater the local unemployment, the wider is the gap between wages and the value of labor power. The enormous overpopulation in the less developed countries enables the capitalists operating various enterprises there to pay the workers paltry wages, only a fraction of those in developed countries. Besides, the workers in many dependent countries have to bear the heavy yoke of national and social oppression and are subject to national and racial discrimination in wages. Differences in the levels of skill and number of skilled workers in different countries. In the developed capitalist countries, where the mechanization and automation of production have attained a high level, the share of skilled workers is much higher than in the less developed agricultural countries, where unskilled labor predominates. The higher the proportion of unskilled labor, the lower the average national wage level, and vice versa. The extent to which low-paid women's and children's labor is used in different countries has the same effect. The different degree to which the working class is organized, the political unity of workers, the strength of the trade union movement, and the intensity of the class struggle in different countries. The existence of the world socialist system and the vigorous revolutionary onslaught of the working class and the national liberation movements on monopoly capital help the workers to force the capitalists to raise wages, and satisfy other economic demands, if they rally around their revolutionary vanguard and wage the class struggle more actively. To assess the wage level in a country correctly, it is necessary to take into account other factors, like the length of the working day and the intensity of labor. It is possible that higher nominal wages in any one country with a working day longer and labor more intensive than in other countries will actually be lower than in the latter, and insufficient compensation for the longer and more intensive labor. Chapter 4. Accumulation of capital. The present position of the proletariat. 1. The essence of capitalist accumulation. Simple and extended. In order to exist, society must can reproduction constantly produce material wealth, means of production and consumer goods. Consumed products must be replaced, this means that social production must be continually renewed. In this process not only the material wealth, but the relations of production, the relations of the given mode of social production are reproduced. There are two kinds of reproduction, simple and extended. Simple reproduction is the reproduction that takes place when production merely repeats itself, when the newly created means of production and consumer goods replace those that have been used up. Extended reproduction is a renewal of production on an increased or extended scale. More means of production and more consumer goods are produced than the number required to replace those that have been consumed. Under capitalism, reproduction is simple when the functioning capital is reproduced year by year on the same scale. Simple reproduction means that the total surplus value, created yearly by the labor of hired workers, is used up by the capitalist for his personal consumption. Under extended reproduction, part of the surplus value is used to increase the scale of production, that is, it is added to the size of the functioning capital. This addition of Sir. 75. Concentration and centralization of capital. Plus value to capital. The transformation of surplus value into capital is called accumulation of capital. To appropriate the maximum of possible surplus value, the capitalists intensify exploitation by capitalist rationalization of production, improve the technical equipment at their enterprises, and improve the organization of labor so as to drive the workers harder. All this is achieved through the expansion of production. Rivalry between capitalists trying to sell the commodities produced at their enterprises as profitably as possible is a typical feature of capitalism. This impels them to expand production, as large enterprises are more competitive. There are two ways of forming big capital. The first is the concentration of capital, i.e., its increase by the addition of surplus value. The concentration of individual sums of capital increases the aggregate social capital. Centralization is another way of forming big capital. This is an amalgamation of individual sums of capital into a large capital. This does not increase the social capital, it merely redistributes it and concentrates it in fewer hands. Joint stock companies are one form of centralization of capital. A widespread way of centralizing capital is the takeover, absorption of smaller, less competitive enterprises by a large concern in the course of the competitive struggle. Even though the concentration and centralization of capital are different things, they are interlinked and interdependent. Both lead to the formation of bigger sums of capital. Concentration and centralization of capital lead to the concentration of production, that is, to an enlargement of enterprises and the concentration of the means of production, workers, and output in increasingly large enterprises. The concentration of production has a dual effect. It intensifies the exploitation of the working people and so enriches the capitalists, since large enterprises are better able to apply the whole system of capitalist rationalization, aimed at the maximum intensification of labor and more effective exploitation of the workers. But the concentration of production leads to the concentration of workers at large enterprises, and so to their rallying in powerful proletarian organizations. 76. Organic composition. As capital expands, the two parts of capital do not increase in the same proportion, and the technical and organic composition of capital changes. The relation between the mass of the means of production employed, and the mass of labor necessary for their employment, is called the technical composition of capital. It is an indication of the equipment available to labor. The more equipment, instruments, and other means of labor every worker uses, the more objects of labor he handles, the higher is the technical composition of capital. The technical composition of capital should not be confused with the value composition of capital, which is the relation between the value of the means of production and the value of the labor power. It shows the correlation between the conditions for the production of surplus value, the magnitude of the constant capital, and the source of surplus value, the magnitude of the variable capital. The technical and value compositions are closely interconnected. When the technical composition grows, the value composition grows pro rata, if the prices of the means of production and of labor power remain unchanged. As the productive forces develop, both the technical and value composition of capital change. An increase in the technical composition of capital is reflected in a relatively swift growth of the generation of electric power for industrial needs and in the introduction of automation. The relation between the value of the constant capital and the value of the variable capital, determined by the technical structure of capital, is called the organic composition of capital. The extension of the production of capital is generally attended by its capitalist rationalization, including technical modification. As capitalism develops, the technical composition of capital grows, and its organic composition increases. Changes in the organic composition factors which affection of capital affect the creation of surplus value, the source OL, which is variable capital. The share of variable capital falls as the organic composition of capital rises. The mass of surplus value created with a capital of the same size decreases COR. 77. Respondingly, this means that the possibility of the capitalization of surplus value, i.e., that of an accumulation of capital and expansion of production, decreases too. The tendency for accumulation to increase, endemic in capital, asserts itself in different ways. In these conditions, capitalism's intrinsic tendency to increase accumulation breaks its way through in the following ways. When the ratio between the surplus value consumed and the surplus value accumulated is constant, the amount of accumulation depends on the rate of exploitation of the workers. The capitalist must therefore constantly concern himself with raising the rate of exploitation. The growth of labor productivity is an important factor in increasing accumulations. A growth of productivity in the consumer industries and in industries which produce means of production for the consumer industries reduces the value of labor power, the relative surplus value grows as a result. A growth of labor productivity also leads to a reduction in the value of the means of production. While the capitalist initially paid, say, $100,000 for the purchase of the means of production, in the new production cycle he will, as a result of the drop in the value and, hence, in the price, be able to buy them for $80,000, which gave him an extra $20,000 to use on the expansion of production. 2. The process of capitalist accumulation and the formation of an industrial reserve army. Relative surplus population. We have seen that the share of constant capital increases and the share of the variable capital decreases as the organic composition of capital rises. This does not mean that variable capital decreases in absolute terms, its absolute size grows, but more slowly than the constant capital. This means that with the development of capitalism the demand for labor power increases in absolute terms, but drops in relation to the size of the functioning capital and the scale of production. The systematic lagging of the demand for labor power. 78. Behind the rate at which capitalist production grows creates a situation in which quite a few workers, particularly the older generation and workers in outdated professions, lose their work. Extended capitalist reproduction creates a relative surplus of workers, a relative surplus population. We call it relative because there are not too many workers, but there are too many in relation to the needs of capitalist production. Under a different social system, socialism, the growth of production and technological, organizational, and economic progress do not create a surplus of workers. This system knows no unemployment. There is enough work for the entire able-bodied population. The relative surplus population takes a variety of forms. First, there is the loading surplus. This is a relative surplus of workers created by the alternate expansion and contraction in production, alternately throwing some workers out and drawing them back into production. Then, there is the latent surplus population. A large part of the latent surplus population comes from the mass of the poor and the ruined middle peasants. They get such meager incomes that they are always on the verge of joining the ranks of hired workers. Many peasants are compelled to hire themselves out on the side. About 50% of the farming population of the USA is in this position. The small artisans in towns can also be included in the latent surplus population. Their low living standard continually tempts them to give up their trade and to join the army of hired workers, when conditions favor this. The part-time workers too belong to the surplus population. This relative surplus population is called latent because the peasants and artisans have a business of their own, and the part-time workers, an occupation. Bourgeois statistics treat them as self-employed. Nevertheless, they are essentially part of the industrial reserve army. Third, the section of the working class in very irregular employment belongs to the stagnant surplus population. They have no regular source of income and exist on low-paid part-time jobs. Finally, there is a yet lower stratum included in the term relative surplus population, which, as Marx said, dwells in the sphere of pauperism. Pauperism, Marx wrote, is the 79. Industrial Reserve Army. Hospital of the active labor army and the dead weight of the industrial reserve army. 1. There are the people who have long since been ousted from production and have lost all hope of ever returning. These are people who have passed the normal age of the laborer, the cripples, incapacitated workers, etc. And then there are the vagabonds, criminals, prostitutes, and other déclassé elements, that disgusting product of capitalist society, which permeates that society in abundance and is a living proof of its depravity. These strata of bourgeois society, redundant to capitalist society, are the industrial reserve army. When the capitalist needs workers, he finds them on the labor market. The abundant supply of labor leads to competition among the workers, to the desire to be the first to get a job. The capitalists use this to maintain wages at a low level for both workers newly engaged and for those who are in work. The communist and working class movement in the capitalist countries, therefore, constantly face the important task of strengthening the class solidarity of workers, of organizing joint actions by the employed and unemployed aimed at frustrating the entrepreneurs' attempts to use the unemployed, the Industrial Reserve Army, to lower wages. The Industrial Reserve Army is not stable. In some capitalist countries there is mass unemployment which has become chronic. It increases greatly during the crises of overproduction, when production contracts, and decreases somewhat during booms. Modern capitalism is characterized by partial unemployment where a large proportion of the labor force is employed on part-time jobs daily or weekly owing to the existence of chronically idle capacity. Unemployment is the scourge of bourgeois theories of capitalist society, its most obvious unemployment FAJLT_IW0J, therefore, that the apologists of capitalism spare no effort to absolve that system of its responsibility for unemployment. The British bourgeois economist John Maynard Keynes looks for the cause of unemployment in people's psychology. He says that as incomes grow, people prefer to save money rather than buy consumer goods, and that is why the effective demand drops and production is curtailed. This, he says, is also promoted by the capitalists' wish to keep their wealth liquid, that is, in cash form, instead of using it for the expansion of production. Keynes believes that unemployment can be done away with under capitalism with the help of the state. He says that full employment can be achieved if private and state capital investments are increased. He gives preference to investments which do not increase the mass of consumer goods. War production holds a high place on his list of priorities. Actually, however, unemployment is an inevitable concomitant of capitalism, and it is the result of the operation of the economic laws of capitalism. To save Keynes's bankrupt theory, bourgeois economists are now saying that full employment does not mean the complete absence of unemployment. American economists call the unemployment of 4 to 5% of the labor force Indiana the USA full employment. U.S. bourgeois economists speak of two types of unemployment, deflationary, and frictional. Bourgeois economists call the unemployment caused by an insufficient demand for labor power deflationary unemployment. When the unemployed do not possess the skills needed to fill available vacancies, the bourgeois economists speak of frictional unemployment. The bourgeois ideologists make a qualitative distinction between these two types of unemployment. They argue that frictional unemployment is temporary and compatible with full employment. This artificial division of unemployment into two basically different types has the aim of making unemployment look harmless and temporary, of concealing the inability of the bourgeois state to resolve this grave problem. To explain unemployment, the bourgeois ideologists also fall back on the theory of the prominent British economist Thomas Malthus. Malthus formulated the law of population, according to which mankind multiplies in a geometrical progression, while, owing to natural limitations, the production of goods only increases in an arithmetical progression and so lags behind the population growth more and more. He maintained that the only way to adjust the situation between the population figure and goods production was to check the growth in world population. As distinct from Malthus's eternal law of population, Marxism-Leninism maintains that every socio-economic formation has its own population law, which is evolved not by nature, but by the economic conditions prevailing in that society. The capitalist law of population can be reduced to the following: the accumulation of capital leads to conditions in which part of the working population inevitably forms a relative surplus, is ousted from production, loses employment, and sinks into poverty. The wealth of the capitalists grows the general low continuously with the accumulation of capital, while the position of the working class deteriorates. The reason for it is that since surplus value is the source of the accumulation of capital, all ways of producing surplus value are at the same time ways of accumulating capital. With the development of capitalist production, the absolute mass of the proletariat exploited by capital grows, and with it, the relative surplus population, the Industrial Reserve Army. The accumulation of capital leads not only to a deterioration of the position of the unemployed, but also of the actively employed population. Karl Marx wrote, "The greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and, therefore, also the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productiveness of its labor, the greater is the industrial reserve army. The same causes which develop the expansive power of capital, develop also the labor power at its disposal. The relative mass of the industrial reserve army increases therefore with the potential energy of wealth. But the greater this reserve army in proportion to the active labor army, the greater is the mass of a consolidated surplus population, whose misery is in direct proportion to the labor put in. The more extensive, finally, the Lazarus layers of the working class, and the industrial reserve army, the greater is official 6 to 204. 82. Pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. 1. Decreasing of working classes' share in the national income. The decline of the working class's share in the national income is one of the most important indicators in this process. This fact is so obvious that it is even admitted by bourgeois scholars. Thus Gabriel Kalko, a lecturer in history at Harvard University, calculated that whereas in 1910 the 30% of the population Indiana, the highest income bracket in the USA, had appropriated 56.4% of the total national income, in 1959 they had 57.4%. Victor Perlow, a progressive American economist, has calculated that between 1946 and 1969 the growth of wages of workers resulting from the rise in their labor productivity declined by 22.5%. The decline in the factory and other workers' share in the national income can also be seen in other capitalist countries. In Germany the factory and other workers' share was 49.6% in 1925, but in the Federal Republic of Germany by 1961 it was 39.9%. The relative deterioration of the position of the working class can be seen also from a comparison of the dynamics of wages and profits. In the United States total corporation profits rose about 4.5 times between 1945 and 1972, while total wages and salaries increased by 80% or only. The more rapid growth of profits shows that the exploitation of workers is being intensified and that their share in the national income is on the decline. Bourgeois statistics often use the category added value. 3. Relative deterioration of the position of the working class. The relative impoverishment of the proletariat means the deterioration of its position compared with the bourgeoisie. This resembles the Marxian category newly created value with the difference that it excludes trading capital, and that the depreciation is not deducted. And the workers' real share in this category is concealed because official statistics lump together workers' wages with the salaries drawn by even the most highly paid employees, including corporation executives. But the figures for the workers' share in the added value are still instructive, and they show a definite decline in the working class's share in the national income. In the USA, for example, the share of factory and office workers in the added value, created by industry, dropped from 39.6% in 1947 to 33% in 1962. The increased concentration of wealth and incomes in the hands of the few is another indication of the downward trend in the working class's share. It should be remembered that official bourgeois statistics on the position of the working people are heavily distorted. Bourgeois economists use these data to devise all sorts of theories to persuade the public that there is neither an absolute deterioration of the proletariat's position nor a relative impoverishment. Simon Kuznets and other U.S. economists have advanced the revolution in incomes theory, according to which the share of the rich in the national income is falling, while that of the poor is increasing. A scientific analysis of official statistics alone can throw light on the working people's real position. 4. Absolute deterioration of the position of the working class. The general law of capitalist accumulation stipulates not only a relative, but also an absolute deterioration of the position of the working class. This law operates at all stages of the development of the capitalist mode of production. It would be wrong, however, to expect to find this law manifested in the general and continuous deterioration of the proletariat's living conditions. But it would be even more wrong to deny the absolute deterioration on the ground that real wages have Essence of the absolute deterioration of the position of the working class under capitalism. 84. Risen in some countries in recent years, that the living conditions of part of the proletariat have improved, etc. Concrete changes in the position of a definite section of the workers during a particular period must not be confused with overall effects of the fundamental laws which determine the general position of the proletariat under capitalism. In an analysis of the essence of the absolute deterioration of the proletariat's position in bourgeois society, a distinction should be drawn between the growth of poverty, physical poverty, and the growth of poverty not in the physical but in the social sense. Point 1. The growth of poverty in the physical sense means a decline in the proletariat's living standard and even mass starvation. This does happen under modern capitalism, but it is not a general, universal, and constant phenomenon. It can be seen as a tendency in the following situations. First, in the capitalist countries which have been plundered by the monopolies for a long time and are still being exploited. There are many such countries. The working people there are ill-housed and ill-fed. The standard of living of a large proportion not only doesn't rise, it is falling steadily. Second, even in the richest capitalist countries there are areas where the working people live in poverty. In the USA this applies mainly to the southern states and to industrial areas which have declined as a result of the modern technological progress. Third, physical poverty grows in capitalist countries during economic crises and depressions. In the USA, Germany, Britain, France, and in other countries this was particularly evident during the catastrophic crisis in the 30s. Fourth, the poverty of the masses aggravates during and immediately after wars. This could be observed during the Second World War in France, Italy, Japan, and in many countries immediately after the war. Fifth and last, there is physical poverty among a definite section of the working class even in the richest capitalist countries in peacetime, even during industrial booms. Even bourgeois statistics fail to conceal this completely, however hard they try. In explaining the deterioration of the worker's social position, the worker's position in the social sense, Lenin defined the following elements: the level of the wants and consumption of the bourgeoisie, the level of the wants and consumption of society as a whole, and the living standard of the working masses. As regards the bourgeoisie, the level of its wants and its actual consumption of both luxuries and necessities grows continuously, since the bulk of the means of production is concentrated in its hands. The level of wants for society in general grows as a result of the development of the productive forces. The working class makes up the larger part of society and its wants grow with the development of the productive forces too. This does not mean, however, that the worker's actual level of consumption of necessities grows to the same extent. One of the arguments used by bourgeois economists in their attempt to discredit the Marxian theory of the deterioration of the position of the working class under capitalism is that the working people now use more and better consumer goods than they did, say, before the Second World War. This does not prove anything. The wants of society are a function of the productive forces. The wants of the working class cannot be measured as an absolute quantity of consumer goods, but by the quantity and quality of goods which are needed for the reproduction of labor power in the given historical conditions and the country they live in. Poverty in the social sense means that there is an increasing discrepancy between the living standard of the proletariat and the level of social wants, determined by the development of the productive forces. Since the productive forces develop and social wants grow accordingly, while the standard of living of the working class lags behind, there is an absolute increase in the number of unsatisfied essential wants. 86. Two contradictory tendencies affect. Refon between the value the dynamics 0f the value 0f labor of labor power and waves are trademark R. Power, the IORSAs which tend to lower the value of labor power are, the growth of the social labor productivity, the employment of women and children and the growth of unemployment. The growth of the working classes wants determined by the progress of the productive forces tends to push up the value of labor power. Increased intensity of labor, greater skills, and the struggle of the working class also tend to raise it. To assess the dynamics of the value of labor power correctly, an analysis of bourgeois statistics has to be made. This is no easy undertaking. An approximate idea about the value of labor power can be gained from family budgets. Official budgets, of course, provide for a very low standard of living. Yet, even a comparison of wages with these budgets shows that the average wage only covers about 60 or 70% of the family budget. Thus, wages differ from the actual price of labor power expressing its value. Wages represent the price of labor power on the labor market. The distinctive feature of the commodity labor power is that the supply exceeds the demand so that wages are usually below the value of labor power. Changes in the position. A study of the position of the work of the proletariat in class should not be confined to national and international. An analysis of this problem in any individual capitalist country. It should be based on the international proletariat, on the capitalist world as a whole. It would naturally be wrong to ignore national differences in the position of the proletariat in different countries, due to particular historical reasons, or the different levels in the development of the productive forces, the productivity of labor, the class struggle, etc. Yet, it is obvious that it would be no less wrong to judge about the position of the working class in all capitalist countries on the basis of data about the position of, say, the American proletariat. The differences between the position of the American workers and that of the workers in other capitalist countries are enormous. We proceed from the assumption that the operation of the 87 law which determines the position of the working class in bourgeois society should be traced not in nationally isolated capitalist economies, but in the world capitalist economy as a whole. This is particularly important because monopoly capital places some workers' layers in the most developed capitalist countries in a relatively better position by increasing the exploitation of the proletariat in the less developed countries. Uneven changes in the position of the proletariat. It would also be wrong only to consider average figures in an analysis of the position of the working class. There must be a differentiated approach to the position of the different layers of the working class. For example, in the USA in June 1968 the average weekly wages in the manufacturing industries producing consumer durables was $133.3, the average weekly wage of workers in the car industry $158, in the steel industry $150, and in the woodworking industry $101. The dynamics of the proletariat's standard of living cannot be portrayed as a regular curve similar for all countries. Changes in the standard of living are irregular in time and place and depend largely on the change in the phases of the trade cycle. The period of boom after a crisis is usually the most favorable for a working class struggle for a better standard of living. If, however, the working class achieves definite successes, which are lost again to the monopolies when the economic and political conditions change, this is nothing but an absolute deterioration of the proletariat's position as compared with the preceding period. Another expression of the unevenness of changes in the proletariat's position is that while workers attain definite improvements in some countries, their position rapidly grows ever more unbearable in others. We cannot judge about changes in the proletariat's position on the basis of one or a few isolated symptoms. No one can deny that the dynamics of the real wages are an important indicator of the working class's position. Undoubtedly, lower wages indicate a general deterioration in its position. Yet, it would be wrong to conclude from that higher wages always symptoms characteristic of the worker's position under capitalism. 88. Mean an improvement. If the labor intensity rises to a greater degree than the increase in the real wages, the result will be a deterioration, and not an improvement, of the worker's position. Every time when for some reason or other real wages rise, bourgeois economists hurry to declare the Marxian theory about the impoverishment of the working class under capitalism outdated. They do not mention that the theory never connected the analysis of the working class's position with the question of wages alone. Marx wrote, "In proportion as capital accumulates, the lot of the laborer, be his payment high or low, must grow worse." One Marxist-Leninist political economy postulates that the total set of factors determining the proletariat's living standard must be considered. These factors include the extent and dynamics of unemployment, the length of the working day, the intensity of labor, working conditions, dynamics of nominal and, especially, of real wages, composition of the incomes of the worker's family, level of indebtedness of the worker's family, availability of food, clothing, housing, and satisfaction of cultural requirements, state of social insurance and health service, sickness, the birth and death rates among the working population. In different circumstances, various factors which determine the living standard of the working class may begin to play a more important part than others. Under modern capitalism, the growing intensification of labor, the widening gap between the value of labor power and wages, mass unemployment, and the increasing tax burden all contribute particularly heavily to the deterioration of the position of the working class. Two tendencies affect the position counteracting tendencies F the working das under capital in the proletariat's position. I.e. first, the constant tendency of capitalism to worsen the position of the working class, acts with the regularity of a socio-economic law under capitalism. But there is another counteracting tendency, which is primarily an effect of the class struggle waged by the proletariat. Lenin wrote, he spoke of poverty, degradation, etc., indicating at the same time the counteracting tendency and the real social forces that alone could give rise to this tendency. 1. The law of the class struggle checks the destructive effect of the general law of capitalist accumulation on the labor force. Friedrich Engels, objecting to a draft of the Erfurt program of the German Social Democrats, which said, "The number and the misery of the proletariat increase continuously," emphasized, this is incorrect when put in such a categorical way. The organization of the workers and their constantly growing resistance will possibly check the increase of misery to a certain extent. 2. The workers' class struggle is able to check the tendency towards the impoverishment of the proletariat, but it cannot eliminate it. The reformists say that the development of workers' organizations, trade unions, cooperatives, etc., has put an end to impoverishment. The French socialist Pierre Rimbert writes that as a result of working class efforts, the tendency of capitalism to increase the misery of the proletariat does not become an absolute fact. According to Pierre Rimbert, there can be capitalism in which the tendency towards the impoverishment of the workers has been abolished. John Strachey, the theoretician of the British Labour Party, wrote that the law of the impoverishment of the proletariat formulated by Marx has turned out to be a tendency that does exist in the system, but which may be allowed to take over or curbed. Actually, however, capitalism, and especially modern imperialism, bring objective factors into play which continually tend to lower the working class's standard of living. When and wherever these factors are not strongly resisted by the workers, the position of the people deteriorates steadily. The struggle of the proletariat can slow down, but cannot eliminate this process. To eliminate it, capitalism must be destroyed. 5. The historical tendency of capitalist accumulation. The accumulation of capital is a deeply contradictory process. On the one hand, it is a force for progress in production, for the growth and improvement of the productive forces of capitalist society. On the other, it is attended by the greater exploitation of the working people, the growth of unemployment, the worsening of the position not only of unemployed, but of workers in employment. This feature of capitalist accumulation engenders a historical tendency in capitalist development which boils down to this: by developing production, capitalism digs its own grave and nurtures the grave digger, the revolutionary proletariat. Development of the productive forces. Greed impels the capitalists to expand production on the basis of the accumulation of capital, its concentration and centralization. Growing capital, while expanding the exploitation of hired labor, introduces better and better means of production and concentrates them at large enterprises. The means of individual labor now become the means of collective, social production, while the degree of the socialization of labor grows. Hired labor power, as well as the means of production, are concentrated increasingly at bigger and bigger concerns. The growth of production goes hand in hand with the extension of the social division of labor. Enterprises become more and more specialized. Their mutual links grow, and the branches of the economy become increasingly interdependent. Countries that were once isolated are drawn into the world capitalist economy. The commodities produced by society, once products of isolated enterprises, become products of social labor. Production becomes a social process. The results of production continue exacerbation of the to G privately appropriated. The material wealth does not belong to its real creators, the working people, but to the exploiting minority. The private capitalist form of appropriation clashes more and more with the social character of production. Capitalist production Rela. 91. Tions enter into this conflict with the productive forces, and this fetters their further development. Thus, by its laws and by the aggravation of this basic contradiction, the capitalist mode of production itself creates the material, economic prerequisite for the socialist revolution. The process of capitalist accumulation exacerbates the contradictions between labor and capital, between exploited and exploiters. The expansion of production, a result of the accumulation of capital, adds to the wealth of the exploiters and brings untold suffering to the working people. This arouses the just anger of the people. They rise against the oppression by capital. The deterioration of the working people's position promotes greatly the class struggle in capitalist society. At the same time, the concentration under capitalism of huge masses of workers at large enterprises and in workers' centers creates favorable conditions for the organization and unity of the working class, and for the growing class awareness. In the vanguard of the working masses, the working class, led by the Marxist-Leninist Party, forms an alliance with all working people and becomes a powerful social force capable of overthrowing the bourgeois rule. The political prerequisites for a socialist revolution mature in the womb of capitalism. The interaction between the economic factors and the political prerequisites of a socialist revolution give birth to the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, which Karl Marx described as follows: centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist integument. Thus integument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 1 Chapter 5. Separate forms of industrial capital. Distribution of surplus value among various groups of capitalists. I. The circulation and turnover of capital. Circulation of capital. An individual capital passes canalrecy functional forms secutively through 3 stages of movement and takes on 3 distinct functional forms. In the first stage of the movement of advanced capital, it buys the means of production and labor power in the market, i.e., the capital moves in the sphere of circulation. /LP. This is represented by the formula, MC, where NMP. M is money, C commodity, LP labor power, and MP means of production. Here the capital is in its first functional form, money capital. It combines the labor power with the means of production and prepares the conditions for production. At the end of the first stage, capital changes from its monetary form into the form of productive capital. The second stage in the movement of capital is the production process, which we will call P. The production process results in the commodities C1 that have been created by the workers. The value of the commodities C1 is greater than the value of the original commodity C by the amount of the surplus value. Hence, the function of productive capital is to create surplus value embodied in the new commodities, which are the result of the production process. These commodities, now ready for sale, are called commodity capital, and they are the third functional form of capital. The third stage is the sale of the commodities, their conversion into money. This conversion of commodity capital into money capital can be shown as C1M1. Here M1, as also C1, exceeds M by the magnitude S. The function of commodity capital is to realize the commodities, to realize the value of the advanced capital plus the surplus value in the form of money. Money capital and commodity capital function in the sphere of circulation, and they are the circulating capital. The movement of capital in all the 3 stages is X/LP pressed by the formula, MC\P. C1M1. XMP. The movement of capital through these 3 stages, the conversion of money capital into productive capital, into commodity capital and, finally, back into money capital is called the circuit of capital. Marx called a capital, which in the course of circulation takes on these forms and fulfills these functions, industrial capital regardless of the economic area in which it was employed. If we examine the capital of a modern company, we will find that each part of it passes consecutively from one form into the other, while all the capital moves simultaneously in the circulation sphere. The circular movement of capital, seen as a cycle, not as a single movement, is called the turnover of capital. The turnover of capital includes a whole series of circuits of the parts and continues from the time the capital M begins to move to the point where it returns to the capitalist in its original form, but enlarged by the amount of the surplus value. The advanced capital is divided into two parts, productive capital and circulating capital. Productive capital is, in its turn, divided into the fixed and working capital according to the way in which it transfers its value to the finished product. Constant capital is that part of the productive capital which is fully conceived in the production process, preserves its physical form for a long time, and transfers its turnover of capital value to the product piecemeal, so that its value also returns to the capitalist as money piecemeal. The part of the fixed capital that is used up each year is called depreciation. Its size depends on the extent of wear of the separate elements and the speed at which the equipment becomes obsolete. Capital wears quicker physically when the means of labor are used more intensively. Machinery and equipment grow obsolete because new, more productive, and cheaper means of production of the same kind are invented. Under the scientific and technological revolution, the fixed capital quickly becomes obsolete and depreciation grows quickly. The part of the productive capital whose value is fully used up in each circuit and returned to the capitalist in full after the sale of the commodities is the working capital. It is made up of the workers' wages, cost of raw materials, fuel, minor implements, etc. Since advanced working capital makes several circuits a year, large sums of working capital may be used during the year even though the advanced capital was relatively small. Its size depends, first and foremost, on the number of workers, their wages, the value of the raw materials, fuel, etc., consumed. In fact, it depends, in the final analysis, on the volume of production, the labor and materials used. These factors remaining constant, an acceleration or slowdown in the turnover of capital may allow the capitalist to withdraw some of his advanced capital from production or, on the contrary, to put in more sums. The division of the productive capital into fixed and working capital conceals the part played by labor power in the creation of value. Unlike the objects of labor, labor power, as we have seen, does not transfer its value, but creates new value, a part of which reproduces the value of the labor power. Putting workers' wages under one heading together with the raw materials, fuel, etc., and opposing them to the constant capital, helps to conceal the nature of capitalist exploitation. The annual number of turnovers of the capital is determined by dividing the total capital expenditure, which is realized in the sales of output during the year, by the whole advanced capital. At enterprises with a very big fixed capital, the capital completes only a fraction of a turnover in a year. At enterprises with a big working capital, the capital makes several turnovers during the year. 7. Real turnover of capital includes a series or cycles of the consecutive annual turnovers of capital which make up the service life of the constant capital. During that period all the parts of the capital have been compensated not only in value, but also in their physical form. At the end of that cycle the implements of labor have been fully replaced. The sum of surplus value produced. Value degree SMP at an enterprise during a year is called the annual mass of surplus value. The slowdown or speed up of the turnover of capital appears to decrease or increase the annual surplus value, but this is not so, since this depends only on the number of hired workers and the rate at which they are exploited. However, faster turnover of capital makes it possible to release part of the advanced capital, and use it to expand production and exploit a greater number of workers. This increases the annual mass of surplus value. The ratio of the annual mass of surplus value and the value of the advanced variable capital is called the annual rate of surplus value. The annual rate of surplus value is the rate of surplus value produced during one turnover of the variable capital multiplied by the number of turnovers of the variable capital during the year, or S1 equals SDN. It can increase or decrease even if the number of workers and their rate of exploitation remains the same, but the velocity of the turnover of the variable capital increases or decreases. This too tends to conceal the true source of surplus value. 2. Average profit and the price of production. Production costs and profit. The outlay of capital on the production of commodities is called the production costs. The capitalist includes them in the price of the commodity and recovers them when he sells it. The distinction between fixed and 96. Variable capital is in the production cost. Non-productive expenditure is considered by the capitalist productive expenditure. So, the production cost is made up of a heterogeneous group of capital expenditures. The surplus value realized during the year now is the surplus over the production costs and appears to have been created by the whole advanced capital, not by the variable capital. The transmuted form of surplus value, seen as the result of the action of the entire advanced capital, is called profit. The combination of C and V in the single category of production costs and the transmutation of surplus value into profit serves to conceal the exploitation of hired workers. The ratio of the surplus value realized during the year to the entire advanced capital expressed as a percentage is the rate of profit, P1 equals %. The annual total profit, i.e., the mass of profit and its rate are used by the capitalist to determine whether it is worth to invest his capital or not. Marx called the rate of profit the motive force behind capitalist production. When commodities are sold at value, competition between the rate of profit on the aggregate in every branch is influenced profit said by the following two basic factors. 1. The rate of profit. The higher the rate of the surplus value in the branch, the higher the rate of profit. 2. The organic composition of capital, that is, the ratio of the constant and variable capital, reflecting the technical level of capital. The higher the organic composition of capital in the branch, the lower is the rate of profit. 3. Velocity of the capital turnover. The higher the velocity, the higher is the rate of profit. 4. The size of unproductive expenditure in the branch. If the unproductive expenditure is high, less of the surplus value is left for the capitalist, so *key rate of profit is lower. As a result of these factors, equal sums of capital yield different profits in different branches, when commodities are sold at value. But competition between branches equalizes the rate of profit. Marx was the first to show how branches with a low organic composition of capital lose part of the surplus value, and branches with a high organic composition obtain it. The branches in which the rate of profits is high attract new investments, and expand production, evolving a surplus of commodities in the market. The prices for the commodities and consequently the rate of profit in these branches gradually fall, while production in the branches with a low rate of profit develops slowly or even contracts and eventually falls below the demand. This raises the price of commodities, and the rate of profit rises gradually. Thus, the flow of capital from one branch to another raises the rate of profit in some and lowers it in others, which tends to equalize the rate of profit in different branches and to form a common average rate of profit. The profit derived at the average rate from the capital in every branch, irrespective of these factors, is called the average profit. It is equal to the ratio between the realized aggregate surplus value and the aggregate capital. The prices forming as a result of the competition between branches deviate from the value of the commodities. They are equal to the social production costs plus the average profit on the advanced capital and are called production prices. Karl Marx demonstrated that the social character of production makes it necessary to establish strict proportions between the different branches of the economy. Under spontaneously developing capitalist production, the proportions between the branches are maintained only through constant disturbances of those proportions. The interconnection between branches causes a rapid expansion of production in some branches and slowdown in others and is governed by fluctuations in the branch rates of profit around the average rate. Market prices fluctuate around the prices of production. Profits above the average rate are made in the branches whose rapid development is particularly important to ensure the profitability of capitalist production as a whole. Factories in branches producing goods in excess of the demand derive a profit below the average, develop much more slowly, and may in extreme cases even be shut down. 7-94. 98. The average weighted rate of profit in 15 branches in the U.S. manufacturing industry fluctuated between 1925 and 1950 only within the limits of 1 to 2%, despite the great differences in the organic composition and turnover velocity of the sums of capital, and in the proportion of unproductive expenditures. This shows that the law of the average rate of profit still operates under monopoly capitalism. However, the forms in which that law manifests itself under monopoly rule are considerably modified. Domination of monopolies essentially undermines the profits leveling mechanism, complicating inter-industry competition and the process of capital transference. The lion's share of profits is seized by a handful of monopolies. The average rate of profit in the monopoly and non-monopoly sectors of the economy forms at different quantity levels. The difference between the average profit of the monopolies and that of non-monopoly industries makes the aggregate monopoly super profit. Manufacturers in the same branch competition within producing similar goods compete in order to sell their goods more profitably and to make an above-average profit. The main kind of additional profit made within branches is the profit made as a result of superiority in production organization and methods. Selling commodities at the same price, technically backward enterprises, at which the individual prices of production are above the market price, lose part of their share of the average profit, while technically advanced enterprises make an above-average profit. This stimulates the introduction of a more progressive organization of labor, technical improvement, and the renewal of the fixed capital. Bankruptcies among the backward enterprises in the branch constantly throws part of the labor force into the streets. The conversion of profit into an average profit tends to conceal the actual source of profits. As a result of competition between branches, the capital of each branch brings in a profit in direct proportion to its size, irrespective of the number of workers employed. Some bourgeois economists use this fact to assert that the profit is created by the size of the capital itself. The falsity of this assertion, scientifically proved by Marx in his labor theory of value, can be seen. 99. Today also from the fact that bourgeois theories are unable to explain the differences in the sizes of profits made by different enterprises in the same branch with equal sums of capital. Some bourgeois economists maintain that improved production methods and equipment are the source of profit, i.e., that this is the natural form in which the advanced capital creates profit. This theory, which denies the average profit concept, is unable to explain facts arising out of the competition between branches, such as when sums of capital of the same size, but in two different branches, using up-to-date production methods and equipment to a different extent, derive approximately identical rates of profit for a number of years. The formation of production prices. Price of production does not abrogate the action of the law OT value, since price is a transmuted form of value. The average profit is a transmuted manifestation of surplus value. In some branches it is higher than the surplus value, in others it is lower by the same amount. But the sum total of average profit on a social scale is equal to the sum total of surplus value. The total annual wages for all workers and the total annual profits of all capitalists is still determined by the amount of abstract labor expended by society during the year. The working day of individual workers and of all workers is still divided into the necessary and surplus parts. Without a change in the number of workers employed, the productivity, intensity and complexity of labor, the profit collected by the entire capitalist class can only be increased by cutting the workers' wages, while wages can be increased only by reducing profits. Price movements are as before ultimately determined by the movement of commodity values, i.e., by changes in the productivity and complexity of labor. In capitalist society, the operation of the law of value is mediated by the law of the prices of production. It spontaneously regulates the distribution of social labor and the means of production between branches. Phi's law promotes the development of the productive forces in capitalist society and makes the capitalist lace the alternative of improving his equipment or going under. It is also at the back of the concentration and centralization of production, the bankruptcy of some producers and the enrichment of others. Since the average profit is a transmuted form of surplus value, the sale of the mass of manufactured commodities and the creation of conditions for the continuous renewal of the production process. Expenditures on the circulation of of commodities are known as distri exploitation in the sphere of circulation or circulation costs. A part of these costs is connected with the continuation of the production process in the sphere of trade. The labor of the workers employed in this area also creates both value and surplus value. The second part of the distribution costs are net costs, that is, costs directly linked with the process of buying and selling commodities, the cost of the competition, accounting and safeguarding of commodities and money, supervision of the workers, etc. They add nothing to the use value of the commodities and must be compensated out of the surplus value created in production. Under modern capitalism there is a large increase in distribution costs due to growing difficulties in marketing goods, mounting warehousing costs, and advertising expenses. The fact that a large proportion of the people employed in trading create no value or surplus value does not mean that they are not exploited. The working day of all commercial employees is also divided into the necessary and surplus parts. Wages in trade are generally lower than in industry and the working day is longer. That is why the ratio surplus labor R, characterizing the rate OT exploitation, is necessary labor and are even higher in trade than it is in industry. Commercial capital creates a system for the exploitation of small commodity producers. By forcing them to sell at unprofitable prices, commercial capital expropriates the value of their surplus product. This raises the rate of profit of the aggregate industrial capital and further worsens the position of farmers, peasants, and artisans, whose incomes in many cases do not even afford them a normal subsistence. The theory of average profit shows that the small producers are 104. Exploited by the aggregate industrial capital, as well as by commercial capital. Lr. Trading companies try to obtain profits on their advanced capital that are not below the average rate in industry. If profits in trade fall below the average, capital will leave trade and flow into more profitable branches. As a result of the shortage of commercial capital, its profit rate will again rise to the average level. As a result, the production sphere loses the part of the surplus value that covers the net distribution costs and forms the average profit of commercial capital. This is profitable for the industrialists since the concentration of the commodity turnover in specialized establishments cuts distribution costs and capital investments in the sphere of circulation. The separation of commercial capital from industrial capital accelerates the realization and turnover of the aggregate industrial capital and tends to increase the scale of production, the mass, and rate of the average profit. Karl Marx saw the historical misformation of a world. Zion capitalism, first, in the creation of large-scale industry and, second, in the creation of a world market. The development of world capitalism, the division of labor and the formation of the world market passed through three stages. In the 16th to 17th centuries, international trade and the world market was created on the basis of the activity of trading monopolies, which were competing with one another and using the state power to defend their trading spheres. The world market became one of the prerequisites for the development of capitalism. In the 18th–19th centuries, the gradual weakening of state tutelage over the trading companies went hand in hand with the formation of a world market and the establishment of the average prices and profits of production as a result of the development of free competition. At that stage, the market was being created by the efforts of industrial, not commercial, capital. The market was not a prerequisite for, but a result of the development of the capitalist mode of production. 105. At the turn of the century, the development of industrial trade monopolies once again led to the domination of monopoly prices on the world market and to an even more extensive use of state power to seize and defend trading spheres, and the world market was now formed as a result of the activity of financial capital. The international division of labor expresses the progressive trend for the nations to draw closer together to prepare the material prerequisites for the future internationally socialized socialist production, while the monopolistic industrial trade companies use the international division of labor to intensify the exploitation of the economically less developed countries through the system of non-equivalent exchange. The terms of trade, that is, the ratio of export to import prices, expressed as a percentage, are changing to the disadvantage of the young Asian, African, and Latin American states. In this way, capitalism is putting a brake on the social progress of whole nations. The economic relations between bonds of payments and countries are reflected in the balance of trade RANs or trade and the balance OT payments. The balance of payments is the ratio of the incomes received from other countries to the total monies the country pays to other countries. The balance of payments is based on the balance of trade, that is, the ratio between the sum of the prices of commodities exported and the sum of prices of commodities imported in a year. The balance of payments largely reflects the position of a country on the world capitalist market and its economic development prospects. When the income exceeds the expenditure, the balance of payments is said to be favorable, and this generally indicates that the country's currency position is sound. An unfavorable balance of payments is often a sign and cause of major economic difficulties. Because of the poorer terms of trade and the need to pay out huge sums on 106. Foreign loans, the balances of payments of the less developed countries at present show huge deficits. Commercial capital accelerates commercial capital and the at UST accumulate 0 n and the div contradictions of capitalism. R. Lopment OT the domestic and world capitalist markets and, at the same time, aggravates the contradictions of capitalism. First, commercial capital intensifies the exploitation of the working class, grasping every opportunity to raise prices or reduce the quality of goods. Price increases often reduce the wage gains the workers wrest from their employers to nothing. Second, commercial capital accelerates the destruction of pre-capitalist forms of economy and of the small capitalist enterprises, and periodically worsens the position of the petty bourgeoisie in town and country. This speeds up the concentration and centralization of production and capital. Third, trading companies accumulate big surpluses of unsold commodities, disrupt the direct links between the producers and the market and so aggravate the crises of overproduction. 4. Loan capital. Nature, sources, and interest. Loan capital is a separate and transmuted part and form of industrial capital. It is money capital loaned by its owner for a fixed period of time and is paid for a definite consideration known as interest on the basis of the exploitation of hired labor, and promotes the circuit of functioning capital. However, loan capital is not money that is lent to another person, but an economic relation between the creditor and the debtor, and is a component part and form of the single system of capitalist exploiter relations. The main sources of loan capital are money capital temporarily free in the various industries, part of the surplus value of enterprises in cash, the population's savings and incomes concentrated in banks, free funds in the state budget, pension and insurance funds, etc. Functioning capitalists are the main consumers of loan capital. In the hands of its owner, the money earmarked for lending becomes a specific commodity capital which is sold for a 107 definite period to the functioning capitalist. This commodity is useful to the capitalist because of its ability to bring in a profit in excess of the payment he makes for the use of that capital. The payment for the use of that capital is called interest and is part of the average profit derived from the functioning capitalist on that capital. The other part of the profit is kept by the functioning capitalist and is called a profit of enterprise. The division of the profit into interest and enterprise profit conceals capitalist exploitation. In the course of movement of loan capital, the interest is presented as the result of the self-expansion of money. The profit of enterprise is then disguised as a payment for supervision, and the bourgeois economists identify it with wages. But both the interest and the profit of enterprise are in fact variants of surplus value. The interest is measured by the interest rate. This is an expression as a percentage of the relation between the sum of the annual income obtained on loan capital and the size of the capital obtained as a loan. The interest rate fluctuates within the limits of the average profit according to the supply and demand for loan capital. If the demand for loan capital exceeds the supply, the interest rate rises. If there is a lot of liquid money on the market and the demand is small, the interest rate drops. During the past century, the interest rate has tended to fall, although it has risen considerably during certain periods. The movement of loan capital takes nature and forms the form 0F credit L as distinct from O, capitalist credit C. The circuit OT industrial capital. This movement can be expressed by the formula MM1. Credit leads to the separation and counterpositioning of capital as property, which has no direct relation to production, and capital as a function, that is, the capital which directly exploits labor. In the early stages of capitalism, this separation was only transient and disappeared as soon as the credit was repaid. Later it became permanent and divided the capitalist class into categories: creditors and borrowers. These relations between money and functioning capitalists make it difficult to see that they exploit the proletariat jointly. A real conflict of interests arises between creditors and borrowers when the borrower is not a capitalist but a small commodity producer or a hired worker. High interest rates. 108. Absorb the surplus labor of the small commodity producer and part of the necessary labor of the hired worker. Here the movement of loan capital creates a specific, credit money sphere of exploitation, which increases the class antagonisms of capitalism. On the whole, although closely connected with and caused by the movement of commercial and industrial capital, the movement of loan capital is nevertheless outwardly independent and governed by its own economic laws. There is a risk of a gap, of a lack of coincidence between the movement of these forms of capital, which is fraught with the danger of sharp credit money crises. In capitalist society there are the following basic forms of credit: bank credit, made available by the owners of free money capital and hanks to functioning capitalists; commercial credit, given by functioning capitalists to one another to accelerate the sale of commodities; consumer credit, granted by merchants to the population to facilitate the sale of consumer goods; state credit, which is a system of credit relations between the state and the owners of money capital, in which the state is the borrower; and international credit, which is an extension of credit relations beyond the borders of individual countries. Credit has a major influence on the development of capitalist production. It helps to level the rates of profit, reduces costs, considerably accelerates the concentration and centralization of capital, temporarily expands the market, accelerates the growth in the rate of exploitation, intensifies the bondage and exploitation of the less developed countries of the world capitalist economy. The movement of loan capital helps role of credit in TIC to level the rates of profit by rate of profit eroding and facilitating the transfer of capital to the most profitable branches of the economy. However, while removing some disproportions and leveling out the rate of profit, it promotes the emergence of new disproportions, intensifies the chaotic development of the various economic branches. This important role of loan capital is fulfilled chiefly by bankers' credit. Bankers' credit can be given without intermediaries and direct from banks, savings banks, and insurance companies. A bank is a capitalist concern which makes the normal rate of profit by carrying out intermediary functions in payment and credit operations, organizes and promotes the movement of loan capital. The bank transactions, aimed at attracting the deposits of capitalists, companies, and the population into its safes, are called passive transactions. The bank uses these deposits to grant credit and to invest capital. These operations of the banks are called active transactions. The bank receives dividends or interest at a higher rate than the interest it pays to its depositors. 1 Hus, bank greatly accelerates the transformation of free money capital into loan capital, which yields interest, and of loan capital into functioning capital. The difference between the incomes from the active transactions and the payment of interest on passive transactions is the banker's income. Bourgeois economists speak of the modest appetites of banks, which earn very little, only 1.5 to 2% per dollar, franc, or pound on deposits. But since the advanced capital of a bank is generally only owning to 1/12 of its deposits, this means that the profits are near 18 to 24%. Part of the bank income is spent on running costs. On the whole, these are the net distribution costs. The remainder is the banker's profit. As a result of competition, the bank's advanced capital also brings in the average rate of profit. In the final analysis, the source of the banker's profit is the surplus value created by workers in production. The other function of credit is to distribution costs. Savings of distribution costs is achieved three ways: through the mutual clearing of debts and payment commitments, through the replacement of metal money by credit money, and through the acceleration of the velocity of money circulation. The main role in this is played by the second form of credit, commercial credit. When functioning capitalists sell commodities to each other, they do not pay in cash, but issue promissory notes or bills of exchange. Since many functioning capitalists issue bills of exchange, the banks are able to make 110 settlements by cancelling them out against each other. This cashless settlement of accounts is called clearing. Big banks act as clearing centers. Every enterprise has a current account in the bank. On the written order of the enterprise, the bank pays the drawer of the check the specified amount from the enterprise's current account. In this way, the bank acts as cashier for many enterprises and companies. Olten money is transferred direct from one account to another. To settle accounts between enterprises which have accounts in different banks and to organize the clearing of bills of exchange, the biggest banks set up special clearing houses. Commercial banks buy up short-term bills of exchange issued by different companies at a discount and clear them in the clearing houses without the use of ready cash. Commercial credit creates a powerful system of financial interdependence between capitalist enterprises. The ruin of one capitalist immediately affects the financial position of many others and may lead the others to collapse. As a result, the circulation of bills of exchange is interrupted, and this can, under certain conditions, spark off a chain reaction of bankruptcies, lead to the closure of many enterprises, and inflict enormous losses on society. The movement of loan capital in credit and the tensifis, the concentration and sen. Zlazlsv capitalization of capital. Banks fuse small sums of money into big functioning capital. The most important form of the centralization of capital is the joint stock company. It unites a multitude of free sums of capital into big economic organisms. This makes it possible to put up major projects and to use sophisticated and expensive machinery. In this way, the centralization of capital promotes the enlargement and improvement of production, and accelerates the accumulation of capital. Credit is also a powerful weapon in competition. It strengthens the positions of the large enterprises, leads to the ruin of small capitalists, peasants, and artisans. Big capitalists are able to obtain credits at 3.5 to 5% a year, while small capitalists have often to pay up to 15 to 16%, i.e., have to hand over practically all their profits. Usurers' credit at interest rates of 24 to 40% a year is not uncommon even in the USA. 111. A specific role is played by mortgage banks. They issue long-term loans on the security of real estate. If the interest or part of the debt is not paid on time, the security becomes the property of the bank. Similar credit on personal belongings as security is granted by pawn shops. The concentration and centralization of capital intensifies the social character of production. But appropriation continues to be private. This greatly intensifies the basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the social nature of production and private capitalist appropriation. Consumer credit and state capitalist. In expanding the market credit, the main/ole in this process. Consumer credit is said to be granted when capitalists sell consumer goods on the installment plan. This means that the buyers have to pay over the years not only the price of the commodities, but also a high interest. Interest rates can be as high as 16 to 36% a year, and this means that in most cases consumer credit is really usurer's credit. Since commodities are sold on account of future incomes, this creates a mass demand and becomes the basis for mass production, which cuts the prices of consumer goods and so lowers the value of labor power. As a result, the capitalists are able to expand the market temporarily, but in subsequent years, when people have to repay the debts with interest, the consumer demand drops by the amount of the repayments. This method of artificial expansion of the market is growing more and more important in the developed capitalist countries. Capitalist state credit is the issue and sale by the bourgeois state of bonds which increases the national debt. Banks, financial institutions, individual capitalists, and joint stock companies buy state bonds and, as a result, state purchases increase during the year in question. In later years, a growing part of the state revenue is paid out as interest to banks. To over the additional expenditure, the state raises extra taxes. This means that the working people have less money to spend on purchases, so that the domestic market contracts. The United States, the richest capitalist country, owes more to banks and big capitalists than it produces in a year. Measures to expand the market artificially by fiscal means. 112. Evolve inflationary tendencies. First, banks accept state bonds and even part of the articles bought on credit and mortgages as securities for the issue of further credits. This creates an additional demand from the state and the population, and even from the creditors. Second, this expansion of credit becomes self-sustaining, when one debt leads to another. When times are hard, this process is reverse, the withdrawal of one deposit leads to the reduction of a second, third, etc. The rapid curtailment of credit seriously affects the financial position of enterprises and banks, and unleashes a tide of bankruptcies. Capitalist credit is becoming one of exploitation flow. The pillars of the world capitalist. People a 0th degree other countries' economy, an important means used by the imperialists to enslave and exploit the peoples of other countries. Credit is used as a weapon in the struggle for foreign markets and raw material sources. An analysis of this form of credit, the so-called international credit, is given in the chapter dealing with the export of capital. His analysis of the role of credit led Marx to the conclusion that the credit system accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the establishment of the world market. It is the historical mission of the capitalist system of production to raise these material foundations of the new mode of production to a certain degree of perfection. At the same time, credit accelerates the violent eruptions of this contradiction crises and thereby the elements of disintegration of the old mode of production. 1. 5. Joint stock company. Real and fictitious capital. At the end of the 19th century, joint stock companies, whose functioning is indissolubly bound up with the capitalist credit system, established a dominant position in production, trade, and banking. Specific features of a joint stock company is an joint stock company's prize whose capital is composed of the contributions of its participants holding a definite number of shares that is proportional to the sum of money invested by them in the company. A share is a security which entitles the holder to a specified share in company's income and to participate in the business of the company. It differs from a bill of exchange in that the money is not repayable. The money raised by the sale of the shares is the company's share capital and is the joint stock company's property. Here loan capital evolves as securities in the hands of the creditor and capital in the possession of the borrower. In addition to shares, the company also issues bonds. Money obtained from the sale of bonds is returnable after a stipulated period, and the company until then has to pay a guaranteed, fixed interest to the bondholder. This money is the borrowed capital of the company. The joint stock company often obtains bank loans. Out of the average profit made by the company, it first pays the bank interest and interest on the bonds. Then part of the profit is added to the capital and used for expansion. The remainder is divided between the shareholders in proportion to the number of shares they hold. This income of the shareholder is called the dividend. The prices at which shares are bought and resold on the stock exchange are known as share quotations. The shares are sold at a price which, if deposited in a bank, would bring in an approximately the same interest. The quotation of the share equals bank rate JQQ cent. Hence the price of the share is the dividend *R capitalized dividend computed in accordance with the current interest rate. The dividends of every company change according to the size of its profits. The bank rate also fluctuates heavily. That is why share quotations may fluctuate heavily over short periods. The board of the company is elected at the general shareholders' meeting, and every shareholder has as many votes as he possesses shares. The bigger shareholders usually come to an agreement so as to fully control the shareholders' meet 8-294. 114. Ing. Often a rich family will hold the controlling block of shares, that is, enough to ensure control over the company. Depending on the number of small shareholders, the controlling block may vary downward of 51% or 20% or even less of the total number of shares. Joint stock companies are widely used as forms of monopoly domination in modern capitalist countries. Capitalists or banks who found income of a joint stock J0 in stock companies make a company-specific kind of profit, promoter's profit. Its essence is best explained by the example of an individually owned capitalist enterprise turning into a joint stock company. Let us assume that the average profit of the enterprise amounted to 15 million francs a year and that its real capital was 100 million francs, while the average share dividend was between 5 and 7%. The owners of the enterprise can issue and sell shares to the tune of 200 million francs and still be certain of paying the shareholders a 6 to 7% dividend and of increasing the reserve capital. The former owners of the enterprise received 200 million for their initial capital of 100 million francs, of which 100 million is their income as the promoters of the joint stock company. Here the promoter's profit is the result of the transformation of an individual capital yielding the average profit into share capital yielding lower dividends. Promoter's profit can also be obtained by the bosses of an existing joint stock company by diluting the company's capital. When the company begins to make a higher rate of profit, the board may, instead of paying out higher dividends, decide to issue additional stock without increasing the actually functioning capital. In the middle of the last century, most enterprises belonged to individual capitalists and joint stock companies were few and far between. Nevertheless, they were much bigger than other enterprises and sold their output below the price of production in order to corner the market. Even if their profits were below average, they made enough to pay dividends. Other capitalists in that branch were unable to make an average profit and had to look for more profitable branches or to unite into joint stock companies themselves. When the 115 joint stock companies did not make an average profit, it meant that a larger share of the surplus value went to other branches, raising the level of the average profit there. But by the end of the 19th century, however, the situation had changed. Nearly all big competing capitalist enterprises had become joint stock companies. By 1904, joint stock companies in the USA produced 74% of the total industrial output. Now they account for over 90%. In these circumstances, the sale of output below the production prices by joint stock companies became the exception rather than the rule. The joint stock companies' profits became monopoly profits. Capital emerging as a result of fictitious capital RR/I credit in the form OT securities, having no integral value, except as an entitlement to the holders to a regular income in the form of interest and dividends, was called fictitious capital by Marx. This is not simply a part of loan capital, but a new economic phenomenon, the laws of the movement of which are in many respects contrary to those of the movement of loan capital. The size of loan capital, all other conditions being equal, determines the interest rate. The size of fictitious capital is the capitalized income from securities based on the current interest rate, i.e., it depends on the interest rate and has no outward connection with the size of the industrial capital actually functioning. The contradiction between capital as a function and capital as a property is raised to its highest form and expressed in the outward counter-positioning of fictitious to real capital, that is, industrial capital in all its functional forms. But in the final analysis, the movement of fictitious capital is based on the functioning of real capital. The illusory nature of fictitious capital is thrown into relief by stock exchange panics when share prices plummet. Income on fictitious capital, the dividend, is, on the one hand, the result of the movement of real capital, advanced to run the joint stock enterprise, and the key part, the nucleus, of entrepreneurs' income. On the other hand, it is an income on fictitious capital and as such takes the form and size of the current interest rate unconnected directly with the movement of real capital. This is because the size of the dividend is directly dependent on the size of fictitious capital. For example, a 15% dividend will seem to the new buyer of shares as 3 incomes of 5% on every 100 of the total $300 worth of shares bought. This means that the motion of fictitious capital hides the entrepreneur's income, since it assumes the form of its antithesis income from interest. The interest of L of the average profit becomes its general form. This enables bourgeois theoreticians fully to ban from their writing such concepts as the rate of profit and average profit, using the concept interest rate instead. It is not the absolute size of the dividend paid, but its expected dynamics that is of decisive importance to the profitability of fictitious capital. As a result, the main part of the increment of capital appears outwardly as a consequence of processes taking place on the stock exchange, in the credit money sphere. The changes in the correlation between the sizes of the fictitious capitals in different branches of the economy reflect changes in the accumulation of capital in these branches immediately, and have a major impact on the flow of loan capital to more promising branches. The motion of fictitious capital thus has a strong feedback effect on the flow of loan capital and, consequently, on the development of industrial capital. The stock exchanges are the centers for speculation in shares and other securities, so are the biggest banks. Stock exchanges give the quotations at which securities are bought and sold at every given moment. The growth of fictitious capital at the turn of the century increased the importance of stock exchanges sharply and made them vital centers of the capitalist economy. Like a barometer, the stock exchange quickly reacts to changes in the positions of individual enterprises, branches, and countries, and shows the capitalists where the greatest profits can be expected. As capitalism develops, the growth of fictitious capital increasingly outstrips the growth of real capital. Thus, in the USA, the stock exchange value of shares and bonds accounted for 15% of the property Indiana private hands in 117. 1880 to 1890, in 1920 it accounted for 24, and in 1962 for over 50%. While securities account for only 20 to 30% of the property of small capitalists, they account for over 80% of big capitalists' property. Fictitious capital is becoming the dominant form of capitalists' property. That is why bourgeois economists have begun to regard wealth and fictitious capital as synonymous. The stratum of rentiers living exclusively on income from securities grows, which is evidence of the increasing parasitism and stagnation of capitalism. The counterpositioning of real to fictitious capital, which existed at first only at individual enterprises and in individual branches, later became general and took the form of a counterpositioning of the whole real capital of the nation to the whole fictitious capital. The possibility of sharp fluctuations of the whole fictitious capital and of the whole real and fictitious capitals moving at different pace and even in opposite directions create a state of constant upheavals and collisions of unceasing inflations and crises in the capitalist economy. Chapter 6. Ground rent. Monopoly domination in agriculture. 1. The emergence of capitalist relations in agriculture. As well as the various groups of capitalists, industrialists, merchants, and usurers, the big landowners participate in the appropriation of surplus value and in the exploitation of the working people under capitalism. The landowners' acquisition of surplus value is not based on the capital they invest in some branch of the capitalist economy, but on the landowners' monopoly ownership of the land. Their income from that land is called ground rent. Ground rent emerged before capitalism. In feudal society, the class of the big landowners, the feudal lords, lived on the surplus product they appropriated as ground rent from the serfs. In its historical development, feudal rent passed through a number of stages and changed in form. At first there was labor rent. The peasant had to work several days each week on the feudal lord's land using his own tools and cattle without being paid. For the rest of the week he worked for himself on his own plot. Here the peasant's surplus labor is clearly separated from his necessary labor and appears as an unconcealed forced labor for the feudal lord. Labor rent gave way to natural rent or rent in kind. Here most of the land is allotted to the peasant. He spends all his time on his own plot, but has to pay to the feudal lord a large part of his product. In this case the feudal lord directly appropriates not peasant's labor, but his surplus product. 119. The third form of feudal ground rent was money rent. This came into its own during the period when feudalism was disintegrating. Under that form the peasant gave the feudal lord not products, but money. That meant he had to sell part of his product in the market. This brought about a major change in the nature of production. Part of the peasant's product was earmarked for the market, i.e., was produced as a commodity, and, as a commodity producer, he established links with society through the medium of the market. This led to a certain growth in the productive power of labor. Despite the distinctions between these three forms of feudal rent, they all express the same type of production relations: exploitation of serfs by feudal lords. Feudal ground rent could only exist under a feudal mode of production where the land, the basic means of production, was owned by the feudal lords, and agricultural production was carried on by the peasants, who had their own means of labor, and who were not only economically, but personally dependent on the feudal lords. Natural production predominated throughout. Under these conditions the feudal lord appropriates the peasant's entire surplus product as rent, and often also part of his necessary product. With the development of feudal emergence of capitalist money rent, the possibility arose for some peasants to pay the feudal lord a ransom and to become independent small commodity producers, while the majority of peasants fell into ruin and had to sell their tools, their means of labor and livestock. The changed relations between the feudal lord and the peasant who had bought his independence took the form of a lease which entitled the peasant to till his land mainly to satisfy the needs of his own family. Later a group of well-to-do peasants emerged, who became tenant entrepreneurs. They rented land from the feudal lords, hired hands to till it, and produced agricultural produce mainly as a market commodity. Some capitalists also rented land and invested their capital in agriculture for profit. A tenant obtained a definite profit after the sale of the produce. Part of that profit went to the landowner. The other part of the surplus value, the part over and above the average profit, which he paid to the landowner. 120. For the utilization of the land is the capitalist ground rent. Since under capitalism the big landowners generally did not engage in agricultural production themselves but leased the land, the ownership of the land is separated from agricultural production. A dual monopoly formed in agriculture, the monopoly of big private ownership of the land and the monopoly of the land as an object of capitalist economic activity, which leads to the formation of the two basic kinds of capitalist rent: absolute and differential. Unlike industry, with its two opposing classes, three classes form in capitalist agriculture, namely, the landowners, the capitalist tenants and the hired agricultural workers. Capitalist ground rent expresses the economic relations between these three classes. So, we see that despite their differences feudal and capitalist rent have a very important feature in common: both are the economic form in which the ownership of the land is realized. Rennie capitalist economy. The reproduction. RR. C period from the beginning OT1 crisis to the beginning of the next is called trade cycle. It consists of four phases: the crisis, depression, recovery, and boom. The crisis is the first, decisive phase of the cycle. It is 155. Usually first noticed in trade, stocks of unsold commodities grow. It affects the consumer durables first, and presently it also affects basic necessities. Gradually the commodity stocks grow and make it necessary to cut production. The crisis in commodity credit, which is expressed by the bankruptcy of entrepreneurs in retail and wholesale trade, is the signal for the curtailment of production. The shortage of money puts up the interest rate. Share prices drop on the stock exchange, and dividends go down. This sparks off a wave of bankruptcies. The curve of capitalist production falls to its lowest point, indicating that the crisis has reached a culmination point. Then for a while production marks time and remains stagnant. This phase is known as depression. The decline of production and the drop of commodity prices during the crisis phase temporarily eliminates the disproportion between production and consumption. During the depression prices stay low. Commodity stocks melt away. But low prices do not yield a sufficiently high profit. The drive for maximum profits at low prices induces the capitalists to cut production costs by raising the rate of the exploitation of labor power and to use more efficient machinery and production methods. The capitalists replace old equipment, and constant capital is renewed on a vast scale. This creates a higher demand for the means of production. The depression gives way to recovery. Thus, the crisis contains the seeds for its own cure. Its material basis is the mass renewal of constant capital, gives an impetus to the growth of the demand for the means of production. More labor force is drawn into the branches in Department I. The labor force requires a growing amount of consumer goods, so the branches in Department II expands, which in its turn, stimulates the production of the means of production for it. The productive apparatus of capitalist society gains momentum and production booms. The boom phase, in its turn, creates the prerequisites for a new crisis. Despite the growth of production during the boom phase, the position of the working people does not change substantially. The value of labor power continues to be the limit of the working class's consumption. This means that all the 156 contradictions which caused the previous crisis continue to develop. Production gets out of step with the market and the volume of commodity resources, with the effective demand of society. Overproduction, concealed at first, soon becomes obvious. It becomes clear that too many commodities have been produced and that they cannot be sold. So prices begin to fall, profits follow suit, and the next crisis with its characteristic features breaks out. Every economic crisis is a blow to capitalism, because it promotes the creation of the objective and subjective prerequisites of a revolution. Every cycle unfolds at a new, higher technological level, which makes for a greater socialization of production. With every cycle the class struggle of the proletariat takes on sharper forms and the foundation of the capitalist mode of production is eroded further. In the 19th century, when Marx studied crises, the interval between two crises was usually 9 to 11 years. Even then Marx foresaw that the laws of capitalism gave grounds for the belief that this figure was variable. Marx's prognosis was borne out by the facts. Between 1920 and 1938, for example, there were three economic crises, 1920 to 1921, 1929 to 1933, and 1937 to 1939. The shortening of the cycle during that period was indissolubly linked with the weakening of the recovery and boom phases, which became less enduring and less pronounced. The boom did not embrace all capitalist countries and all economic branches. For example, during the 1920 to 1929 cycle Britain basically regained the 1920 level, while the USA and Japan exceeded it by a large margin. During the 1929 to 1937 cycle industrial output in the world grew by 12% but it rose by only 4.6% in the USA and dropped 12.5% in France, and in Italy production marked time. Agriculture is also hit by crises of overproduction. The reason for them is also the basic contradiction of capitalism. Agricultural crises, however, have certain specific features. In the industrially developed capitalist countries, agriculture is only now passing to the stage of machine production. In many countries, agriculture is still in the manufacturing stage, and small commodity production still prevails. Agrarian crises. CA1. Reproduction of social capital 157. The specific contradictions in agriculture are linked with rent and the monopoly of land ownership. So agricultural crises are long and enduring. These crises and the fall in the purchasing prices for agricultural produce become a heavy burden on the working peasants. They lead to the mass ruin of small and medium farms. 5 specific features of the cyclic development of capitalism in modern times. Change in the nature of the JN the post-war period, the process. World Awarth SEC degree ND of production in the capitalist countries has been extremely irregular. France, Federal Germany, Italy, and Japan had fairly high growth rates, and crises ran a sluggish course there. The British economy developed at a relatively slow pace, while the United States was the most frequent scene of economic crises. One could evidence what is known as asynchronism of the world capitalist cycle, drawing out for years, and a crisis spreading to all the capitalist countries with variations in time. For example, the the first post-war economic crisis broke out in the United States in the autumn of 1948. Within a year, industrial output slumped by 10% and unemployment soared. The crisis in industry was attended with a large overproduction of farm produce and a falling off in the farmers' incomes. In Canada, the economic crisis hit industry, while in most West European countries, it affected foreign commerce. The first general critical slump in production in Western Europe occurred later, in 1951 to 1952, as an extension of the crisis of 1948-1949 in the United States. An intermediate economic crisis hit the United States in 1953 to 1954. Industrial production fell 7%. This crisis set in even before a recovery, in the reanimation phase. In 1957 to 1958, a world economic crisis broke out. It was particularly severe in the United States, where industrial output dropped by 17%. Industrial production also decreased in Canada, Japan, and Britain, and somewhat later in France. A partial crisis hit federal Germany and Italy. In February 1960, a new critical decline in production began in the United States. In 158, industrial output there fell by 8.1%. In the meantime, Britain and Canada were affected by partial crises. From March 1961, business livened up in the United States, but in the mid-60s the capitalist countries were again in the throes of an overproduction crisis. Italy, France, and Japan were its worst victims. However, they avoided a grave economic dislocation thanks to the lively market situation in the United States, Britain, and federal Germany and recovered from their critical condition at the end of 1965. Before long, however, a crisis afflicted Britain and later federal Germany. In 1967, another economic depression was in evidence in the United States, but it was checked by huge military contracts. Already in late 1969, however, the rates of production growth in the United States again slid backwards. The economic crisis of 1970 affected production, trade, and the credit system. Characteristically, it arose in the period of the U.S. war escalation in Indochina, an event without precedent in the history of overproduction crises. In 1970, there was a recession in federal Germany as well. The effects of the Second World major factors affecting war greatly influenced the cycle development of our modern capitalism of post-war capitalist reproduction. An important role was also played by the establishment in Western Europe and Japan of several new industries, which already existed in the United States. The course of the capitalist cycle is influenced by several permanent factors of steadily growing importance. All this indicates that the capitalist cycle has undergone serious changes. Yet, because of the antagonistic contradictions of the capitalist mode of production, the development of capitalism continues to be of a cyclic nature. Even in the most developed capitalist states, as the report of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to the 24th Congress, held in March and April 1971, noted, cannot escape serious economic upheavals. In recent years the capitalist system was hit by a serious currency and financial crisis. Growing inflation and unemployment have become capitalism's faithful companions. The important factor affecting the contemporary cyclic development of capitalism is the wide use of state monopoly. 159. Measures both within individual capitalist countries and in the field of international economic relations. Although state intervention into the economy does not change the nature of capitalism and cannot destroy its objective economic law, state monopoly capitalism can exert a definite influence on the development of the productive forces. It is able to promote the renewal of the constant capital and a temporary growth of production. State orders and purchases play a major part in this in some countries. They account for 20% or more of the national income, and so does the subsidizing of the production and exports of some commodities. The modern cycle is also greatly influenced by rapid scientific and technological progress, which is changing the economic structure of the capitalist countries, promoting major capital construction and the mass production of some new commodities. The revolution in science and technology is stimulating the mass replacement of old equipment by new after a relatively short time. The relative independence of the production of the means of production from the dynamics of personal consumption is becoming more pronounced, while the technological revolution makes ever new demands for capital investments, and also leads to the expansion in the production of consumer durables. The scientific and technological revolution is promoting the intensification of the division of social labor, which is most important for the expanding of the market, and, with it, the possibility of selling the commodities. One of the trends of the revolution in science and technology is the development of electronic computers, which has opened up new ways of taking stock of demand on the national, and sometimes even the international, market. Computers make it possible to observe the current market position and to establish more or less stable links between the different branches. Along with the further concentration of production and the development of state monopoly capitalism, this tends to make the key branches in the main capitalist countries work increasingly for a controlled market. The impact of the revolution in science and technology on the cycle, however, is quite contradictory. It leads to a 160 decline of some old industries and a rise in unemployment, which depletes the mass consumer's purchasing power and, in the final analysis, contributes to the emergence of prerequisites for another economic crisis. The collapse of the colonial system of imperialism has wrought changes in the economic structure of some countries, and this has had many consequences. It has weakened the overall position of imperialism and has, among other things, reduced the opportunities for the export of capital to many newly free countries, who have restricted foreign investment. As a result, part of the capital that used to be exported to the colonies is now invested in the domestic economy, which increases the accumulation fund and thus accelerates economic development. The economic competition between the two world socio-economic systems has also influenced the capitalist countries' post-war development considerably. Monopoly capital is trying to use state measures to accelerate economic growth. At the same time, all these factors only modify the industrial cycle, but do not remove the cyclic development of the capitalist economy. Its contradictions become sharper and create prerequisites for new economic crises. The instability of industrial product problem of markets in the zero, the operation of factories below capacity and chronic unemployment are largely explained by the sales problem. Capitalism is unable to resolve this problem, since the lag of the working people's effective demand behind the growth of production is a law of the capitalist mode of production. Successes in the class struggle, which are greatly promoted by the existence and strengthening of the world socialist system, sometimes tend to increase the capacity of the domestic markets in the main capitalist countries. The intensification of the class struggle compels the bourgeoisie to make certain concessions on wages, social insurance, and unemployment benefits. This stimulates some growth of the working population's effective demand. State purchases of commodities and services, and the progress of science and technology, also tend to expand the market. Finally, the monopolists try to solve the market problem by extending consumer credit on easier terms. 1.6. These steps, however, cannot solve the realization problem. For example, sales promotion by developing purchases on credit has its limits, and, in the long run, credit sales cannot compensate for insufficiently effective demand. State purchases cannot create a new market either, they can only help to transfer the effective demand from the private to the state sector, because state purchases are financed by taxes levied on the population and the issue of paper money, which lowers real wages. Technological progress, which extends the consumer goods market, leads also to its relative contraction, because the gigantic increase in productive capacities goes hand in hand with a fall of employment and, consequently, a contraction in the effective demand. The sales problem has been greatly aggravated by the contraction of the territorial borders of the world capitalist market as a result of the formation of the world socialist system and the growth of its economic potential. The steady growth in production in the socialist countries is leading to an increase of their foreign trade turnover, and this is increasingly influencing the development of international economic relations. The strengthening ties between the socialist countries and the non-socialist world have already broken the biggest imperialist power's monopoly in the supply of a number of key commodities, notably of industrial equipment to the countries of the non-socialist world. The collapse of the colonial system of imperialism has had a major effect on the world capitalist market in two ways. The struggle of the newly free countries for economic independence and their first steps towards the creation of a modern multi-branch economy is increasing the market for equipment and other commodities for production purposes, as well as of certain consumer goods. But sales conditions have become somewhat worse for imperialism, since the monopolies are increasingly deprived of the chance to dictate to the newly free countries what goods they should import and at what prices. Competition between the capitalist countries and, what is even more important, the growing economic links of the newly free countries with the socialist world, reduce the developing countries' dependence on the imperialist powers, which complicates the monopolies' marketing problems. 11-94. 162. Influence of the militarization of the economy on the market today. Although the absolute capacity of the world capitalist market is growing, the growth is not equal up to the modern level of the productive forces. After the Second World War and, especially, at the present stage of the general crisis of capitalism, militarism has reached unprecedented proportions. The military expenditure of the imperialist powers is growing much faster than their industrial production as a whole. For example, industrial production in the USA increased by about 100% between 1950 and 1966, while expenditure on armaments increased by 280%. In Britain the figures for the same period were 61 and 160%. In Indiana, the Federal Republic of Germany, between 1956 and 1966 industrial production increased by 65% and military spending increased by 160%. The militarization of the economy is acclaimed by the ideologists of imperialism as a way of maintaining favorable market conditions and a means of saving capitalism from economic upheavals. The militarization of the economy does, for some time, increase the demand for equipment and consumer goods. But it cannot, in the long run, ensure a steady growth of production. The arms monopolies realize the value of their commodities and derive monopoly super-profits by selling them to the state. The state obtains the funds to pay for these by levying higher taxes on the population or by issuing more paper money without security, which leads to inflation. In either case, the militarization of the economy is financed by withholding part of their wages from the working class and, from the peasants and artisans, part of the value they have created. The money appropriated for the arms race accounts for a large slice of the capitalist country's national income. In other words, the state transfers value from the civilian consumption sector to the war economy sector, which, naturally, does not increase the effective demand for any length of time. And in the long run, the militarization of the economy lowers the effective demand for civilian production, which leads to the sharp decline in its growth rates. 1. Militarization of the economy is the highest degree of the parasitism and decay of modern capitalism, which causes the social productive forces to run to waste. Arms and war materials are products designed for destruction, they become obsolete quickly. So they are periodically scrapped and the stocks are renewed. The militarization of the economy puts a heavy burden on the working people and on the entire economic organism of the capitalist countries, because it wastes enormous material wealth and skilled labor. But the militarization of the economy is extremely profitable for the monopolies, because military orders strengthen their economic power and increase their profits. Their profits on arms are very high because the prices paid by the state are generally fixed by the monopolies themselves and are usually well ahead of production costs. The state condones these price policies by placing orders at secret talks with the companies. The monopolies also make fantastic profits on these deals, because, in working for the treasury, they save sizable sums on distribution costs and are able to obtain raw materials in short supply at privileged prices. The arms race is the main reason for the upheaval in the financial and currency sphere, which is an indication of the capitalist economy's instability. This is expressed in the enormous increase in the state debt, the drop in the purchasing power of currencies, the constant fluctuations of currency rates, and balance of payments deficits. The militarization of the economy and the chronic below-capacity operation of production plant, protracted mass unemployment and other faults of the capitalist system, testify to modern capitalism's inability to make rational use of the productive forces it has brought forth. The inflationary processes common the modern cycle and T0. Virtually all the capitalist countries are part and parcel of the modern cycle. There was also inflation during the epoch of free competition. But, in the general crisis of capitalism, inflation has acquired specific features. It now embraces the whole capitalist system. In a number of countries inflation has become chronic and 164 is used as a method of redistributing the national income in the monopoly's favor. Inflation leads to price increases and raises the cost of living. In practice it is an extra tax on all sections of the working people. The rise in wages usually lags behind the rise in prices, so the working people's real income tends to drop. This means that the workers' and other working people's share in the national income is decreasing, while the capitalists' share grows. Under modern capitalism, inflation begins to have a destructive effect on the whole capitalist economy. The uneven growth of prices raises profits steeply in some branches and lowers them in others. This disturbs the established balance between the branches, undermines the credit system, makes it difficult to calculate economic indices. As a result, many governments pay special attention to this and draw up a variety of programs for currency stabilization. Wage freezes, higher taxes on the working people, lower credits for small and medium industrialists, and a cutback in the state budgets for social and cultural purposes are all typical of these programs. The ruling circles of the developed capitalist countries try, in the interest of the monopolies, to stabilize their currencies at the expense of the working people. And while they talk about the need for deflation, the imperialist governments carry on with the arms race, which intensifies inflation. The working class opposes such programs. It demands an anti-inflationary policy to restrict the power of the monopolies, cut military expenditure and democratize the state apparatus. It also calls for the development of trade with all countries, including the socialist countries. Chapter 8. The laws governing the emergence and modern development of the monopolies and finance capital. At the turn of the century, capitalism entered its highest and last stage of development, the imperialist stage. Describing the main economic features of imperialism, Lenin, who was the first to give a Marxist analysis of the new stage of development of the capitalist formation, repeatedly noted that chief among them was the domination of the monopolies in the capitalist economy. On what basis was that domination established? 1. The laws governing the emergence of imperialist monopolies. The essence of monopoly. Lenin pointed out that free competition gives rise to the concentration of production, which, in turn, at a certain stage of development, leads to monopoly. 1. Capitalist rivalry led to the ruin of accelerated concentration some enterprises and the growth of others, who won in the competitive scramble. The accumulation of progressive changes in the production apparatus and in production techniques at industrial enterprises changed the structure of the productive forces in the latter half of the 19th century, particularly in the last. At the end of the 20th century, 3 decades, metalworking machine tools became widespread. Revolutionary changes were introduced in the iron and steel industry and the chemical industry. Internal combustion engines got a firm footing in production and in transport. The branch structure of industry changed. Light industries, notably the textile industry, which had been dominant in the 70s, were overtaken by iron and steel, engineering, and other heavy industries where growth rates greatly outstripped the light industry. The technical and structural changes in industry tended to increase the economic importance of big enterprises. New equipment required a larger scale of production and a high concentration of productive capacities. The use of new methods in steel smelting, for example, was technically impracticable and economically unprofitable at small enterprises. The new industries which mushroomed could only exist as large-scale enterprises based on modern equipment from their very inception. The new orientation towards heavy industry put small capital at a disadvantage. The proportion of constant capital and the role of expensive buildings and equipment is much higher in heavy than in the light industries. As the proportion of constant capital increased, it became more difficult to apply smaller capitals in industry, since their owners were unable to make big investment into expensive equipment and buildings which, moreover, took a long time to recoup. The growth in the concentration of production intensified the centralization of capital. The big entrepreneurs found themselves in a favorable position in the competitive battle, and big capital increasingly ousted small capital from production. The growth of the concentration of capital and production made the emergence of capitalist monopolies both possible and inevitable. A monopoly is a company, associa 7 he emergency of Shin Qra. J. An agreement con monopolies is based on a high level of concentration eluded by big capitalists whose concentration of capital and production is large enough to enable them to make regular super profits. The possibility of establishing monopoly domination became real at the end of the 19th century, when concentration attained a high level. Before the middle of the 19th century, when the level of concentration was relatively low, agreements would have had to involve hundreds, or even thousands, of capitalists, which was virtually impossible. The situation changed when the concentration became so high that there were only a few dozen big enterprises in each of the key branches of production. By the end of the 19th century, monopolies had become not only possible, but inevitable. Even the biggest individual capitalists could no longer put up the money needed for the vast production units and complexes. Even individual joint stock companies were unable to raise such a capital. Only monopoly associations of the big capitals, that is, only associations each of which controlled a large share of the aggregate capital functioning in any particular branch, made it possible for really big enterprises to emerge and develop. Thus, at a certain stage of the evolution of capitalist ownership, the monopoly for and of ownership became inevitable. It was a reaction of capitalism to the objective tendency towards the elimination of all private ownership of the means of production, which is a consequence of the development of the productive forces. Key features of monopolies. The principal feature of a monopoly is its domination over a large part of production in any particular branch. The size of this part and the methods used to implement domination vary with conditions. But it must always be big enough to establish control and domination to a point where the company's overwhelming economic superiority enables it to obtain much higher profits than the small and medium enterprises. This is encouraged by the monopoly's ability to sell its goods and services at prices far above production costs, and to buy commodities, from non-monopoly enterprises and small producers, below the market price. So, basically a monopoly concentrates enormous sums of capital, which gives it vast economic power and an enormous advantage over the multitude of smaller capitalists, and appropriates monopoly super profit, which is the economic form in which monopoly domination is realized. 168. 2. The growth of concentration and the degree of monopolization in the imperialist epoch. Why concentration grows. Free competition led to the Estabunder imperialism schment of a level of production concentration which prepared the ground for the emergence of monopolies. In its turn, monopoly domination accelerates the concentration process ever more. It becomes a monopolistic concentration of capital, which lends that process unequaled intensity. The triumph of socialism in the Soviet Union, and the emergence and consolidation of world socialism had an enormous influence on the development of monopoly capital. In the attempt to retain its positions, the monopoly bourgeoisie endeavors to adjust itself to modern conditions. The economic development of modern capitalism and its contradictions, linked with the incurable disease of the entire capitalist system, the ever-deepening general crisis, tends to expand the process of capitalist concentration, gives rise to new forms of concentration, and aggravates imperialist competition. The growth of concentration in modern conditions is enormously stimulated by the transformation of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism, which, while extending the sphere of exploitation, promotes a growth of monopoly profits. The monopolies with their super profits can achieve a high rate of accumulation, which makes them more competitive. With a huge capital at their command, they can use the latest equipment and technical improvements, grab the most profitable markets, and can get credit more easily and at lower interest rates. The monopolies use these advantages to swallow up many small and medium enterprises. Now that the revolution in science and technology is forging ahead, technological progress has become a major factor in concentration. First, the introduction of new equipment into production raises the share of constant capital in the total invested capital. The growth in the share of constant capital, in its turn, means that far more capital has to be advanced to start production than before. 169. Second, the use of new objects and means of labor, of new production methods makes the equipment obsolete much faster than before. Small firms are often unable to raise the money needed to replace obsolete plant and equipment and go to ruin. Third, science is increasingly turning into a direct productive force, and this makes the competitiveness of enterprises depend on research and its production application. Fourth, at the early stages of imperialism, the larger enterprises simply had more equipment. Now it is no longer merely a matter of quantity, but also of quality. Small firms use out-of-date equipment, while the monopolies are increasingly switching to automation. The growth in monopolization is a growth of monopolization law 0f the capitalist economy under and specifics of the imperialism. In their attempts to conceal the operation OT, this law bourgeois economists resort to all sorts of subterfuges. Many of them attempt to prove that modern capitalism is like 19th century capitalism based on free enterprise. To this end, they distort the whole concept of monopoly. The American economist E. Chamberlain, for example, devised a theory of monopoly competition in which he replaces the scientific category imperialist monopoly with a vulgar definition in which any enterprise, even an artisan enterprise, which sells a commodity with some unique property, should be treated as a monopoly. Many bourgeois economists interpret monopoly as a philological notion. Since the word monopoly implies exclusiveness, there is allegedly no industry dominated by a monopoly. Several large companies operate, as a rule, within every industry. This interpretation is intended to camouflage the existence of imperialist monopoly, expressing, as it does, great concentration of economic power, the maintenance of monopoly prices and the extraction of monopoly profits. Monopoly comes into being through concentration, when this process attains a high level. A consequence of concentration and the cause for its further growth, the degree of monopolization is organically intertwined with concentration. And the bourgeois economists are trying to mask this fact. 170. Reality makes short shrift of their theories. One of the most important changes in the modern development of monopoly capital is the intensified monopolization of the capitalist economy as a whole. In the early 20th century, the monopolies only had a grip on some branches of industry in a number of developed countries. During the past decades, monopolies have grown in size and influence and have become a decisive force in all spheres of the world capitalist economy. The size of monopoly enterprises has grown immensely. In the mid-60s, in the Federal Republic of Germany, for example, 40.9% of the people employed in industry worked in factories which employed more than 1,000 workers, 2.3% of the total number of industrial enterprises in federal Germany. In the USA, monopoly capital is even stronger. General Motors alone employs over 725,000 people, and sells more than $20,000 million worth of output and services a year. The area of domination by monopoly capital is expanding. Today, not only the heavy industry, but the light industry, transport, and commerce are dominated by monopolies, and monopoly capital is increasingly penetrating into agriculture. The development of the productive forces and the growth of world socialism are among the factors which intensify the internationalization of monopoly capital. In particular, internationalization is encouraged by imperialist integration. The degree of the monopolization of capitalist international trade is rising sharply, and the monopolies handle most of the capital exports. The early 20th century saw the formation of national monopolies. At present, however, national monopolies are becoming international both as regards ownership and their scope of activities, the location of their enterprises, etc. Another feature of the monopolization process in recent years is the much greater tempo at which it proceeds in many capitalist countries. This can be seen particularly clearly in the West European countries and Japan. Under the influence of structural changes in the economy of the capitalist countries, the scientific and technological revolution and the militarization of the economy, Series 171. Changes are taking place in the alignment of forces between the individual monopolies. Data available on 100 French industrial companies show that the position of monopolies operating in the most modern branches of chemistry, the oil and gas industry, radio, electronic, the aircraft and aerospace industries have grown particularly strong. The forms of the concentration and centralization of capital, and the forms of monopoly associations are also undergoing major changes. The greater complexity of the technological links between different branches has increased the importance of combined production greatly. At the same time, there is diversification within monopolies, the amalgamation of production lines unrelated to monopolies' main business. In addition to changing the management structure of many modern monopolies, diversification leads to the formation of a new type of monopoly association known as conglomerate. Conglomerates which have come into being in the past few years vary in form but have certain features in common. To take but one example, they are headed, as a rule, by financiers, constituting complex associations of industry, commerce, and finance, which may be regarded as an intermediate stage in the development of industrial capital into financial one. Conglomerates are formed mostly by centralizing capital, buying up shares of existing companies. Many enterprises incorporated in a conglomerate may have no relations among themselves in the production sphere. Modern conglomerates are particularly active in the armaments industry where they have a guaranteed market. Conglomerates as a new type of monopoly association first appeared in the United States. In the past few years, however, they have been springing up rapidly in Western Europe, Japan, and other capitalist countries. As a result of all these processes, the commoner type of monopoly is now not a firm with a narrow specialization, but a multi-branch monopoly association. The growth of the monopolies has increased their domination over the economy of the capitalist countries. This can be seen from the following: monopoly enterprises now employ a larger share of the total labor force, the biggest. 172. Monopolies' share in output and sales is rising and the biggest firms account for a much larger share of the assets of industrial monopolies. In the USA, for example, the 200 biggest corporations account for nearly 60% of the assets of all corporations in the manufacturing industry. In 1938, in Germany, joint stock companies with a capital of over 100 million marks accounted for about 25% of the country's aggregate share capital, whereas in federal Germany this had risen to 57% by 1966. According to the American magazine Fortune, the 500 biggest monopolies in the USA collect over 70%, while the 100 giant monopolies draw over 55% of the total profits made in U.S. industry. Some bourgeois economists lay a basis for their demonopolization theory by ignoring the scale of monopolization and focus their attention on the rate at which this process is proceeding at present, and concentrate attention on branches in which the rate of monopoly concentration has recently fallen, but of course the rate of concentration cannot be the same in all areas or at all times. The way in which the process unfolds also varies in importance, and the unevenness of the development of the capitalist economy is also felt in this field. Some branches have attained a very high degree of monopolization. L. Weiss, a U.S. economist, computed that as early as in the 50s 4 leading firms accounted for 75–100% of the value supplied Indiana 40 branches, 50–75% in 101 branches and 25–50% in the other 157 branches. At the same time, the degree of monopolization in a number of other branches is still relatively low. According to Weiss, the joint share of the 4 leading companies in 136 branches of U.S. industry was below 25% of the supplied output. Clearly, there is still a good deal of room for the further development of monopolization, that is, for the growth in the biggest companies' share in the general trade turnover in branches with a relatively low level of monopolization. However, as this process, the growth of the biggest monopoly's share in total production is approaching its maximum, its rate cannot but decrease. 173. This does not mean, however, that there is a moment when the monopoly concentration in the highly monopolized branches stops. It continues, even if it takes a different form. The share of the biggest companies in the total sales or the gross output may not grow, but the absolute size of the capital, of the output and profits of every giant company will continue to increase. This is a no less graphic manifestation of the growth of the degree of monopolization than the increase in the share of leading companies. 3. Monopolies and competition under imperialism. Domination of the establishment of monopolies and the domination has exacerbated the base exacerbation of the basic. R. Contradiction of capitalism. Capitalist socialization of production reaches its peak under imperialism. As this socialization is carried out by monopolies whose only motive is to make the maximum profit out of the enterprises, branches of production and economic regions united under their rule, the capitalist appropriation of the means of production and the produce also attains its highest level. Since all profit results from the exploitation of labor, the monopolies' rule and their appropriation of the lion's share of the profits means that the capitalist exploitation of social labor and the expropriation of the social wealth develops to the maximum. The sharpening of the basic anti-Marxist conceptions tradiction 0f capitalism as a result is manifested in the aggravation of all the contradictions deriving from the basic one and in the sharper forms of competition. Bourgeois economists maintain that monopoly domination mitigates and even ends the antagonisms within bourgeois society. From these false premises, the apologists of the monopolies draw the conclusion that imperialism should not be fought, but supported. Bourgeois economists contrapose monopoly to competition, and some of them take this further and maintain that the monopolies are ending competition, while others insist that competition remains, so it would be. Contraposing monopoly to competition. 174. Intensification of competition under imperialism and changes in the nature of competition. Wrong to speak of monopoly domination. They say that there are only two alternatives: pure monopoly, the total monopolization of a branch by a single firm, or pure competition, the absence of monopoly, and, as the total monopolization by a single firm of a whole branch is extremely rare, they assert that there is no monopoly rule, and that modern capitalism continues to be a free enterprise system. These arguments try to beautify modern capitalism and avoid the fact that at the imperialist stage the contradictions of bourgeois society are aggravated to the extreme because the establishment of monopoly rule does not abolish competition but, on the contrary, intensifies it immensely. Before imperialism, the main instrument in the competitive struggle was the development of equipment and the resulting lowering of the production costs and prices. Under imperialism, the competitive struggle is waged mainly by few, but extremely powerful, monopolies. The fact that monopolies are based on private ownership makes capitalist competition within and between the monopolies inevitable. The main weapon in the competitive struggle in these new conditions is the acquisition of a monopoly, that is, a privileged, exclusive position. Technological development is subordinated to the interests of monopoly control. The aim of the competitive struggle also changes under imperialism. Formerly, competition was the mechanism which ensured equal profits on equal capital. But monopolies are not content with the average profit, they compete against other enterprises to make super profits. Their monopoly position enables them to use the mechanism of competition to that end. The monopolies are not out to weaken their opponent but to destroy him. Open competition is replaced by conspiracies between a few against the rest. This lends a new quality to competition under imperialism and makes it extremely grave. The sphere of the competitive struggle expands simultaneously, involving new objects and new participants. Since modern big monopoly associations produce such large quantities of commodities that they have to export 175. Part of their output, every monopoly takes part in the competitive struggle on the world capitalist market. But the features of the competitive SSSSCAR1 ARGLA the RCH imperialism do not disappear completely. True competition is preserved. Nowhere in the world, Lenin wrote, has monopoly capitalism existed in a whole series of branches without free competition, nor will it exist when the monopolies take control of all the key positions in the economy, but they do not run it by themselves. Even in a monopoly-infested country like the USA, about 75% of the 4.5 million firms employ less than 5 workers. These include the repair workshops with 1 or 2 workers, groceries, garages, etc. Their economic position is very shaky. The present situation is characterized more than ever by the broad spread of diverse forms of what is known as non-price competition. The point is that now, in the period of the scientific and technological revolution, the competitive power of capitalist firms increasingly depends on the quality and dependability of products, marketing techniques, standards of services, terms of payment. Monopolies are making wide use of innovations related to products they manufacture, methods of production and marketing to widen their positions on the home and world markets. The role of spending on research and development has grown immensely. Increasing importance is attached to control of patents, which is concentrated within the biggest monopoly associations. In federal Germany, for example, 1% of patent holders have in their possession 51.6% of the total number of patents. In the modern capitalist economy, growing importance is acquired by competition in the manufacture of novel goods and substitutes. Advertising increasingly becomes one of the basic weapons for defeating competitors. Because of immense outlays for advertising, which in certain cases exceeds one-third of the commodity price, advertising loses its socially useful informative function and becomes a waste of social resources. Today, the key positions within the state monopoly mechanism are an object of extremely bitter rivalry. Monopolies are vying for government contracts, investments, and credits, for a bigger share of budgetary and non-budgetary funds, for research findings of government institutions. Government economic programming is one of the more recent objects of rivalry. Free competition before imperialism and free competition under imperialism, however, are two different things. Under imperialism there is competition with monopoly domination, and free competition exists only in a very narrow sector, since the small and medium enterprises' share in the total output is negligible. Most of the competing small and medium entrepreneurs are directly or indirectly under monopoly control. The extremely difficult conditions in which small and medium enterprises have to exist under imperialism make the competitive struggle between them particularly violent, and many small entrepreneurs engaged in free competition are used by the monopolies in their cruel competitive battles. That free competition is preserved along with monopoly rule only aggravates the contradictions of capitalism. The monopolies, Lenin said, do not eliminate the latter one. Finance capital acquires a state monopoly character. Finance capital is no longer just a coalescence of banking and industrial monopolies, but of banking and industrial monopolies and the state, which gives the financial oligarchy greater control over economic resources and better opportunities for gain. Members of the supreme state bureaucracy penetrate into the financial oligarchy. State monopoly finance capital becomes the dominant force in all the decisive links of modern capitalist reproduction. This makes the state monopoly financial oligarchy the main enemy of the working class, of all other classes and social layers in modern capitalist society. State monopoly processes also influence other essential characteristics of imperialism. Today, the government plays a major role in the export of capital not only as a guarantor but also as an active participant in this process. Interstate monopoly associations are emerging, and the territorial division of the world between the imperialist powers and the struggle to redivide it now largely take the form of neocolonialism. Under neocolonialism, all aspects of imperialism become permeated by state monopoly capitalism. Formerly, private monopolies could operate successfully in the colonies with only the nominal support from their own state, but they cannot operate neocolonialist methods generally on their own. Basically, neocolonialism is a system of state monopoly measures aimed at maintaining the economic positions and restoring the political positions of imperialism in new forms in countries that have won state independence. The imperialist phase, the F-degree remission #85, F state monopoly capitalism marks the transition of imperialism to a new stage in its development. In this period, changes in favor of state monopoly occur in many essential elements of the structure of capitalism along with a reconstruction of its mechanism and economic policy. As regards its material and organizational prerequisites, state monopoly capitalism as a qualitatively new stage of imperialism puts society on the threshold of socialism. When they say that capitalism has entered the state monopoly stage, Marxists-Leninists emphasize that this is still part of the development of imperialism. So it cannot transcend the limits of imperialism, no matter how hard some modern bourgeois and opportunist theoreticians try to prove that it can. The champions of the convergence theory, for example, try to picture the now existing system of state monopoly capitalism as a social organization that has cast off the shortcomings of previous capitalist structures and is, by and large, the ideal that socialist states should strive for. This is a complete falsification of the real content of the state monopoly stage of imperialism. This transition does not mean that pure state monopoly capitalism has emerged. Just as there is no pure imperialism, there can be no pure state monopoly capitalism. Alongside the private monopolies, which have fused with the state apparatus, and the state monopolies, there is still non-monopolist production and small commodity production. Nor does it mean, in our view, that a pure pre-state imperialist phase existed previously. As we emphasized. 204. Above, the development of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism was typical of imperialism from the moment it took root. It is a matter of the degree to which state monopoly processes are developed. The essence of the qualitative change in the development of state monopoly capitalism in the most recent period is that out of the extraordinary and temporary measures, used during the two world wars, and during the crises in the 30s, the system of state monopoly capitalism has developed into a permanent institution in capitalist reproduction. The development of state monopoly capitalism is very uneven and moves in fits and starts. Nevertheless, the basic tendency in this development is its continual regeneration at a more advanced level, and gradual extension of the system of state monopoly economic management. The development of the world revolutionary process is an important contributory factor in the unevenness of the development of state monopoly capitalism. 3 basic forms and contradictions of state monopoly capitalism. 7. Personal union of American Samoa. State monopoly capitalism. Demonopolies and governments vilipes. The administrative departments of the state coalesce increasingly with the managements of the private monopoly bodies. In some case the monopolies take over the functions of state bodies. This became particularly pronounced during the Second World War, when trusts and cartels took charge of the military mobilization of industry and were in fact vested with the authority of state departments. At other time various state departments can sometimes become branches of monopoly companies. Among them are, for example, the state bodies engaged in handing out profitable government orders to the biggest monopolies. No matter what form the coalescence of the state bodies with the monopoly apparatus takes, it always looks after the interests of the financial oligarchy. The personal union between monopoly associations and governments is the most important factor in this coalescence. The personal links between monopoly companies and the state apparatus develop along 3 lines: high government officials hold key posts in private monopoly firms, monopoly agents hold key positions in the state, the monopolists take the most responsible posts in the government into their own hands. In the last case the monopolies exercise a direct control over the government, and the subordination of the state apparatus to the financial oligarchy stands out in bold relief. State monopoly properly. In every imperialist country the state controls all sorts of property, state-owned industrial, transport and power enterprises, communications, land and forests, armaments, considerable money resources from the state budget revenue and deposits in state credit institutions, all of which is owned and managed by the state. Some state enterprises are the result of the nationalization of private companies. This is typical of Britain, France, and Austria. Some state property was built out of state budget funds. This is typical of the USA. Mixed, state and private enterprises have become widespread in Italy. When indirect holdings and local government property are included, the state now holds about 1/5 of the gross social wealth in developed capitalist countries. State enterprises account for 15 to 20% of the industrial output in big capitalist countries like the Federal Republic of Germany, Britain, France, and Italy. The enormous importance of state property can be seen particularly clearly in the USA. According to bourgeois researchers, state property in the USA is now valued at about $590,000 million, 23% of the national wealth. In the USA, the state owns enterprises in the atomic industry, a series of big power stations, which supply 13% of the total power. Indiana, the U.S. power system, a great many hydrotechnical installations, and the state participates heavily in various other branches of industry. State property holds key positions in the transport industry in the developed capitalist countries. In Western Europe, for example, state enterprises handle more than 50% of freight. State monopoly property plays a particularly important part in the credit sphere. The state has become the monopoly's chief banker. If 206. 1 includes the resources of the banks of issue and the large number of mixed credit institutions, the state holds almost a third of the total assets of the banking and credit system of the capitalist countries, and an even higher proportion in some countries. In France, for example, state banks hold about 2/3 of the total bank deposits in the country, in Italy 55%, or in the Federal Republic of Germany 52.2%, Belgium 50%, Luxembourg 46%, the Netherlands 29% of the total. In order to divert the working people's attention from their class tasks, bourgeois economists and sociologists distort the essential class basis of modern bourgeois state property by calling it public property, often picturing it as socialist, which exists in a society with a mixed economy, and evade the fundamental distinctions between the socialist and capitalist systems, whose social and economic nature and class structure are opposite. Bourgeois economists maintain that the two economic systems only differ in the degree of the state ownership of enterprises. The right social democrats regard state enterprises as a special sector of the economy, which is allegedly outside the system of capitalist production relations, interpret it as a bit of socialism within the framework of capitalism. They draw an ideal of a gradual development of capitalism into socialism without a revolution, on the basis of state property. The founders of Marxism exposed the theoreticians who, in their time, declared that all state ownership, even of the Bismarckian sort, was socialist. Engels pointed out, the modern state, no matter what its form, is essentially a capitalist machine, the state of the capitalists, the ideal personification of the total national capital. The more it proceeds to the taking over of the productive forces, the more does it actually become the national capitalist, the more. This is particularly true of modern state monopoly capitalism. In the bourgeois countries, hired workers create surplus value at state enterprises. In organization, many state monopoly enterprises differ very little from private monopoly companies. Like the latter, government enterprises are a source of profits for the financial oligarchy. One of the means of its enrichment is the representation of monopolies in the management of government enterprises, as well as income on securities. The monopolies grow rich on the surplus value created at state enterprises, and not only from the securities they own or by participating in their management. The mechanism by which the surplus value from state enterprises is transferred through the prices for goods sold and bought by state enterprises plays an important role in this. State enterprises sell their output to the monopolies at prices below average, sometimes even below the cost of production. But when they buy equipment and raw materials from private firms, they pay more than the usual prices. State companies often run at a loss, while the enterprises which belong to private monopolies generally make high profits. It would be wrong to assume that this is due to a relatively low level of technology or labor productivity at state enterprises. On the contrary, nationalized enterprises are generally marked by the best technological facilities and the highest labor productivity. The losses incurred by these enterprises are due to the relation of prices between commodities bought and sold by them, and to the payment of compensations to the former owners, by which means surplus value is siphoned off from the state enterprises into the safes of private monopolies not as dividends, but as interest. It would also be wrong to ignore the specific features which distinguish state and private enterprises. The main specific feature is that profit here is yielded not by the capital of an individual capitalist, but by the part of the national income which goes to finance state enterprises through the state budget. This, however, is an isolated distinction within the framework of their fundamental socio-economic similarity, as can be seen from the effects of crises on state enterprises. Since profit is not the main aim of state enterprises, and since their finances are guaranteed by the state budget, they can carry on work even if their sales drop. So they are 20s. Less vulnerable to cyclic fluctuations than private enterprises. But if the drop in business activity becomes critical, it has an effect on state-owned enterprises as well. When private enterprises, curtailing production, cancel their orders placed with state companies, the state concerns have to curtail production, sack workers, and reduce their prices. The redistribution of the national redistribution of the income is an important element in the state's economic regulation. One is because the state has to have control over enormous resources to be able to regulate economic processes. In the first stage of imperialism, the state budget was a relatively small part of the national income. The main purpose of the budget was to pay the state's expenses and to enable it to fulfill its relatively limited functions concerned with preserving the general foundations of the capitalist mode of production. Now the state takes a large part of the national income. In the USA, Britain, Japan, France, the Federal Republic of Germany and Italy, from 40 to 55% of the national income goes into the state budget, and the redistribution of the national income is becoming its main function. The national income is redistributed in the interests of the monopolies. But it must be remembered that it is not redistributed in the interests of individual monopolies or even financial groups. Certainly, state subsidies, interest-free loans and similar privileges are granted to monopoly companies. But, budget policy promotes the interests of the entire financial oligarchy, the ruling elite of the capitalist class, and not necessarily the current interests of this elite, but their basic long-term interests. To this end, the monopolies themselves have to renounce some of the national income they appropriate in the form of profits, and hand it over to the state in the form of taxes. The monopolies have to reckon with the fact that the state needs vast resources to develop the economic infrastructure in their interests, to regulate economic processes, to reduce class conflicts by social investments, to carry on the arms race and a foreign policy which suits the financial oligarchy. But, when we talk about the taxes the monopolies pay, we must remember that the corporations are able to 209. Seal a large share of their profits from taxation. And the monopolies enjoy a variety of tax privileges. They include part of their taxes in production costs, which is tantamount to getting their taxes paid by an increase in their prices. Of course, they don't always succeed in competition, and resistance from the workers, who demand wage increases to meet price increases, often prevent this. The assertion of bourgeois experts that the taxation of corporations is confiscatory is pure demagogy. In the 1967-68 fiscal year, the taxes paid by U.S. corporations accounted for less than 30% of the total state budget revenue. In Britain in 1966-67, the corporation's share in direct taxes was less than 20%. The bulk of the taxes is levied on individual taxpayers, and the main tax burden is borne by the working people. In the USA, people with an annual income of $100,000 and more pay less than 5% of the direct taxes. Since the Second World War, the number of people who pay income tax has grown considerably because the imperialist states have lowered the level at which income tax becomes payable, while indirect taxes which are added to the prices of commodities have risen. The effect is a reduction in the working people's real income. The state's share in the total investments in capitalist countries has risen steeply of late. In the USA, about a third of all new capital investments is made by the state. In France it is now over 30% as against 5% on the eve of the Second World War. In Britain, the share of state investments has in recent years ranged from 42 to 56%. In the Federal Republic of Germany between 1946 and 1963, the state accounted for about 30% of the total capital investments. As well as the direct state financing of private capital investments, the government also uses indirect methods to promote the accumulation of private capital. One method is when the state permits the depreciation of buildings and equipment to be inflated. The accelerated depreciation of buildings and equipment enables enterprises to show part of 14 to 294. 210. Their profits as capital depreciation in their balance sheets, to reduce their income tax commitment. In this way, the monopolies receive enormous subsidies from the state budget to compensate for the supposed obsolescence of equipment. The monopolists endeavor to use the state market to resolve the contradictions in the capitalist economy and to ensure unobstructed capitalist reproduction. State consumption, state purchases from private monopoly enterprises are the most important factors. They include the purchases of equipment, raw and other materials, semi-manufactures necessary for the functioning of state enterprises, purchases for the armed forces and purchases for the needs of the state machinery. In the USA, a fifth of the gross national product was purchased by the state in the last 15 years, and about half of this was military purchases. In Britain, state purchases account for about 19%, in the FRG, 18%, in France, 19%, and in Italy, 18% of the gross national product. The state also influences demand through a variety of payments to the population, pensions, benefits, servicemen's pay, etc. Finally, the state influences the demand through the credit system, mainly by regulating the terms on which credit is granted by private banks and consumer credit by commercial firms. The state can help to improve the terms for consumer credit, or restrict it and make it more difficult to obtain. In this way, the state endeavors to smooth out fluctuations and to stabilize the demand. It would be wrong to deny the importance of the state market or government regulation of the demand. But, the money used to regulate the demand is the budget revenue, which comes out of the incomes of the population, and this creates a vicious circle, because the greater the revenue, the smaller the demand. In the final analysis, state intervention into market relations leads not to an increase, but to a decrease in demand. The fact that the state regulation of the demand is unable to do away with crises, unemployment, and the undercapacity operation of enterprises shows its limitations. 211. State monopoly capitalism. The present stage of the scientific and the revolution in and technological revolution, connected with the introduction of electronic computers, automation, and the creation of new materials, has made capitalist accumulation a thorny problem. It often happens that even the biggest monopolies are unable to cope with the huge expenditure needed to create some of the new branches of production, to do extensive research, especially in space, electronics, and so on. For example, to start the production of new electronic computers requires a huge expenditure which only begins to pay after some years. And as electronic computers are extremely expensive and become quickly obsolescent, firms prefer to hire rather than buy them, which means the manufacturers have to make even bigger investments, which take still longer to pay off. So even the biggest monopolies in the computers field have to attract extra capital through the private bank and credit system on the money market, and through the bourgeois state. As a result, state expenditure on research is rapidly growing. In the USA, the expenditure of the state and local bodies on research reached about $30,000 million in 1970, and state expenditure on scientific development between 1956 and 1965 had quadrupled compared with the period from 1946 to 1955. State expenditure on research is growing even faster in the West European countries and Japan. In France, for example, it increased by 700% between 1958 and 1967. In recent years, the state has defrayed about two-thirds of the cost of research in the USA, Britain, the Federal Republic of Germany, and France. The role of the state as the direct organizer of research, especially in fields which demand gigantic capital investments, has also grown. By acting as the biggest financier and organizer of research and the introduction of technological achievements in the interests of monopoly capital, the state lifts the bulk burden of the gigantic research costs off the private monopolies' shoulders and shifts it onto the taxpayers. The monopolies make extensive use of scientific and technological achievements. The 24th Congress of the CPSU. 14*212. Noted, to strengthen their positions, to make production more effective, to develop it faster, and to intensify the exploitation and oppression of the working people. In addition to the earlier state programming of monopoly processes, state programming the economy, the latest 0F the economy has become widespread in capitalist countries in the past 10 to 15 years. I.e., economic programs in the capitalist countries are based on the private ownership of the means of production. So they really only point directions, and these are not compulsory for the capitalist enterprises. And the content of the program serves the interests of monopoly capital. There are special institutions engaged in drawing up of economic programs and, in some measure, in their implementation. These programming bodies are not only made up of civil servants, representatives of the big monopolies also serve on their boards. The monopolies use these bodies to obtain economic information and to apply pressure when state orders and subsidies are distributed. The economic programming system changes the nature of economic regulation by the state. The economic policy of state monopoly capitalism, the synthesis of which are the state programs of economic development, reflects first and foremost the strategic interests of the financial oligarchy. Based on the united power of the monopolies and the bourgeois state, programming is a fairly effective instrument for the further enrichment of the oligarchy and for strengthening its domination over the capitalist economy. Programming aims primarily not at the satisfaction of the interests of individual monopoly groupings, but at the solution of the difficult problems of monopoly capital as a whole. The main purpose in the programming mechanism is to encourage private firms to fulfill state programs with the help of such levers for raising the rate of profits as tax rebates. For example, taxes on investments envisaged in the state program are reduced. What are the causes of the emergence of economic programming as a new form of state monopoly capitalism? The nature of the modern productive forces is such that their normal functioning and unobstructed progress is POS. 213. Sible only under centralized management. Only the production relations of socialism give full scope to the development and application of science and technology. Monopoly capital, however, endeavors to use economic programming to adapt the production relations of modern bourgeois society to the requirements of the productive forces, gravitating towards socialism. The need for long-range programming has become particularly important for monopoly capital since it has become obvious that the Soviet Union and other socialist countries owe their economic successes largely to the planned management of their economies. The intensification of the class struggle has also had its effect. It has become essential to the monopolies that the state should take the coordination of various economic processes upon itself to promote a higher rate of profit, because there was a danger that it would fall as a result of proletariat's strong pressure on monopoly capital. The intensification of the competitive struggle between the monopolies has also played a part in this. At a time when the world situation is deteriorating and growing more complicated for monopoly capital, state economic programming is called in to reconcile and coordinate the interests of individual monopolies with the common interests of the monopoly bourgeoisie, to help perpetuate capitalism as a mode of production. State economic programming plays a definite role in the objective economic development process. However, one should not overestimate its efficacy. The programming of economic activity, organized and financed by the state, can temporarily increase growth rates, stimulate new investments, increase exports of commodities and capital and improve the country's balance of payments. But it cannot do away with the disproportion between branches or competition between industrialists. For although economic programming introduces some elements of planning into spontaneous production, the effect is limited, since anarchy is endemic in capitalist production. A result of the contradictions of modern capitalism, state economic programming is unable to remove them. 214. 4. State monopoly capitalism and the maturing of the prerequisites of the socialist revolution. Intensification of the basic contradiction of capitalism. In his speech at the International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties, on June 7, 1969, in Moscow, Leonid Brezhnev, General Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee and head of the CPSU delegation, said, "Massively socializing production and centralizing its management, state monopoly capitalism is carrying to extremes the basic contradiction of the bourgeois system, the contradiction between the social nature of production and the private mode of appropriation. The unnatural character of the situation in which production complexes, some of which serve more than one country, remain the private property of a handful of millionaires and billionaires is becoming increasingly evident to the peoples. The need for replacing capitalist by socialist relations of production is becoming ever more pressing. An analysis of the objective changes in the developed capitalist countries shows that quantitative accumulation leads to qualitative changes. Under state monopoly capitalism, intensification of the class-state coercion plays a more important part in the economic life of bourgeois society than ever before. The use of force against the proletariat reaches its maximum. The police and military functions of the state expand, because the state is used by the monopolies to suppress the working people, to continue their attack on the standard of living of the working class. The state pursues a policy of wage freezes, and keeps wages at low level, while consumer goods prices are rising. The financial oligarchy prevails on the state apparatus to introduce more and more reactionary laws, to undermine the trade union movement, and to control it, to make it extremely difficult for the workers to wage their economic struggle, to limit their right to strike, while giving unrestricted freedom to strike breakers, and to restrict the workers' participation in their country's political life. Contradictions in bourgeois society. 215. State monopoly capitalism and the struggle of the communist parties for democracy and socialism. All this intensifies the class conflicts in bourgeois society. It also changes the conditions of the proletariat's class struggle. The working class no longer faces individual monopoly companies, it has to fight the united front of monopoly capital and the state. Under these conditions, any major action by the proletariat becomes political in character. The development of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism is of prime importance to charting the strategy and tactics of the revolutionary movement. It makes it necessary to fight for a democratic alternative to state monopoly capitalism. This objective need evolves from the fact that state monopoly capitalism intensifies reaction and the domination of the financial oligarchy, since this is its class function. At the same time, state monopoly capitalism, which is developing under the influence of the scientific and technological revolution, promoting intensification, raises the productivity of social labor and makes social maneuvering easier for the monopoly bourgeoisie, which obstructs the formation of a political army of the socialist revolution. Nevertheless, state monopoly capitalism creates the mechanism, the skeleton of a system of social management, which can and must be used by the democratic revolutionary forces. The German Marxist journal Einheit pointed out in 1967 that changes in the forms of the development of capitalist contradictions are important to the strategy and tactics of the working class. They make it necessary for the class struggle to adopt corresponding forms. Success in the struggle for the transition to the socialist revolution depends ever more on whether most effective forms and methods are found for the struggle. Following the creation of the system of domination by state monopoly capitalism, it has become necessary to fight for democratic changes, to wage a struggle that must lead to an anti-imperialist democracy. With the development of state monopoly capitalism, the imperialist bourgeoisie extends its oppression to ever wider sections of society. The social structure is changing fast, the industrial proletariat and hired mental workers, and also peasants and small entrepreneurs are drawing closer. 216. Together. This makes it possible to unite all democratic movements opposing state monopoly capitalism into a single anti-monopoly front. The current economic programs of the communist parties in the capitalist countries insist that the main blow must be spearheaded at the heart of modern capitalism: monopoly property and the system of state monopoly capitalism. Communists are endeavoring to establish working-class control over the economy and social ownership of key enterprises, and to bring about democratic nationalization. The other direction of the working-class struggle is the demand for a thorough reform of the management of the economy through the organization of democratic planning and the utilization of other methods of regulating the economy in the interest of society as a whole. Democratic control presupposes the direct participation of the working class in economic management, both at enterprises and at state level. This means production committees at enterprises and, where they already exist, the extension of their functions. Production committees should enjoy full authority to implement constant and effective control over the activity of the monopolists and their agents. Control by production committees will curb the capitalists' arbitrary actions. It will help to reduce capitalist exploitation, improve the material position of the working people, make them more organized and class-conscious. The production committee's activities will not be effective unless they insist on the takeover of the entire machinery of state economic management, state monopoly capitalism has created, by democratic forces. The takeover and management of the state sector, in the social interest, the extension of the state sector by nationalizing various forms of monopoly property are the material basis of democratic control of the economy, the key to the solution of the fundamental problems of anti-monopolistic democracy. These demands are reflected in the slogan of democratic nationalization, which is formulated in the program documents of many fraternal communist parties. The actual content of the program for the establishment of democratic control over the economy in general. 217. And democratic nationalization in particular, varies from country to country. But the feature all these programs have in common is the demand to curb the power of the monopolies and to create an economic basis for anti-monopolistic democracy. The methods vary, because the national forms of state monopoly capitalism, the traditions of the working class movement, the level of consciousness achieved by the mass of the working class, and the correlation of the class forces in the country are different. In recent years the communist parties have rightly emphasized the great importance of capitalist economic programming. But the communists demand democratic planning, not state monopoly programming. The communist parties do not advocate the abolition or curtailment of economic programming. They are not fighting the monopoly bourgeoisie over the necessity for state intervention in the economy, but over the nature and direction of programming. They expose the true nature of state monopoly programming, and show that capitalist programming is the inevitable consequence of the growth of state monopoly capitalism. In modern conditions the oligarchy which controls the state machinery, uses programming for its narrow, selfish class interests. Communists realize that to fight the financial oligarchy, they must set up their own positive economic programs in opposition to state monopoly regulation. That is why the communist parties give major attention to working out constructive economic development programs. The democratic programs provide for higher wages, better working conditions, a solution to the housing problem, more money for education, culture, science, a wider system of social security, defense of the interests of white-collar workers and intellectuals and the working peasantry, and better living conditions for women and young people. The programs outline measures to help the smaller and medium enterprises, to protect them against the monopolies. The Communist Party's economic programs satisfy the vital requirements of the productive forces development. The working class thus offers a solution for the acute general national problems, which capitalism is unable to solve owing to its exploiter essence. Chapter 10. The Scientific and Technological Revolution in the Aggravation of the Social Contradictions of Capitalism. 1. The nature of the modern scientific and technological revolution. The processes taking place today in state monopoly capitalism are closely linked with the current scientific and technological revolution which affects to the roots the social relations in capitalist society. The scientific and technological features of revolution is a qualitatively new technological revolution stage in man's understanding of the laws of nature and their utilization in social production. This loose definition does not, however, show the difference between the modern scientific and technological revolution and the upheavals in science and technology in the past. The distinguishing features of the modern revolution in science and technology are the following. First, the major qualitative changes which are taking place in all branches of science are of great importance to production. The development of science into an independent factor of the production process or into a direct productive force is nearing completion, and science has become an independent factor in social production as a whole, and its role, its share in securing a qualitative and quantitative growth of production has grown immeasurably. Marx discovered the beginning of that process. 219. Second, the interaction and mutual influence of science and technology have entered a qualitatively new stage. The borderline between science and technology is becoming less and less defined. Third, radical changes are taking place in all the basic components of production, the instruments of labor, the objects of labor, power sources, production control, and labor itself. The productivity of mental labor has risen so much that it exceeds the possibilities of the human brain many times over. Fourth, the scientific and technological revolution is characterized by the creation of material and technical possibilities for such an increase in the productivity of social labor as a whole that it is essentially sufficient to satisfy all the requirements of society and to make an enormous change in the proportion of time man has to give to production and to other occupations. But, the realization of this does not depend on technological changes, but on the socio-economic system in which the scientific and technological revolution is unfolding. The scientific and technological REV7HE, technological revolution is thus a gigantic qualitative and social relations. R2 change in the development OT the productive forces with the logical consequence that it has become inevitable and necessary to change the relations of production. The nature of these changes depends on the conditions in which the scientific and technological revolution is unfolding, on the level of the socio-economic formation in which it is developing, and on the historical epoch. The social consequences of the technical upheaval which took place when capitalism was at its height were very different from the consequences of the scientific and technological revolution in the capitalist countries at present, when capitalism is on the decline, and the capitalist system in the grip of general crisis. While capitalist production relations were immature, technical upheaval led to the creation of a new structure of social production, large-scale machine production, which promoted the consolidation of the capitalist system. 220. The present scientific and technological revolution is developing during the period of the transition from capitalism to socialism, the period of the general crisis of capitalism, at a time when the two opposing systems coexist and compete, a time when the influence of socialism on world development is growing and the national liberation movement is scoring new victories, and the revolutionary working class movement is gaining ground. The socio-economic consequences of the revolution in science and technology are extremely contradictory. Capitalism endeavors to use it for its own advantage. But capitalist relations have become overripe and the level of the productive forces transcends their framework, and the use of scientific and technological achievements is connected with a need for radical social change, which cannot but threaten the very existence of the capitalist system. So while the utilization of the scientific and technological achievements enables capitalism, in a number of countries, to raise the effectiveness of production, to mitigate the cyclic crises, temporarily to strengthen its economic position, on the other hand, and this is more important, the rapid progress of science and technology aggravates the social conflicts and contradictions of capitalism even more. In his works on imperialism, Lenin causes for the development that the development of science of the modern scientific and I*Ji technological revolution and technology under monopoly domination has two tendencies: it stimulates technical progress, and it holds it back. They are both generated by the same laws of capitalism, which is based on the pursuit of profits. Lenin noted that at different times, in different countries and in different branches, now one and now the other of these tendencies has the upper hand. Under modern capitalism, the tendency towards the growth of technical progress has been dominant. Apart from the general factors which operate in capitalist society at all its stages, the acceleration of the rate of technological progress is promoted in modern conditions by the following factors. First, the imperialists must reckon with the existence and the successes of world socialism. The most important achievements revolutionizing science and technology, including atomic research, the first atomic power station, the first 221 artificial Earth satellite, man's first flight into space, were made under socialism, in the Soviet Union. Second, the working class movement in the capitalist countries. The working class reduces the capitalists' ability to multiplying their profits with cheap labor, and this gives an added impetus to the introduction of new equipment. The struggle against price increases for consumer goods has the same effect. Third, militarization, too, is a motive for technological progress. It leads to an enormous waste of productive forces, but some scientific and technological discoveries have been made in recent decades. All these, taken together, have been simple manifestations responsible for the speed at technological revolution which the latest scientific and technological achievements are introduced in the leading capitalist countries. The rapidly growing scale of the production and utilization of computers, the spread of automation to production and management are the main indicator. Another important indicator is the rapid growth of new branches of production which determine the technical level of the entire economy: the power engineering, mechanical engineering, and instrument making, the production of equipment, especially for the power engineering, the chemical industry, radio engineering, transport and agricultural engineering. The production of automatic and semi-automatic machine tools grows particularly rapidly. The production of electronic equipment makes up an increasing proportion of engineering output. The proportion of chemical industry, notably polymer chemistry, is also growing. The development of the progressive branches sharply raises the labor productivity and makes the production of machinery and equipment both simpler and cheaper. The spread of electricity and chemicals in agriculture, and the sharp increase in the amount of agricultural plant available are part of this process. The relative, and in technically well-equipped countries also the absolute, number of people engaged in agriculture is rapidly declining. 222. The scientific and new equipment, a new production technological revolution apparatus, the large size of round modern capitalism prizes and the scale of research require new methods of production management, social ownership, planned economic management and international economic cooperation. Capitalism tries to rise to these demands by means of state monopoly economic regulation. But capitalism is unable to cope with the scientific and technological revolution completely. Its endeavors to adapt ultimately exacerbate the contradictions of capitalism even further. In order to meet the needs of the scientific and technological revolution, a transition from capitalism to socialism must be made. Private ownership and the selfish interests of the monopolies, which try to use the achievements of science and technology as new sources for gain, bitter competition, and the growth of non-productive expenditure linked with it, enormous underemployment of productive capacities, all lower the pace of scientific and technological progress, and prevent the full utilization of material and technological possibilities. A new contradiction emerges, between the possibilities of the scientific and technological revolution and the obstacles capitalism places in its way. The rapid growth of technology in the most developed capitalist countries encounters many barriers which prevent the vast possibilities inherent in the modern productive forces at the command of the capitalist world from being fully used. This happens first and foremost because the monopolies use the advance in science and technology and the greater production possibilities to intensify exploitation. They put major technological discoveries at the service of the machinery of coercion against the masses and build up the monstrous machinery for military aggression. In the USA, the richest capitalist country today, there are, alongside the rapid growth of technology, astonishing examples of artificial restraint on the growth of the productive forces. This can be seen from the chronic underutilization of their industrial capacities, particularly in the motor industry. The monopolies also restrain technological progress by buying up patents on technical inventions. And alongside 223. The rapid introduction of many scientific and technological innovations, the powerful monopoly unions are hiding patents by the hundred in their safes. Special pools, for buying up patents, have been created in the USA. A patent pool in the U.S. aircraft industry, for example, at one time held up the development of jet engines. Patent pools in the USA held up new inventions in air conditioning, and in the optic, glass and chemical industries for a considerable time. Automation is developing much more slowly in the USA than scientific, technological, and material possibilities warrant. Economy in variable capital is the main motive force for automation. There are many cases where entrepreneurs won't introduce automation, although it lightens labor, because it does not lower the costs. Low wages is one of the most important fetters on technological progress under capitalism, and wages are at their lowest in the industries where technical re-equipment is most necessary. When the monopolists introduce new equipment, they are guided not only by the desire to save expenditure on labor power, but also by the desire to make up for the high proportion of equipment kept idle by the chronic underemployment of production capacities. Consequently, with the chronic underemployment of the production capacities, new equipment is utilized on an ever smaller scale. This does not exhaust the range of the obstacles capitalism sets up against the scientific and technological revolution. We must add the effects of the present alignment and relation of forces in the world capitalist economy. Since most of the capitalist technical and economic power is concentrated in the USA, and in the far-flung network of American enterprises in other capitalist countries, the USA can largely determine the rate of scientific and technological progress in the rest of the capitalist world. So capitalism not only obstructs the unfolding of the scientific and technological revolution in the most developed capitalist countries, it also holds it back in countries which are under the economic influence of US imperialism, and prevents the spread of technological progress in the non-socialist world. 224. 2. The scientific and technological revolution and the aggravation of the socio-economic contradictions of capitalism. Intensification of the basic bourgeois ideologists are trying to contradiction of capitalism present the scientific and technological revolution as a remedy for social contradictions which will ensure general welfare within the framework of capitalist society. Actually, however, the scientific and technological revolution tends to exacerbate the far-reaching socio-economic contradictions of capitalism and, particularly, the contradiction between the social character of production and private capitalist appropriation. Lenin regarded technological progress under capitalism as an inseparable and vital component of the socialization of production and labor, the development of large-scale machine industry. 1. The progress of technology and science leads to the specialization in social production, and to an increased interdependence between branches. The scientific and technological revolution intensifies the concentration of production and capital in the hands of the biggest companies and the rapidly growing dependence of social production on the new branches, which are among the technological leaders in this, as these branches are mainly concentrated in the hands of a few very big monopolies. Automation and technological improvements, therefore, also intensify the concentration of profits in the hands of the biggest monopolies. At the same time, technological progress accelerates the ruination of non-monopolized and small enterprises, which cannot afford expensive technological innovations. Enterprises have to renew their equipment almost continually to keep up with modern technology. This requires continual big capital investments for modernization, which only the big monopolies can afford. Concentration increases also because when equipment is improved, the initial capital can set a larger mass of the means of production into motion. Depreciation allowances are increasingly used to expand production capacities. The means of production are becoming relatively cheaper, and their productivity grows faster than their value. The result is a higher concentration of capital at the enterprises which are modernizing more intensively. The enormous growth of capitalist concentration, stimulated by the scientific and technological revolution, signifies the further exacerbation of the contradiction between the social nature of production and capitalist appropriation. The scientific and technological intensification of class alienation tends to intensify the main UTL-CILU 71I5711151 pi class antagonism of bourgeois society, the antagonism between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The working class wages a constant struggle to have the proceeds of the new technology, the increase in labor productivity and the growth in social wealth used for the benefit of the working people. As a result of this struggle, the volume of commodities in the working people's consumption fund expands. With the development of standardized mass production based on new equipment, some consumer goods which were formerly only available to a very limited layer of the population are within the reach of the broader sections of the population in some countries. Lenin's conclusion that the improvement of technology intensifies social inequality is still true. The gap between the possibilities for the development of the productive forces, which have increased enormously as a result of the scientific and technical progress, and their social use, has grown immensely. And the militarization of science and technology in the capitalist countries has created a mortal danger to the very existence of society. New techniques make many working people even less secure, and face them with unemployment and other privations. Naturally, these phenomena now appear in somewhat different forms. Let us take a look at the growing intensity of labor. For example, one of the grimmest consequences the introduction of automation has had for the working class. Automation frees the worker from heavy physical work as the old worker at the bench knew it, but increases the tension to his whole nervous system, which exhausts his organism far more. 15 to 294. 226. It should also be borne in mind that alongside automatic lathe operators, there are still many workers at conveyors and machine tools. In their endeavor to squeeze maximum profits out of the workers with their new equipment, the industrialists try to use the human organism to the utmost, and beyond. Besides, the big capitalist enterprises intensify the exploitation of many hundreds of thousands of formerly independent small owners whose labor intensity is also growing sharply, but whose incomes are not very different from the wages of hired workers. It is not really surprising that despite the spread of automation in the capitalist countries, which makes it possible to raise labor productivity substantially, the social labor productivity is growing relatively slowly. Ul plus or minus. As a result of the growth of labor productivity at automated enterprises, the demand for labor power drops sharply. But there is on the whole no absolute decrease in the number of people employed. In fact, the working class, the number of hired workers is growing steadily. The reasons for this are, first, the general growth in production in the capitalist countries, second, the emergence and development of many new branches as a result of technological progress, third, the growth of the sphere of scientific production activity, fourth, the extension of the service sector and the provision of modern equipment for it. Yet, mass unemployment and the misfortunes which it brings have not been and cannot be ended under capitalism. There are still millions of unemployed in the USA, and hundreds of thousands of people are out of work in the other big capitalist countries. Whole industries and regions fall into decay. Unemployment is particularly rampant among young people leaving school or college. Poverty has survived all the achievements of science and technology. Scientific and technological progress changes in the structure has wrought major changes in the sixth structure of the working class. The struggle between the monopolies of the main capital exporting countries for more profitable spheres of application for their capital, and the exploitation of peoples in the capital importing countries. Struggle for spheres of capital application. The struggle for spheres of capital application intensified sharply in the second and third stages of the general crisis of capitalism. During the Second World War and immediately after it, the USA became the monopoly capital exporter. From the 50s, however, Britain, France, the Federal Republic of Germany and Japan again became major capital exporters, and are now successfully competing with the USA in some parts of the world. Considerable sums are now being invested abroad by monopolies from the small West European countries Switzerland, Holland, Belgium, and Sweden. Despite the rapid growth in some other countries' investments, the USA continues to hold first place among the capitalist countries for the amount of capital exported. U.S. foreign investments are worth more than $90,000 million, British foreign investments, $27,000 million, and French foreign investments, $20,000 million. Annual exports of capital from the USA exceed the total exports of capital from all other capitalist countries together. 232. The U.S. financial oligarchy is the main exploiter of the capitalist world by the export of capital. A sharp struggle is going on between the imperialists over the areas for the export of capital because of the aggravating instability of world capitalism caused by the general crisis of capitalism, the development of the socialist countries, the disintegration of the colonial system, and the scientific and technological revolution. In modern conditions, the export of capital to developed capitalist countries is growing in importance. But the colonial and dependent countries continue to be important areas to which imperialist monopolies export capital. The application of exported capital in those countries gives rise to relations of exploitation, and to dependence on the capital exporting country. There are two distinct economic different forms of the forms F capital exports. When a capital exporter acquires productive, commercial, financial, transport or other enterprises in another country and is a functioning capitalist, capital is said to be exported as productive capital. When he lends capital to entrepreneurs or governments of other countries without acquiring any property there and only reserves the right to recall the loan with interest, the capital is called loan capital. The export of productive capital brings in a profit, and loan capital, interest. When the monopolies set up branches abroad, establish mixed enterprises with participation from the capital importing country, or buy up enterprises operated by local capital, they are exporting productive capital. The export of productive capital, no matter how it is invested, always leads to the emergence of foreign property in the importer country, and to the creation of nucleus of influence for the imperialist monopolies. The export of loan capital takes the form of loans from the monopolies to governments, local authorities of private firms in foreign states, credit for the purchase of equipment for factories to be built, and deposits on current accounts in foreign banks. Loan capital is not always exported because it is surplus, as a result of the internal contradictions of accumulation. It is often exported for political reasons. And the deposits in banks in the big imperialist countries often indicate not an import, but an export of capital by these countries. The capitalists or countries who have received a loan from the imperialist country usually spend a large part of it on commodities from that country. They deposit the loan in a current account at a bank in the creditor country to pay for their purchases. Consequently, the banks in the capital exporter countries always hold considerable deposits belonging to the capital importing countries on their current accounts. This apparent paradox is extensively used by the theoreticians of U.S. imperialism to deny that the USA is the main country exploiting the capitalist world by the export of capital. A comparison of the capital imported and exported, they say, shows that the U.S. capital investments abroad exceed only the sum of foreign capital in the USA by a small margin. But in practice, about 3/5 of the foreign investments in the USA are short-term investments, that is, deposits in current accounts, and bonds bought up by foreigners. The real influence of such capital investments on the U.S. economy is negligible. This kind of investment holds a very modest place in American exports of capital. The bulk of the private capital is exported from the USA as productive capital. Bourgeois economists classify foreign investments according to the term for which loans are granted, that is, they distinguish between long-term and short-term investments. The first are mainly investments in the constant capital of foreign enterprises. The second are deposits in current account and the liquid assets of foreign borrowers. Long-term investments are divided into direct and portfolio investments. Direct investments are those which give the capital exporter a controlling interest in a foreign enterprise, that is, they make him the de facto owner of the enterprise. Portfolio investments are investments in shares or blocks of shares which are, formally at least, insufficient to give the investor control. An analysis of official statistics on the relation between direct and portfolio investments shows the annexationist. 234. Character of American export capital. Most of the long-term foreign investments in the USA are portfolio investments, but the vast majority of private long-term investments abroad are direct investments, and only a small share are portfolio investments. In recent years, the predominance of direct over portfolio investments has also become typical of the private export of capital from other imperialist countries. For example, direct investments account for about 60% of British private investments abroad. Direct investments also predominate in the private capital investments of the Federal Republic of Germany. This shows the modern tendency towards the direct economic seizure by the monopolies of sectors of production and the economy in other countries to make up for losses through the collapse of the old colonial system. The movement of exported capital 7he movement of capital proceeds in accordance with the invested abroad. Are laws governing the movement of any capital. Yet, a number of specific features are observed here. The transfer of a sum of capital from the exporter country to the importer country is the point of departure, and its return with the accumulated surplus value to its homeland, the final destination of capital invested abroad. This transfer is an important specific feature and the reason for other specific features in the movement of sums of capital invested abroad. The part of the surplus accumulated by foreign enterprises is split into two separate portions, that accumulated in the given country, and that going for accumulation to the capital exporting country. This means that the domestic accumulation of capital in the importer country is slowed down. The functioning capital in foreign enterprises is made up of local and foreign capital. Imported capital, that is, foreign capital, often only accounts for a small share of the total functioning capital at the disposal of foreign enterprises. In 1967, for example, 55% of the capital of U.S. enterprises in Brazil was these enterprises' own capital and only 45% was borrowed funds. So the bulk of the capital of foreign enterprises consists either of reinvested profits, that is, of the capitalized part of the surplus value, created by the labor of local workers, or of borrowed funds, often borrowed on the local money market. Yet, the capital of foreign enterprises confronts the local proletariat and bourgeoisie as foreign property. The export of capital is one form of the /7 percentage or the contradiction of capitalist accumulation malation and a reason I or its further aggravation. At a certain stage of capitalist development, the export of capital helped to remove the surplus 7 of capital from the world capitalist centers. The preservation of that surplus in the imperialist countries threatened to result in a drop of the rate of profit on the entire capital invested in the metropolitan country. The export of capital helped to reduce this tendency temporarily. Besides, the export of capital secured a particularly high profit for the capital that could not be profitable enough applied at home. The export of capital, therefore, promoted the parasitic plunder of the peoples in the capital exporting country and in the capital importing country. As Lenin aptly said, the export of capital is parasitism squared. The export of loan capital has become a successful method of pushing surplus commodities produced at home onto foreign markets, and in this way the export of capital has helped to delay economic crises in the metropolitan countries. The export of productive capital helped the capital exporting monopolies take over the domestic markets of other countries. The export of capital has played an important part in providing the metropolitan countries with raw materials and food, and has also been the decisive factor in the setting up by monopoly capitalism of an international economic system which enables the monopolies of a few developed countries to dominate over the peoples of the world. The export of capital means a development in the scope of capitalism. This development, Lenin noted, has helped to put off the time when the revolutionary tensions produced by capitalism reach a breaking point. This postponement is achieved by expanding monopoly capitalism's sphere of action and by intensifying the contradictions inherent in it. The export of capital expands the 236 borders of wage slavery until it begins to take in the entire capitalist world. The growth of the proletariat in the economically less developed countries is an inevitable consequence. Monopoly capital sets itself up in opposition to the proletariat in the metropolitan countries, and also to the revolutionary working class of the world. The monopoly enterprises in the less developed countries interfere with the development of the national industry, and suppress those who defended its interests. For this reason, the accumulation of capital, invested in the less developed countries, inevitably gives rise to conflicts between the monopoly and the national bourgeoisie. As we said above, the economic purpose of the export of capital is to remove surplus capital from the metropolitan countries. This also contains an irresolvable contradiction. The export of capital means that for many years there is an outflow from a country where the bulk of the money capital is accumulated, and this may temporarily halt that country's further development. Now, when the capital begins to yield large returns, the inflow of income from foreign investments may exceed the export of capital. This, in fact, is what has happened in the USA. The incomes of the U.S. monopolies which come into the USA from foreign enterprises regularly exceed the outflow of capital from the USA. Between 1960 and 1966 the USA exported $13,000 million, and the returns amounted to $19,600 million. Thus, the surplus capital in the metropolitan country is preserved and enlarged, and the contradiction the export of capital was to solve is only reproduced on an expanded scale. The export of capital has enormously increased the parasitism of the bourgeoisie in the separation of capital as property from capital as a function. The rentier who buys foreign shares does not participate in production, and often does not even know where the enterprises are. The accumulation of capital invested by the monopolies in different areas of the capitalist world makes it necessary to safeguard that capital by force of arms. The USA, who is robbing the whole capitalist world by means of the export of capital, is inevitably becoming the world policeman, the stronghold of world reaction. The export of capital, called forth by the contradictions of accumulation in the metropolitan countries, resolves none of these contradictions. On the contrary, as a result of the export of capital, the system of the domination by the monopolies and the financial oligarchy has become fraught with new, deep, and irreconcilable contradictions, and the only way out of them is a socialist revolution. 2. The economic division of the world and its modern forms. International monopolies. As a result of the concentration of then nature and their roots production and capital, a large part of the world output of some commodities is concentrated in the hands of a few giant monopolies, which operate on an international scale. This creates the economic prerequisite for the setting up of international unions of the biggest capitalists, to divide the world markets, fix monopoly prices and make high monopoly profits. In fact, the conclusion of international agreements by the capitalists becomes not only economically possible, but objectively necessary. The expansion of the imperialist monopolies on the world market inevitably leads to clashes and an acute competitive struggle between them. The competition of the giant monopolies on the world market becomes incredibly violent and destructive. The enormous cost of competition on foreign markets cuts the competing monopolies' profits considerably and prompts them to come to terms, to reach agreements to divide up markets and spheres of influence on a world scale. So to end competition among themselves, the biggest monopolies in the imperialist countries divide the world economy among themselves and share out the world markets for specific commodities. International monopolies are agreements reached by the biggest monopolies in several countries on the division of markets, price policies, and production quotas. As a result of the emergence of international monopolies, the entire capitalist world becomes dependent on a handful of giant monopolies. 238. The rise of the first international monopolies dates back to the 60s and 80s of the 19th century. Gradually, their number grew. The monopoly agreements on the division of the world market for electrical equipment, ferrous metals, oil, and oil products are typical examples of the biggest international monopolies. The International Cartel for Electrical Equipment emerged before the First World War. The International Steel Cartel was set up in 1926 by the steel smelting companies of Germany, France, Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Saar region. Today's biggest international monopolies include the International Oil Cartel, associating 5 American, 2 British and 1 French oil companies. The companies associated with the International Oil Cartel control about 2/3 of the capitalist world's known oil reserves and about 3/4 of the oil refining capacities. To secure monopoly profits, the members of the oil cartel have fixed high prices for oil products in various areas of the world on a level with prices existing in the USA, where the production costs are extremely high. Therefore, the oil monopolies in the cartel make fantastic profits. Power is the guiding principle in the agreements between the monopolists. The division of markets, production, and sales quotas between cartel members are done in accordance with their capital, that is, their economic power. Every cartel agreement reflects the balance of power between the members at any given moment. For a variety of internal and external reasons, the power balance changes from time to time. International unions of capitalists often split up. The covert struggle between cartel members flares up into overt competitive war, which eventually leads to a similar agreement on the basis of the new balance of power. The desire to obtain a maximum share in the profits from the exploitation of the world markets is the basic and constant background of the war between the giant monopolies. The processes at work in the Econio Dana Mundi P He's Orni of the modern capitalist world exert a contradictory influence on the form and content of the agreements on the division of the world markets. World industrial output is becoming increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few giant monopolies, so it has become easier to conclude agreements on the division of world markets. But new factors are obstructing the development of international monopolies, or forcing them to change the old forms of agreements. The most important factor is the emergence and growth of the world socialist system. The capitalists are now no longer the undivided rulers of the world commodity markets. Any agreements on prices, volumes, and terms of sales can become unrealistic if the socialist countries put their commodities on those markets. For this reason, the capitalists' agreements on the division of the world market can no longer divide it effectively. That the international monopolies discredited themselves during the Second World War, when many of them actively supported German Nazism and Japanese militarism, is also of some importance. The capitalist magnates now have to camouflage their agreements, to make them look like non-commercial international agreements, and to seek new methods of dividing the world markets, better suited to present-day conditions. A characteristic feature of the modern struggle for the economic division of the capitalist world is the extensive spread of a new form of private international cartels, license and patent agreements. Giant monopolies have become the owners of most of the technical innovations in the modern capitalist world. This has made possible for them to conclude agreements under which one monopoly grants another the right to use its patented production experience. Under the terms of such an agreement, the owner monopoly receives a royalty, and stipulates in which area the product can be sold. This means that license agreements are used to divide the markets between the monopolies of different countries. Now that the scientific and technological revolution is rapidly developing, such agreements are spreading fast. State monopoly agreements on markets are an important feature of the modern methods used in the struggle for the economic division of the world. Before the Second World War, the division of the world market took the form of international agreements between private monopolies, but 240. Since the war, bourgeois states have begun to participate in this division. The post-war period has seen the emergence of two types of state monopoly agreements on sales markets: agreements on particular commodities, which are generally concluded by the governments of the imperialist powers and the biggest monopolies of their countries. These include the European Coal and Steel Association and the European Society for Atomic Energy. Agreements of a general nature, not confined to definite commodities, so-called common markets, set up by imperialist states. The struggle of the capitalist monopolies for the division and redivision of the capitalist market has led to the de facto split of the imperialist world into hostile economic blocs and groupings: the USA with its dollar zone, the common market, Britain and her partners, and Japan, who is intensifying her penetration of the markets of the Asian non-socialist. 3. The territorial division of the world among the imperialist powers and the struggle for its redivision. Colonial conquests in the beginning of the 20th century completed the territorial division of the world, and capitalism became a world system of colonial oppression and of the financial strangulation of the overwhelming majority of the population of the world by a handful of advanced countries. 1. The rapid seizure of colonies during the last quarter of the 19th century and in the beginning of the 20th century is connected with the establishment of monopoly domination in the developed capitalist countries. The aggravation of the domestic market problem prompted the monopolies to seize foreign markets, raw material sources and profitable areas for the export of capital. The possession of colonies strengthened the competitive position of the monopolies, provided countries territorial division of the world. Them with a variety of cheap raw materials, a profitable and reliable area for the export of capital, and an extensive market for their commodities. Finance capital sought a way out of the exacerbating class antagonisms in the metropolitan countries in this way. And the colonies served the imperialist states as important strategic bridgeheads, and sources of cheap cannon fodder. When the territorial division of the Redwise the world and world was completed, new territory could only be acquired by taking it away from the present owners. The action of the internal laws of capitalism and the intensification of its contradictions in the imperialist epoch, made the struggle for the redivision of the world inevitable. The completion of the division of the world and the struggle for its redivision is one of the main features of imperialism. The uneven, irregular development of different countries changes the balance of power between the imperialist states. The new balance inevitably conflicts with the old division of the world. The colonial possessions of some of the powers no longer correspond to their economic and military strength. The new alignment of the class forces in the world today has made this feature of imperialism less important. Imperialism has lost its dominant role in the world once and for all. As a result of the emergence and successful development of the world socialist system, imperialist territorial domination has contracted sharply, and the relation of forces in the international arena has changed radically in favor of socialism. In the past, wars between imperialist powers were mainly fought for the redivision of the colonies. But after the war, the colonial system of imperialism collapsed under the pressure of the national liberation revolutions. As a result of the national liberation movements, the peoples of most colonies, relying in their anti-imperialist struggle on the all-round support from the socialist world, overthrew the oppressive colonial regimes and embarked on independent development as sovereign states. Under these circumstances, the imperialist powers' attempts to hold the newly free countries down politically are doomed to failure. 16-94. 242. All this shows that in the modern epoch, once imperialism has lost its dominant role in the world and mankind's development is determined by the world socialist system, the international working class and all revolutionary forces, world wars are no longer a fatal inevitability. The growing strength of the world socialist system, the greater influence of the international working class, the new upsurge of the national liberation movement and the further consolidation of the unity of all anti-imperialist forces create a real possibility of preventing world war. 4. The colonial system of imperialism. The colonial system of imperialism is a system of political, economic, ideological, and other social relations under which the people in the colonial and dependent countries are enslaved, robbed and exploited by the capitalist monopolies of the imperialist states. In some regions of the world, colonial possessions are nil p0 sesges developed, countries' domination in the colonies 1c promoted the development of capitalist relations there and increased their economic dependence on the imperialist powers. The imperialists did everything in their power to obstruct the development of the industries needed to satisfy the domestic demand in the colonies and semi-colonies. Foreign capital was mainly invested in the extractive industries which supplied raw materials to the metropolitan countries. Agriculture specialized on the production of one or two export products, so that the economies of the less developed countries became lopsided and deformed. Imperialism turned the colonial and dependent countries into backward areas supplying agricultural produce and raw materials to the metropolitan countries. The main economic consequence of imperialist rule in the colonial and dependent countries was that it held up the development of their productive forces. The working people of those countries lived below subsistence level and sometimes starvation decimated the population. The native population of the Belgian Congo, for instance, was reduced to half its former size under colonial rule. The deep economic backwardness and poverty of the working people in the colonial countries completely refute the invention of the ideologists of modern capitalism that the imperialist powers have a civilizing mission and put backward peoples on the road of progress and independence. The facts show that imperialist colonial oppression is the main reason for the economic and cultural backwardness of the peoples in the colonial world. The colonial system of imperialism contained the seeds for its own destruction. It nurtured the social forces that rose to the fight to end colonialism. The national liberation revolutions are an upshot of colonial domination. The collapse of the old colonial system completes the history of the division of the world by force at the behest of a small number of imperialist powers. These powers are losing the ability to decide the fate of the majority of the peoples on earth, whom they once ruled. 16 244. But independence does not put an end to the struggle for genuine liberation from the rule of foreign imperialism. The peoples in the former colonies still have to end other relations of colonial domination, including economic domination. Neocolonialism is one of the major obstacles on that road. 5. The world capitalist economy. The essence and contradictions of the world capitalist economy. The formation of the world capitalist economy may be traced back to the mid-19th century. This process involved the establishment by a few imperialist powers of their domination over the overwhelming majority of mankind rather than universal and simultaneous development of productive forces in all countries. The world capitalist economy is a system of economic relations between the national economies of individual capitalist countries, one that secures positions of domination for several large imperialist states. It reached its full maturity as the product of the development of large-scale capitalist industry in many countries, international division of labor, the world market, the export of capital, and subjugation of underdeveloped countries by a small group of imperialist states. This system is based on the exploitation of economically underdeveloped countries by imperialist powers and the relations of rivalry and strife between monopolies of different countries and between imperialist states. In the epoch OL, the general crisis of capitalism, particularly in its current, third, stage, the world capitalist economy has ceased to be a system embracing the entire world. It is opposed by the world socialist system, which is the decisive force in the anti-imperialist struggle. 1. A specific position within the worldwide system of international economic exchange is held by the Third World countries, primarily those following the path of non-capitalist development. Their spectacular progress proves conclusively that no efforts by chieftains of imperialism can prevent the disintegration and ultimate collapse of the decrepit capitalist system. The world capitalist economy is governed by the same laws and torn by the same contradictions as the capitalist mode of production. In this sphere of secondary, as Karl Marx put it, relations of production, however, they manifest themselves in a specific, international form. The main contradiction of capitalism comes on the scene here as incompatibility of the progressive process of economic consolidation of countries and peoples with its forms based on capitalist private enterprise and exploitation. Internationalization of production and exchange points to increasing socialization of production. This process, however, is developing under the sway of finance capital, and is used to increase the latter's competitive power and monopoly profit. The contradiction between labor and capital within the framework of the world capitalist economy is expressed, on the one hand, in international workers' solidarity in the capitalist countries, in the support the international working class movement gives to the national liberation movements, and, on the other hand, in attempts of imperialist powers to pool forces and suppress the revolutionary movement in the developed capitalist countries and the national liberation movements in Asia, Africa and Latin America. The world capitalist economy has its specific contradictions as well. These are as follows: contradictions between imperialist powers striving for hegemony in the capitalist world and for an increased share in the exploitation of the peoples of other capitalist countries. These contradictions result from the law of the uneven economic and political development of capitalist countries in the era of imperialism, contradictions between the colonics and the metropolitan countries. In the conditions of disintegration of the imperialist colonial system, they consist mostly in contradictions between the newly independent sovereign states and the imperialist powers, the contradiction between the efforts of the imperialists to preserve their system of worldwide economic relations and the contemporary revolutionary process whose laws predetermine their eventual disruption. The exacerbation and deepening of both general and specific contradictions of the world capitalist system of economy. 246. Have resulted in its crisis, the revolutionary abolition of capitalism in individual countries and groups of countries, which have formed the world socialist system. This crisis is an organic feature, the crisis of the world zero, the general crisis of capitalism which, historically, was sparked by the crisis of the world capitalist economy. The First World War and the victorious Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia meant the development of the latter crisis into the general crisis of capitalism, which, in turn, has since its inception been aggravating the crisis of the world capitalist economy. Stages in the general crisis of capitalism have corresponding stages in the crisis of the world capitalist economy. Every new stage leaves its imprint on the crisis of the world capitalist economy. In the first stage of the general crisis of capitalism, when Russia dropped out of the capitalist system, and particularly in the second and third stages, after the emergence of the world socialist system, the capitalist economy lost its worldwide prevalence. Abolition of the capitalist system in a large group of countries, the developing and strengthening of the world socialist system, the disintegration of the colonial system and the collapse of old empires, the commencing reorganization of the colonial economic structure in the newly free countries and the expanding economic connections between the latter and the socialist world, all these factors intensify the crisis of the world capitalist economy. The two world wars and the collapse of the colonial system are striking evidence that capitalism has ceased to play an objectively progressive part in the development of international division of labor, in providing conditions for closer relations between nations in the economic, scientific, technological, and cultural fields. The third stage of the general crisis of capitalism is characterized by an increasingly uneven development of the world capitalist economy, a continued exacerbation of all its internal contradictions. Today, an increasingly greater role is played by the world socialist system, which has become the decisive factor of progress. The political and economic strength and the rates of economic growth of this system have furnished indisputable proof of the decisive superiority of the socialist mode of production over the capitalist one, not only in individual countries, but on a worldwide scale as well. A comprehensive and profound scientific analysis of the new conditions of existence and specific features of imperialism is contained in the documents of the 24th CPSU Congress. A characteristic feature of modern capitalism is its adaptation to the new world situation. However, adaptation to new conditions does not mean that capitalism has been stabilized as a system. The general crisis of capitalism has continued to deepen, Leonid Brezhnev stressed in the report of the CPSU Central Committee. 1 The very process of adaptation of imperialism is vivid proof of the aggravation of the general crisis of capitalism and, in particular, of the crisis of the world capitalist economic system. By its rapid advancement and steady improvement of public welfare, the world socialist system provides an example exposing the system of capitalist exploitation, imperialist plunder, and oppression of economically underdeveloped countries. The development of the world socialist system increasingly narrows the sphere of operation of the economic laws of capitalism. They have no power where the socialist mode of production prevails. Within the world capitalist economy, the manifestations of some laws of imperialism have changed substantially under the influence of the world socialist system and adaptation of monopoly capital to a new situation. Capitalism is influenced in various ways by the world socialist system both in the biggest imperialist powers and third world countries, following the capitalist road. World socialism has demonstrated to the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries that international economic relations based on domination by the financial oligarchy are not eternal and can be abolished and replaced with relations of genuine equality and cooperation. In this sense, the world socialist system is the decisive factor in the collapse of the colonial system of imperialism. By its regular and effective assistance to developing countries, the world socialist system has put an end to imperialist monopoly in the granting of loans and credits, supplies of plant and equipment, and trade and cultural exchanges. Leaning on the assistance and support of the world socialist system, developing countries are pressing with growing determination for a radical revision of their economic relations with imperialist countries. A characteristic manifestation of the general crisis of the world capitalist economy and a factor of its continued aggravation is the striving of the overwhelming majority of newly independent nations to build up national economies immune to the influence of laws governing the imperialist world economy. Hence the emergence within the world capitalist economy of new economic relations between the newly free states. This fact alone points to an aggravation of the crisis of the economic relations of world capitalism. The main and decisive factor in the current stage of the national liberation movement is its actual development into a struggle against the relations of exploitation, both feudal and capitalist. In the vanguard of this struggle are the countries following the non-capitalist path towards socialism and a wider and closer economic, political, and cultural cooperation with the socialist states. The support and assistance of the socialist community decisively contribute to the successful advancement of the socialist-oriented countries along their chosen road. The narrowing of the sphere of aggravation of imperialist domination sharpens the imperialist powers' contradictions between capitalist countries. One country can move ahead of another only by dislodging its weaker rival. Capitalist country which had leapt forward in production needs larger commodity and raw materials markets, new spheres of application of her free capital, etc. Today, even a brief period of accelerated development is enough to raise the acute problem of redividing markets and spheres of influence. The early post-war years were keynoted by the U.S. imperialist domination of the capitalist world and a weakening of West European monopoly capital. In the 50s, the rates of economic development of the United States were slower than those of its imperialist rivals. In the 60s, the imperialist rivalry grew to an even higher pitch. U.S. imperialism stirred into vigorous activity, counter-attacking repeatedly. Early in the latter half of the 60s, U.S. industry surpassed Western Europe's for growth rates. By the late 60s, however, when the United States was hit by an economic crisis, Western Europe again moved ahead, reinforcing its positions in competition against the United States on the world market. The British imperialists lost ground, having to abandon their colonial possessions under the blows from the national liberation movement. The relatively faster economic development of Japan, the Federal Republic of Germany and Italy due to the restoration of their war-ravaged industries, technological modernization, the emergence of new industries using latest achievements in science and engineering enabled them, not only to regain their pre-war positions in the capitalist world, but to strengthen them considerably. Japan moved to second place in the capitalist world in volume of GNP. The Federal Republic of Germany displaced Britain from its traditional leading position in the West European economy. Between 1963 and 1972, the U.S. share in world industrial output reduced from 44.9% to 40.8%, Britain's, from 8.5% to 5.8%, that of federal Germany dropped from 9.5% to 8.5%, whereas that of Japan rose from 5.4% to 9.5%. These facts are evidence of the markedly uneven development of modern capitalism. The rivalry between the imperialist powers is growing in every field of international economic relations and, primarily, in world capitalist trade, the export of capital and monetary exchange. The situation on the world capitalist, the crisis of the world market, is extremely fluid. Western Europe and Japan have rebuilt and enlarged their industries to become formidable rivals of American monopolies. As a result, the U.S. share in world export trade diminished from 32.5%. Capitalist economy and world trade. 250. In 1947 to 13.4% in 1972. The common market countries increased their share from 26% in 1959 to 32.1% in 1970, Japan, from 3% to 7% respectively. West European and Japanese monopolies, which often secure production costs lower than those in the United States, are crowding American companies on the world markets and have penetrated into the United States. In the early 70s, 70% of radios, 49% of sewing machines, 15% of cars sold on the U.S. market had been imported. The struggle between monopolies for markets is developing not only between different groups, such as the EEC, the EFTA, but also between them and the United States, and within these groups. Today it has turned into a strife on state monopoly level. The monopolies are backed by the bourgeois state, which takes measures to protect the home market against foreign competition, gives every assistance and encouragement to monopoly capital in its invasion of the world market, pursues a policy of subsidizing exports and stimulating investment in the exporting industries, concludes customs agreements, resorts to economic and political pressure and blackmail and other actions to further its trade interests. Contradictions on the world capitalist market were further exacerbated by the introduction of a 10% import surcharge by the United States in August 1971. This demonstrated the insolvency of statements by U.S. leaders about a possible broad transition to free trade. Moreover, it caused serious damage to U.S. rivals on the world market, primarily Japan and Italy, and to developing states. For example, the Latin American countries alone lost $1,500 million. Under pressure from several Western countries, the United States had to repeal the surcharge in December 1971. A weakening of the U.S. positions on the world capitalist market is evidenced by balance of trade deficit, which climbed to $2,600 million in 1971, an all-time record for this century. The increasing instability of capitalism and periodically recurring crises give rise to a veritable trade war between the main imperialist powers. It is becoming normal for the leading capitalist states to take advantage of the international division of labor to compensate in a way for the decline in industrial growth rates by increased exports. In the period from I-960 to 1972, the capitalist world's industrial output increased by 94.1%, and exports by more than 200%. Another manifestation of the crisis of economic relations in the capitalist world is the deterioration of the commercial situation for the newly independent countries owing to the steadily falling prices of their exports and growing prices of imports. A contemporary feature of the worldwide turnover of capitalist trade is the large food imports of the newly independent countries, traditional exporters of agricultural produce. These are an added strain on their balance of payments, further complicating the import of equipment needed for their economic development. In the past few years, the main imperialist powers have been engaged in bitter rivalry over the markets of developing countries. In the early 70s, capitalist industrially developed countries granted preferential tariffs to developing countries. On the one hand, this was a forced step taken under pressure from the socialist and the developing countries, which jointly insisted on implementing UNCTAD decisions to grant preferential tariffs to the Third World countries. On the other hand, by granting these tariffs, the imperialist states seek to gain political prestige and pose as champions of economic progress of the developing countries. At the same time, the Western powers hope to get still greater economic advantages at the expense of the Third World countries, to stimulate their exports to clear their huge debts to the imperialist creditors, to revitalize the commercial branches of monopolies in developing countries and widen the latter's invasion by private monopoly capital. It should be borne in mind that the Western system of preferential tariffs for the developing countries does not cover all of their basic exports, and is limited to 10 years, the capitalist industrialist countries reserving the right to take unilaterally discriminatory measures against exports from developing countries. 252. The modern capitalist economy is in latter half of the 60s and the early 70s. The last few years have been marked by a significant crisis in the capitalist monetary and financial system, said the report of the CPSU Central Committee to the 24th CPSU Congress. 1 The principles of the present monetary system of capitalism were laid down a quarter-century ago. They reflected the far-reaching changes within the imperialist system brought on by the economic crisis of the 30s and the Second World War. In 1944, when the International Monetary Fund was instituted at the Bretton Woods Conference, the United States secured recognition of the dollar as a world currency. Along with gold, the dollar became the world legal tender. The United States committed itself to exchanging freely for gold dollars offered by foreign central banks at the 1934 rate of $35 per troy ounce of pure gold. The dollar as the international legal tender accepted on a par with gold rose to a dominating position in the sphere of capitalist monetary relations. The Bretton Woods Agreements of 1944, which were an attempt at a collective state monopoly regulation of monetary relations, strengthened the foundations of the contemporary monetary system of capitalism. Its distinctive feature is the gold and foreign exchange standard, which means that gold has been withdrawn from the sphere of money circulation in the capitalist countries. In international payments, however, it continues to serve as the ultimate means of settling balances of payments and a major element of currency reserves. At the same time, the paper dollar is used as a legal tender in international payments and for accumulation of reserves. A characteristic feature of the post-war monetary system is the maintenance of the official fixed currency parities in relation to the dollar. The market rates of exchange could fluctuate within the limits of 1% or from the official parities set by the International Monetary Fund. Until August 1971, the capitalist central banks had maintained the relationship between the national paper currencies and gold by exchanging US dollars from their reserves for gold. This situation, where the dollar became the only currency based on a gold parity, was attributable to US economic power after the Second World War, while the other capitalist countries were harassed by economic difficulties and dependent on the United States financially and economically. In that period, there was an acute dollar shortage in all capitalist states, particularly in Western Europe. The confidence of the capitalist countries in the stability of the dollar was all the greater that the United States had a large gold reserve at the time. In 1948, the official gold reserves of the entire capitalist world totaled $32,500 million, the US share being $24,300 million. Taking advantage of the paper dollar supremacy, the United States embarked on a policy of ousting gold as world money. This policy, however, ran counter to the interests of all other nations. After the late 50s and particularly in the 60s, the post-war capitalist monetary system resting on the dollar became sharply discrepant with the demand for developing productive forces and international economic relations. By that time, important changes had taken place in the balance of power between the industrialist capitalist states. The economic and financial strength of the former U.S. debtors grew, and their currencies became increasingly stable, while the U.S. positions in THIRD world capitalist economy deteriorated. Since the late 50s, the U.S. balance of payments has had a chronic and steadily growing deficit, which reached $29,800 million in 1971. This deficit is primarily due to U.S. foreign military spending. The U.S. foreign aid program, which serves the interests of U.S. monopolies in the developing countries, also requires large currency spending. The gold drain from the United States has markedly grown. Its gold reserves have diminished from $24,500 million in 1949 to $10,200 million in 254. September 1971. In 1971, these reserves were $40,000 million short of the U.S. short-term financial liabilities abroad, whereas in 1955 the reserves were nearly twice as large as the latter. At the same time, the official price of gold became increasingly unrealistic. Between 1934 and 1971, the dollar purchasing power fell by about 70%. The prices of all goods on the world markets climbed roughly 200%. Wholesale and retail prices on the home markets of all capitalist countries soared still higher. Therefore, the monetary equivalent of production costs of all goods manufactured in the capitalist world, gold extraction included, markedly grew. High production costs and low rates of profit in the gold mining industry prohibit a growth in gold output, which has been increasing negligibly if at all in the past few years. For its growth rates, gold extraction lags far behind world industry and trade. What is more, the gold produced was increasingly stored up in private fortunes and consumed by industry. As a result, at the end of 1968, the centralized gold reserves were smaller than in 1961. The probable increase in the dollar price of gold with a corresponding reduction in the gold parity of the dollar induced countries with large reserves of paper dollars to exchange them for gold. Simultaneously, speculative transfusion of capital from one country to another in view of impending devaluation or revaluation of a particular currency assumed a wide scope. The biggest international industrial and banking monopolies, members of the financial oligarchy, are actively involved in currency speculation. The United States was therefore laced with increasing difficulties in saving the dollar as a reserve currency of the capitalist world. All this was evidence that the mechanism of gold and foreign exchange standard was thrown into disorder by the operation of the spontaneous laws of capitalism discovered by Karl Marx, who showed that in the sphere of money circulation in the private capitalist economy, gold is the only efficient world money. Another manifestation of the world monetary crisis was the appreciable decline in the importance of the sterling. The disintegration of the British colonial empire and a reduction of her competitive power undermined Britain's positions in world trade and on the world markets. The chronic deficit in Britain's balance of trade and payments, diminution of her gold reserves with a simultaneous growth of her foreign debt led to a situation in which sterling actually lost its role as the second world reserve currency. Devaluation of sterling in 1949 and 1967 failed to strengthen its positions. In later periods, the capitalist monetary system experienced other shocks of comparable violence. The summer of 1969 saw a devaluation of the French franc, which had been undermined, in particular, by the speculative deals of West German and American financial magnates. In conditions of a monetary crisis, the Federal Republic's monopoly capital sought to strengthen the West German mark, which was revaluated in the same year and actually became the world's second reserve currency next to the dollar. In this situation, state monopoly capitalists in the main capitalist countries are planning joint measures to save the existing capitalist monetary system. As far back as the early 60s, various projects for improving this system were drafted within the framework of the TEN, and the International Monetary Fund. In 1967, an international agreement was signed, effective as of January 1, 1970, to establish within the IMF framework special world paper money known as special drawing rights for currency. These rights entitle every member country of the IMF to sums in foreign exchange equal to its contribution to the fund in gold and its national currency. It is contemplated to issue special certificates paper gold which will initially circulate on a PAR with gold and dollars and will eventually replace them completely. This international agreement failed to take the heat out of the monetary crisis. In the summer of 1971, the U.S. President Nixon ordered a suspension of dollar exchange for gold. Another striking manifestation of the monetary crisis was the dollar devaluation in December 1971. Under the Washington Agreement of the TEN and a U.S. Congress decision, the official price of gold was raised from $35 to $38 per troy ounce of pure gold. Thus, the gold 256 parity of the dollar diminished, and it was devaluated by 8.57% in relation to gold. Simultaneously, several other currencies were revaluated, in particular, the Japanese yen by 16.88%, the West German mark by 13.58%, the Italian lira by 7.48%. Several capitalist countries devaluated their currencies. Devaluation of the dollar dealt a shattering blow at the capitalist international monetary system devised at Bretton Woods, already largely undermined by the suspension of dollar exchange for gold, a departure from the system of fixed parities, the appearance of the so-called floating rates of exchange, a growing trend towards monetary and trade restrictions. In the first half of 1972, a decision was taken to set the rate of exchange fluctuation limits within plus or minus 1 to plus 2.25% of the dollar parity. At the same time, France and the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation refused to accept the dollar as the international payment unit. Devaluation of the dollar further intensified the struggle between the main imperialist powers in the sphere of monetary relations. This, in turn, gave an edge to competition on the world commodity and capital markets. American financial circles hoped to use the dollar devaluation to encourage U.S. exports and put up obstacles in the way of foreign goods to the home market. In this way, the United States is trying to dispose of its economic difficulties at the expense of its capitalist rivals. In their turn, Japan, the common market and Canada have expressed their discontent with the U.S. policy and are taking steps to check the expansion of American imperialism. For example, the common market countries have decided to reduce the rate of exchange fluctuation limits of their currencies by 1/2 compared with those set by the TEN, and are seeking to set up their own monetary union and make wider use of their national currencies for reciprocal payments. The confidence in the dollar continues to fall, stimulating the demand for gold on the free markets. In mid-1972, the price of gold on the money markets of London, Paris, and Zurich climbed to $50 from the official price of $38 per troy ounce. February 1973 saw a fresh outburst of monetary crisis, which led to devaluation of the dollar by 10%. The price of gold was raised from $38 to $42.2 per troy ounce. The monetary crisis continues. Experience has confirmed the conclusion drawn at the 24th CPSU Congress that the last few years have also been marked by a grave crisis in the capitalist monetary and financial system. Point 1. The monetary and financial crisis of capitalism has been brought about by an exacerbation of internal and external contradictions of modern capitalism. The following must be singled out among them. First, contradictions arising from the intensified struggle between imperialist powers in the sphere of international economic relations in consequence of the law of the uneven economic and political development of capitalist countries. Second, the socio-economic contradictions and conflicts. Exacerbation of the monetary crisis in the early 70s occurred in the conditions of growing inflation of the dollar, i.e., excessive emission of paper money to meet primarily the huge military expenditures of U.S. imperialism. In the period from 1965 to May 1971 alone, the amount of paper money in circulation in the United States increased from $42,000 million to $57,000 million. In spite of the military market situation and inflation and the revolution in science and technology, a prolonged crisis came on the scene in the late 60s, with a sharp rise in unemployment, a decrease in the working people's income, price and tax increases, a wage freeze policy and a tide of strikes. All these further undermined the stability of the dollar and the positions of American imperialism in the sphere of international economic relations. Third, the monetary crisis is the product of contradictions expressing the incompatibility of the objective requirements of world development with its contemporary capitalist forms of monetary relations. The active intervention of the capitalist state in the sphere of monetary and financial relations and its attempts to regulate them are discrepant with the spontaneous development of the worldwide capitalist economic relations. The capitalist relations of domination and exploitation in the sphere of international capitalist economic relations contradict the modern trends towards internationalization of economic activity, increasingly closer scientific and technical cooperation among nations. Fourth, the contradictions generated by the struggle between the two world systems are compelling capitalism to adapt itself again and again to the new alignment of forces. The imperialist countries have to recognize not only the need for a policy of peaceful coexistence but also the importance of normalizing economic and trade relations with countries of the socialist community. The socialist states, which develop their foreign economic relations according to plan, give close and comprehensive attention to the state of the world markets and the capitalist monetary system, the reserve currencies in particular. This enables them to forecast in due time fluctuations of a particular capitalist reserve currency and carry out appropriate foreign trade and monetary operations to reduce to a minimum the damage caused by an outbreak of the monetary and financial crisis of capitalism. And last but not least, the monetary and financial crisis of imperialism is also rooted in the aggravation of antagonisms between the imperialist powers and the developing countries. The monetary and financial situation of most developing countries remains extremely grave because of their limited reserves of foreign exchange, lopsided economy, and the deteriorating market situation for their traditional exports. In the spring of 1972, the foreign debt of the developing countries reached $80,000 million. The aggravation of the crisis of the capitalist monetary system has created new monetary and financial difficulties for the developing countries, which are suffering losses from the declining purchasing power of reserve currencies, primarily, the dollar. According to UNCTAD estimates, the total damage the dollar devaluation caused to the developing countries ran to $1,000 million. In the past few years, bourgeois statesmen and economists have put forward many schemes for eliminating the crisis of the capitalist monetary system. Their implementation, however, can only temporarily abate the violence of crisis phenomena. The monetary crisis of capitalism is an organic component of its current general crisis. Measures proposed by bourgeois ideologists and politicians can do nothing against the causes of this crisis. Today, the development of the essence/capitalist world capitalist economy is not only and RJJ governed by the internal economic laws of capitalism but is increasingly influenced by the socialist system and the change in the balance of power in favor of socialist system and the change in the balance of power in favor of socialism. The shrinkage of territory under imperialist rule has largely curtailed the possibilities of monopolies for expansion. The collapse of the colonial empires, the continued rise of the national liberation movement lead to a sharp aggravation of contradictions between the imperialist powers and the countries which have thrown off colonial yoke. On the other hand, the class struggle is widening in scope within the imperialist countries themselves. In this situation, the imperialists are trying to pool their efforts in the economic, political, and military fields and oppose world socialism, the international working class and national liberation movements. To attain their goals, they are taking advantage of the objective economic tendency towards internationalization of economic activity. The scientific technological revolution and the resultant progress in the development of productive forces lead to important changes within the system of links between individual national economies. External economic relations play an increasingly important role in the process of capitalist reproduction, which is becoming internationalized. Under capitalism, however, economic integration as the process of closer economic cooperation among nations serves the imperialist strategy of adaptation to the new worldwide alignment of forces. Under capitalism, economic integration takes place against the background of severe antagonisms. The objective laws of international division of labor, economic ties between countries are exploited by the imperialists for the enrichment of monopolies, reinforcement of the positions of the capitalist system in the struggle against world socialism, the international working class and national liberation movements. 17. 260. The operation of integrated state monopoly groups did not and could not result in the formation of an association incorporating like a supertrust all the capitalist countries. The private capitalist relations and the resultant isolation of monopoly groups and countries involved predetermine the limited and incomplete character of capitalist integration. The uneven economic and political development of capitalist countries in the present-day situation makes imperialist groups particularly unstable and fluid. Let us examine the specific course of integration processes under capitalism. Integration has developed most in Western Europe, where by the mid-50s war-ravaged industry had been largely rebuilt. Important inter-industry, technological changes were suggested by the scientific technological revolution. The concentration and centralization of monopoly capital had markedly increased, and the class contradictions had grown sharper. In 1948, the Organization for European Economic Cooperation was set up, initially for implementing the program of aid to Europe under the Marshall Plan. In 1951, 6 European countries, France, the Federal Republic of Germany, Italy, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, signed the European Coal and Steel Community Treaty. In March 1957, the same 6 West European states set up the European Economic Community, or the Common Market. In 1959, the European Free Trade Association was formed under Britain's aegis in opposition to the Common Market. In addition to Britain, it included Austria, Portugal, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and Switzerland. Integration tendencies are not confined to Europe alone. In Africa, they are indicated by the emerging East Africa Common Market, the Central Africa Customs and Economic Union. In Latin America, by the Council of Accord, the Latin American Free Trade Association, the Central American Common Market, the Andes Group. In Asia, the Organization for Regional Cooperation for Development, etc. Thus, the objective material foundation for integrated groups is the tendency towards internationalization of economic activity, scientific experience, and technical know-how on the basis of growing productive forces, whereas the immediate reasons for the establishment of such groups as the common market were as follows: greater unevenness in the development of capitalism, attempts by monopoly groupings to redivide by economic means the markets and spheres of influence to bring them into line with the changed balance of power, the imperialists' efforts to join forces in the face of the increasing power of the world socialist system, to turn integrated associations into the economic basis for aggressive military blocs. Spearheaded against the socialist countries, attempts by the financial oligarchy to knock together a united front against the revolutionary anti-monopoly struggle of the working class, all labor and democratic forces in the advanced capitalist countries. Against the national liberation movements in the few remaining colonies and in the developing countries coming out against colonialism and neocolonialism in whatever form they may exist. Consequently, the imperialist integration is brought about by both the economic and political factors of modern capitalist development. Integration processes have been particularly intensive in Western Europe, which is basically due to the need for developing productive forces dictated by the scientific and technological revolution and to the specific historical features of West European capitalism. The special intensity of these processes in Western Europe is attributable to the confrontation of the two world systems in Europe, where many countries have dropped out of the capitalist system, the increasingly bitter class struggle in the West European countries, the loss of their key positions in the colonies, their narrow home markets, the growing U.S. competition. The most mature form of integrated state monopoly association today is the European Economic Community, whose members have carried out a series of state monopoly measures to lift restrictions on reciprocal economic exchange. Measures have also been taken to introduce certain coordination in the sphere of metal, fuel, and power production, in social matters, etc. 262. Liberalization of various types of economic exchange and other aspects of integration contribute to the firm coalescence of the state with the leading monopolies. In all the countries of Little Europe, members of the financial oligarchy enter the cabinet more and more often. The dialectics of capitalist integration consists in the fact that as the product of an extremely high concentration of production and capital, integration, in turn, stimulates their further concentration on a nationwide and international scale. Integration gives a definite impetus to the growth of production, home and foreign trade. It involves further specialization and cooperation of industries, a deep-going and comprehensive intertwining of industrial and banking monopolies of the member countries. The relatively high industrial growth rates in the member countries, however, were characteristic mostly of the early period of the common market. This was due in some measure to its coincidence with the cyclic rise in production after the crisis of 1957 to 1958. Nevertheless, the common market industrial growth rates were higher than those of the other imperialist states, barring Japan. Over 8 years industrial production in its member countries increased 56%, which compares favorably with Britain's 26% and the United States' 39%. The early 70s, however, saw a decline in business activity, a reduction in industrial growth rates in the common market countries. For all the forecasts by Western economists about a 4.5% rise in the EEC industrial output in 1971, the actual increment was a mere 2.6%. In the same year, industrial output in Italy fell 3% and Indiana the its growth rates dropped from 6.1 to 2.5%. The imperialist integration involves antagonisms, crisis phenomena, intensified fits and starts and unevenness in development, a continued aggravation of all contradictions characteristic of capitalism. In contrast to capitalist integration, the socialist economic integration of the member countries of the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance is based on the principles of equitable economic, scientific, and technical cooperation and is aimed at the most effective solution of major socio-economic problems involved in securing a continued advancement of productive forces and improving public welfare in every country and in the socialist community as a whole. The common market and the formation of the common intensification of market has led to a sharp aggravamperialist rivalry of contradictions between the imperialist countries. The struggle between the EEC and EFTA ended in favor of the former in the early 70s. After long negotiations, Britain, Denmark, and Ireland entered the common market in January 1973. Britain has paid a dear price for her entry into the common market, losing her role as the leader of the modern capitalist world's biggest system of preferential tariffs, which existed within the framework of the British Commonwealth. The customs barriers in Britain's trade exchanges with the common market countries are to be lifted in the period from April 1, 1973 to July 1, 1977. By 1980, Britain's share in the budget of the EEC, ECSC, and Euratom will amount to about 25%. Britain has pledged that she will not claim a special role for sterling as a world reserve currency in the future. Britain's decision to join the common market is evidence, on the one hand, of a weakening of the positions of British imperialism and, on the other, of efforts by large British monopolies to strengthen their positions in Europe. Britain's external economic relations in the 60s are increasingly oriented to Western Europe. The conversion of the 6 into the 9 has not taken the heat out of the scuffle within the European economic community. The existence of the common market indicates that capitalist integration aggravates contradictions not only between individual international economic groups, but also between their members. The contradictions between the imperialist states have not been eliminated either by the processes of integration or the imperialists' class concern for pooling their efforts in fighting against the socialist world, Leonid Brezhnev said in his report to the 24th CPSU Congress. 1. In spite of the close intertwining of monopoly capital of the Federal Republic of Germany and France, underhand rivalry for dominating positions is in progress between these powers within the framework of the common market. The West German monopolies have indisputable superiority in industry, France prevails in agriculture. French monopoly capital is manifesting growing discontent with the economic preponderance of West German monopolies in the EEC. Therefore, France is opposed to enhancing the supranational character of the community as is advocated by the Federal Republic. Deeply conflicting views are held on the problem of setting up a single monetary union. There are acute disagreements between the United States and the common market. The U.S. monopolies are out to undermine the latter primarily from within, taking advantage of privileges granted to foreign investors. The competition of U.S. monopolies against the EEC on the world market concurs with an intensified flow of U.S. private investments to Western Europe, subjugation by American capital of a number of large companies in France, Belgium, and other countries. There is growing competition between the EEC and Japan. The latter's trade expansion is causing increasing concern in Western Europe. Both have conflicting imperialist interests in developing countries as well. For their class goals, the integrated groupings express the interests of monopoly capital which seeks to widen its sphere of exploitation and to remove the national frontiers as an obstacle to its expansion. Imperialist integration involves intensified exploitation of the working class, an offensive on its vital rights, impoverishment of broad segments of the working peasantry. The Treaty of Rome states in one of its articles that the common market will enable wages to be leveled off and equal pay to be given to women for equal work with men. Such leveling off failed to materialize. What is more, international agreements within the framework of the common market on the annual maximum wage increase quota predetermine the government policies of the EEC member. High common market and the working people's situation. States and serve for pressure financial magnates bring to bear on the working class and the trade unions. Monopoly capital organized internationally is capable of exerting an influence not only on individual bodies of the common market, but also on the national economic policies of its member countries. West European workers are aware that the leaders of the Europe of trusts would like to have earned income leveled down to a minimum. The failure of the monopolies to secure this has been mainly due to the working people's determined fight in defense of their rights. Under pressure from the working class, the monopolies have to maneuver and make grudging concessions. These, however, are reduced to naught by intensified exploitation of labor. Simultaneously, the monopolies put increasing pressure on the working peasantry, pursuing a policy of eliminating inefficient farms. According to a program drawn up by Mansholt, a former EEC committee chairman, 5 million peasants living in countries of Little Europe will be deprived of land in the 70s. In the 60s, hundreds of thousands of peasant households ceased to exist in the Federal Republic of Germany and France. Integration has also a negative aspect for handicraftsmen, small and medium traders and businessmen. On the other hand, the biggest industrial and financial corporations of the EEC increased their net profit almost threefold in the first 5 years of the EEC. The integration brings fat profits not only to West European, but also to American companies which invest their capital in Western Europe. The common market has stepped up the class struggle in Western Europe, the mounting tide of the workers' movement being concurrent with an intensified struggle of the peasant masses against the onslaught of the monopolies. The communist parties of the EEC countries are doing their best to set up a broad democratic front against the monopolies and are exposing the reactionary essence of the EEC. The common market is a form of the common market as neocolonialism in relation to the neocolonialism developing countries which have joined it as associate members. The agreement on their status provides for tariff reductions and 266 increases in goods turnover between the European EEC members and the associated newly independent states. The common market countries, however, simultaneously agreed to certain cuts in coffee and cocoa tariffs in favor of non-African producers. Therefore, the prospects for increasing African exports of these goods to common market countries are dim. It should be borne in mind that the tariff reductions apply mostly to unprocessed products. The privilege of processing has been retained by the common market countries. This is a great obstacle in the way of industrialization of the associated developing countries. 1. The common market countries retard their industrial progress in every way, plunder their wealth through non-equivalent exchange and wrest from them new concessions to monopolies. Goods from the EEC countries are imported to the associated countries duty-free, undermining the national industries, weak as they are. The European Development Funds set up under the common market gives no effective assistance to the associated countries. In 1960 to 70, the volume of aid from the common market countries reduced from 1.08% of their GNP to 0.42%. As admitted by EEC Social and Economic Council in a recent report, the associated members are handicapped by tremendous difficulties in their progress. The terms of aid granted by the fund and its size fall far short of the requirements in solving major comprehensive problems of the economic advancement of the associated countries, failing to strengthen and liberate them from exploitation by the common market countries. Appropriations from the fund are planned, as a rule, for a 5-year period. Between 1965 and 1971, they averaged from $107 to $116 million annually. Assistance is granted on enslaving terms. The bulk of the sums is intended for financing projects profitable for the common market. Monopolies. Most of the outlays from the fund go to the developing countries which have taken the capitalist path of development and follow in the wake of the foreign policy line of the common market countries. The common market leaders take a variety of measures to retain the developing states within the sphere of the world capitalist economy. It is not unlikely that in connection with Britain's entry to the common market, its West European members will seek to enlist more associated members in 1973 to 1975, primarily among the African members of the British Commonwealth. Imperialist integration aggravates contradictions inherent in the capitalist mode of production, class antagonisms, and, first and foremost, the struggle between the working class and the monopolies. In conditions of international imperialist integration, the working class and its vanguard, the Communist and Workers' parties, do not confine themselves to exposing the imperialist essence of integration but come forward with a democratic alternative. Other contradictions generated by imperialist integration are the growing opposition of the newly independent countries, which are unwilling to continue in their role of agricultural and raw materials appendages of the common market. The common market is an obstacle to the development of international trade based on equality and to establishing on these lines mutually advantageous economic relations among all countries without exception. Plans to set up exclusive trade blocs contravene objective laws of economic development in conditions of peaceful coexistence of the two world systems. The democratic forces in Western Europe, above all, the Communist and Workers' parties, fight consistently against the Europe of trusts. They are demanding effective measures to secure closer economic ties between the common market member countries in the interests of the working people, wide participation of the latter's representatives in various EEC bodies, abolition of its discriminatory character and its conversion into an economic association based on true equality, with which all European countries would be able to cooperate. 268. The anti-popular, state monopoly essence of the common market is clearly realized in the Soviet Union and other socialist countries. Nevertheless, they do not ignore the fact that the common market is a really existing economic grouping and are closely following its development. Speaking at the 15th USSR Trade Union Congress, Leonid Brezhnev described the Soviet attitude to the common market as follows: our relations with members of this grouping will naturally depend on the extent of recognition on their part of the realities existing in the socialist part of Europe, in particular, the interests of the CMEA member states. We stand for equality in economic relations and against discrimination. One objective laws of development increasingly dictate the need for continued development of mutually advantageous and equal economic relations between countries belonging to the two opposing world systems. Imperialism is unable to prevent this development. It is compelled to adapt itself and to reckon with the fact of increasing economic power of the countries of the socialist community, CMEA in particular. The long-term agreements on trade, economic and technical cooperation signed by the Soviet Union with France and the Federal Republic of Germany in the early 70s evidence the great possibilities for carrying into life the principle of peaceful coexistence in the sphere of world economic relations. Chapter 12. Economic Problems of National Liberation. 1. Collapse of the colonial system of imperialism. Socialism and the rule of monopoly capitalism in Liberation Revolution. The COONIS itself predetermined the collapse of the colonial system. It obstructed the development of the productive forces of the oppressed peoples and fettered their development. This made the destruction of colonial rule necessary and unavoidable, and created the objective prerequisites for the collapse of colonialism. The social consequences of colonialism were unequaled poverty, privations, and suffering among the people in the colonies and dependent countries, 2/3 of the population in the capitalist world. The economic hardships were aggravated by political, racial, national, and ideological oppression by conquerors who regarded themselves as a chosen race called upon to rule the inferior colonial peoples. The oppression of the colonialists sowed hatred for imperialism and colonialism among the enslaved peoples and produced the subjective conditions for the national liberation revolution. By building their enterprises in the colonies, foreign monopolies accelerated the development of the proletariat, the staunchest fighter against colonialism, and also of the working intelligentsia, which has played an important role in the national liberation revolution. Imperialism, however, was still much stronger than the forces of national liberation. The Great October Socialist 270 Revolution, which ushered in a new era in the history of mankind, created favorable conditions for the national liberation movement throughout the world. The conditions for the liberation struggle improved drastically after the Second World War, in which the German, Japanese, and Italian imperialism was defeated with the decisive participation of the Soviet Union, and after the emergence of the world socialist system. Under the new conditions, imperialism can no longer hold these countries in its sway or silence the revolutionary movement throughout the world. Now that all revolutionary movements are gaining ground, and are capable of supporting the internal national liberation forces, the latter are strong enough to smash the colonialist front. The complete annihilation of Colorado's Losifs in TTC. Collapse nihilism puts an end to all forms of imperialist domination. Imperialist domination, however, cannot be done away with at one stroke. That is a revolutionary process. The national liberation revolution begins with the destruction of the political, or to be more accurate, the state relations of colonial rule. Until the direct power of the imperialist countries and foreign monopoly capitalists is overthrown, the people cannot free themselves of the economic, or military relations of the domination of foreign imperialism. This means that the first, objectively necessary, and logical stage in the national liberation revolution is the seizure of the state power by the national forces. Second, the conquest of state power is not the end, but only the beginning of political liberation. Genuine and stable political independence can only be achieved as a result of a country's economic liberation from the unchallenged rule of the imperialist powers, and a radical social restructuring. Hence, political independence is a necessary prerequisite to end economic backwardness, but economic advance alone makes that sovereignty real, makes political independence complete. Third, in modern conditions, a country that has eliminated some particular form of colonial dependence, for example, seized the state power from the imperialists, may fall into dependence in some other form. This means that the tendency towards the destruction of relations of colonial dependence is counteracted by the opposite tendency, generated by imperialism and the forces of domestic reaction, the tendency towards the restoration of these relations in other forms. The disintegration of the relations of colonial domination is contradictory and unique in every country, and requires constant vigilance from the revolutionary forces. The alignment of the class forces in the national liberation revolution changes during the struggle for economic liberation. Some of the reforms necessary to gain economic independence do not affect capitalist private ownership and fall in with the interests of the majority of the nation. The implementation of these reforms is a general national task. The proletariat, peasantry, and national bourgeoisie can carry them out jointly. But the national bourgeoisie takes part in the liberation struggle to push foreign capital aside, to exploit the national resources itself and to reap higher profits. It has narrow class aims. The task of the proletariat in the national liberation revolution is to destroy the conditions which force the people to live like slaves, conditions evolved by the domination of foreign monopoly capital and the exploiter classes in their own country, to put an end to the poverty and rightlessness of the working people. The class aim of the proletariat coincides with the interests of all the working people. Once political power has been won and the struggle for economic liberation is underway, the different aims of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the national liberation movement come gradually to the fore. The struggle for political independence united all the national forces which suffered from the colonialists. But, when the task of uprooting imperialism, and agrarian and other social reforms are on the agenda, the differences in class interests become pronounced. The narrowness of bourgeois aims is expressed in bourgeoisie's unwillingness and inability to lend its support in carrying out objectively necessary measures to liberate the country from the old economic relations and to improve the welfare of the people. 272. The conquest of political power will not automatically lead to economic liberation. The ultimate downfall of colonialism and imperialism are unavoidable. In modern conditions, however, the struggle of the revolutionary forces against the forces of colonialism and internal reaction continues right up to the final transition of the country onto the socialist road, continues until the issue is decided. The relation of forces varies from country to country, so each is choosing its own road. Two certain features in the economy of the young states on the capitalist road. The domination of foreign capital, accumulation of capital. RRI is the main teacher of the economically less developed countries which follow the capitalist road of development. Foreign monopoly domination creates extremely unfavorable conditions for the accumulation and reproduction of national capital. A less developed country, naturally, has no income from looting other countries, so it has no outside sources for capital accumulation. Moreover, the surplus value created by the workers at the enterprises owned by foreign monopolies is not normally used for development needs. It goes abroad as profit on imported capital and is accumulated in the safes of the monopolies of the imperialist powers. Thus, monopoly exploitation undermines the very foundations for the accumulation of capital. The small capacity of the market of countries exploited by imperialism is above all the effect of the many vestiges of feudalism, which obstruct capitalist economic development, and also their participation in the world capitalist economy. The capacity of the capitalist market is largely determined by the purchasing power of the two basic classes, the capitalists and the hired workers. In the less developed countries, the part of the surplus value used by the foreign monopoly bourgeoisie does not add to the purchasing power. On the national market, it goes to the metropolitan countries, where it is used to purchase commodities for the use of the monopolists and top executives. National capitalists also mainly buy means of production abroad, and the surplus value they use for personal consumption is often spent on foreign goods. The monopolists take a large part of the developing country's national income by various means, and this also comes out of the purchasing power on the national market. One of their methods is unequal exchange between the less developed countries and the imperialist powers on the basis of monopoly prices. The majority of the population, the peasants, workers, and artisans in the colonies and dependent countries, buy goods imported from the imperialist countries at prices which the monopolies have fixed above the value, and sell their goods to the monopolies below value. This means that as well as their part of the surplus value, the monopolies also pump part of the working people's personal incomes out of the exploited countries. The unequal exchange and the export of surplus value to the metropolitan countries take a large part of the national income out of the developing countries, which, of course, reduces the capacity of the domestic market substantially. Competition from commodities produced by the monopolies, who are much better equipped, undermines the local capitalist, not to mention the artisan, industry in the less developed countries. With the modern development of the productive forces, a national capitalist must possess considerable capital to be able to set up an enterprise that is competitive, and if he does not have enough, he must borrow, but, with the weak development of national capitalism, there is no credit available at home. And in any case, banking in the less developed countries is often in the hands of foreign capitalists. The conditions for local capitalists are so unfavorable that they are forced to invest mainly in circulation and real estate, or to develop lines of production needed by foreign monopolies. 18 to 294. 274. Structure of the bourgeoisie. The domination of foreign capital, which affects the rate and structure of production development in the newly free countries, also affects their class structure, notably, the structure of the bourgeoisie. The economic interests of a section of the local capitalists are closely bound up with the interests of foreign monopoly capital. This is particularly true of the biggest capitalists, who are financially dependent on monopolies in the imperialist countries, of intermediaries who buy local raw materials and foodstuffs for the foreign monopolies and sell them goods, and of merchants and entrepreneurs who cater to foreign agencies. This bourgeois layer is always likely to come to terms with foreign monopoly capital and to sell out national interests. But some countries are beginning to develop their own local monopoly capital. Having monopolized the production of some product, it penetrates into banking, commercial, and transport enterprises, and creates a large network of enterprises which are independent of foreign capital. The level of the development of local capital and its links with foreign monopoly capital vary from country to country. This accounts for the different extent to which the national bourgeoisie participates in the national liberation struggle. Non-capitalist production is extant, non-capitalist production SJVEJ in the economically less developed countries. In agriculture, this includes the mass of the peasants engaged in simple commodity or subsistence farming, and in industry, the artisans, who do not exploit hired labor. The general laws of capitalist development doom the mass of the working peasants in those countries to a slow and painful transformation into proletarians. Only a handful of them will eventually turn into rural capitalists. The peasantry in many of the developing countries also suffer from oppression through strong survivals of feudalism, sometimes even of slavery. And small landowners in those countries suffer from the development of capitalism as well as from its insufficient development. A number of specific causes of the stagnation and degradation of simple commodity production in rural areas survive in the developing countries. They are created and perpetuated by the rule of foreign colonialists, by conditions prevailing in the world capitalist economy. The colonizers were always a tiny alliance of foreign minority in the conquered countries. Lords. Usurers capital *, or this reason they always had to find some social support among the local population. Imperialist colonizers bolstered up, or, in some countries, created landowners' estates artificially. In India, for example, they created the strata of zamindar landowners, and peasants' holdings became to all intents and purposes the property of the lackeys of British capital. The rule of native exploiters, supported and directed by the colonial powers, made the burden of feudal and pre-feudal vestiges still heavier. This alliance between exploiters raised the level of feudal rent in the colonial East to an unprecedented level. That alliance gave rise to special forms of exploitation of the peasant masses, the forced labor by the local population for the colonizers with coercion from local princes and feudal lords, the sale by tribal chiefs of tribesmen to the capitalist monopolies for work at their factories. In the interests of the colonizers, the feudal lords forced peasants to specialize in crops needed by the monopolies. These forms of exploitation still survive in some countries. Imperialism has created particularly favorable conditions for the activity of usurers' capital in the exploited countries. While the peasant worked for the local market, he sold his produce to the consumer himself. The forcible specialization of farms in produce needed by the imperialist powers means that the market is many thousands of kilometers away. This severed the direct link between the simple commodity producer and the consumer. Middlemen appeared, who took 50 to 75% of the market price of these products for themselves. Besides, the growth production for the markets in the metropolitan countries made the peasant farmer vulnerable to the cyclic fluctuations in the demand, typical of the world capitalist economy. Usurers' capital has also penetrated deeply into the other spheres of the social production in countries which have not yet won complete economic independence. Is * 276. Social structure of the colonial domination intensifies the peasantry separation of the peasant producer from the land. Most fertile lands were seized by foreign colonialists and became their property. At the same time, the colonialists encouraged the theft of land by their local feudal puppets. The dispossession of the peasants in the less developed countries led to the development of relations of peasant rent in its most predatory forms. The landowner often took as much as 3/4 of the product of the peasant's labor. Land hunger too caused rents to go up continually. Moreover, the peasant still had to use a large part of what the landowner left him for state and local taxes, used to maintain the apparatus of colonial oppression. The poverty of the majority of the agricultural population in the developing countries is a heritage of the colonial past. It is a major reason for the peasants' inability to develop the productive forces in agriculture to provide the population with the basic foodstuffs. Another feature is that the well-to-do peasants in the less developed countries are usually owners of trading and usurers' capital, that is, the lowest forms of capital, which exists in a rudimentary form in the old formations, but does very little to promote change. These countries have quite a numerous agricultural proletariat, and this is the most deprived section of their proletariat. Cruel exploitation by monopoly capital has made the peasantry side with the revolutionary forces. The majority of the peasants in the less developed countries are reliable allies of the working class in the struggle to end imperialist oppression. Specific features of Marxist economic theory: distant reproduction of gishes between capitalism, growing foreign monopoly capital from below, on a national basis. Small-scale commodity production, usurers and merchants' capital, and capitalism planted from above, mainly through the export of capital from the developed capitalist states to the less developed countries to set up monopoly enterprises there. Capital flowing from metropolitan countries to backward countries did not enter the production sphere, it usually 277 went into trade, credit, transport, loans to finance the coercive machinery, etc. This part of the foreign capital does not influence production directly. Nor does it promote national independence in the less developed country. Some monopoly capital is exported for use in production in the exploited countries. But capitalism planted from above does not seek to satisfy the requirements of the local, national market. Its main aim is to ensure the reproduction of capital in the metropolitan countries, the centers of world capitalism. For this reason it is mainly used for producing mineral raw materials or agricultural products for the imperialist powers, and only a very small part is used for the development of branches which satisfy national needs. Since capital brought in by the one-sided specialization of colonialists who mainly used to developed countries degree P the production or extraction of raw materials for the metropolitan countries, almost every less developed country has specialized in the production of one or two commodities for the world capitalist economy. This specialization continues in many countries to this day. One-sided specialization naturally leads to certain economic relations between the metropolitan and the less developed countries. 1. The development of material production in the less developed countries basically depends on the interests of monopoly capital rather than on the interests and requirements of the peoples of those countries. This happens because a country which specializes in the production of raw materials and foodstuffs for the imperialist powers is unable to develop any branch of its economy independently, not even the branch which it specializes in, because it does not produce the means of production even for that branch. Hence, a one-sided specialization creates an economic structure that makes the country's independent development impossible and keeps it dependent on the imperialist powers. 2. The sale of the main commodities of a one-sided, specialized country does not depend on the domestic market and its capacity, but almost exclusively on the demand for its product by the imperialist powers. In this way foreign capital creates a production structure that makes it impose. 278. Able to sell its gross social product without the decisive participation of the imperialist powers. Thus, the less developed countries have to depend on the imperialist powers in the sale of their social product, and imperialist monopolies determine the economic positions of one-sided specialized countries, how much of the product of their labor will be sold and how much will remain unsold. And they largely determine the prices as well. They decide what proportion of the national income from the sales will remain in the dependent countries. The fluctuations in sales and prices, typical of capitalism, especially during overproduction crises and the long periods of stagnation in economic development, make these countries economically highly unstable and turn them into agrarian raw material appendages of the imperialist powers. 3. The consumption in one-sided specialized countries, who do not produce many of the things they need themselves, depends entirely on the goods delivered by foreign monopolies at their prices. This shows that one-sided specialization makes countries dependent in production, distribution, and consumption. In other words, their dependence is complete, and affects the whole reproduction process. Monopoly capital domination over the economically less developed countries makes it virtually impossible for the national forces, national capital and simple commodity producers to develop their countries independently, while the penetration of foreign capital makes them economically completely dependent on the imperialist powers. Thus, the world capitalist economy reproduces the relations of the imperialist domination and the dependence of the less developed countries by economic methods. Imperialist domination is, of course, firmer and more secure when colonialists rule the country politically. However, the relations of general exploitation can also be organized in the world capitalist economy in a purely economic way. Finance capital is capable of subjecting, and actually does subject, to itself even states enjoying the fullest political independence. 1. This has been confirmed by the experience. New colonialism. Roots of neocolonialism. The imperialist financial oligarchy must also reckon with historical experience. The monopoly bourgeoisie is well aware that the people of the economically less developed countries may choose the socialist road, and therefore it tries to adapt to the new conditions. It may even make some concessions to keep them away from that road. The private monopoly mechanism of the world capitalist economy can no longer ensure this objective, and the ruling circles of the imperialist countries are therefore setting up a state monopoly mechanism to influence the less developed countries. It includes the following: 1. Financial, technical and other aid from imperialist powers to the economic progress of less developed countries. 2. International institutions to finance, plan and implement economic development programs, such as the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development or the Alliance for Progress, set up and controlled by the governments of the imperialist powers. 3. Government stimulation of private monopoly penetration into the less developed countries, guaranteed capital investments, granting certain benefits and privileges in dealings with their governments and capitalists, etc. By intensifying the imperialist monopolist activity in the less developed countries, the ruling bourgeois circles believe that every private monopoly enterprise there promotes a number of associated small local capitalist enterprises, and that this helps to consolidate the internal reactionary forces, making the monopoly enterprise a stronghold of imperialism. 4. Drawing the less developed countries into economic blocs, set up by the imperialist powers, in order to strengthen their dependence of the world capitalist economy. 5. Setting up common markets by the less developed countries together with imperialist powers. Collective colonialism is a specific variant of neocolonialism. Before the socialist system came into being, the individual colonial powers were strong enough to keep their colonies in. 280. The essence of neocolonialism. Subjugation. Now the colonialists often have to form blocs to do this. Collective colonialism usually appears when the capitalist system is in danger. Unlike old colonialism, which relied mainly on the pre-capitalist strata of exploiters, neocolonialism, which pretends to champion economic development, cannot obstruct the growth of the national bourgeoisie, and it endeavors to use the national bourgeoisie as its main support, the main buffer against revolutionary changes. Neocolonialism is a specific union of finance capital and the bourgeois state into a single machine to keep the Asian, African, and Latin American peoples on the capitalist road of development and exploit them economically. It has inherited methods of enslavement like the export of capital and the division of world markets from old colonialism, and has intensified them by new combined state and economic methods. Under neocolonialism, economic development is promoted by setting up capitalist enterprises and training local personnel in the relevant spirit, and this creates the illusion among the masses that economic backwardness can be overcome and living conditions improved on the capitalist road. But, the neocolonialist mechanism contains an irresolvable contradiction. The aim is to retain the less developed countries in the world capitalist economy, while the objective laws of capitalism prevent the independent economic development of those countries, do not ensure their economic growth rate exceeding that of the imperialist powers. 4. State capitalism. The nature of state. The ruling circles in the less developed capitalism and the op-ed capitalist countries cannot fail to see that spontaneous development within the framework of the world capitalist economy and neocolonialism lead neither to the liberation of their countries from dependence on imperialism, nor to a tangible improvement of the people's living conditions. With these two basic aims, unattained revolutionary processes are intensified and the masses become more radical, threatening the position of the exploiters. Bourgeois politicians in those countries look for a way out of this dilemma in the development of state capitalism. Essentially, state capitalism in the developing countries is, first, an extensive system of state intervention into all the existing economic sectors to further their development along the capitalist road, and second, the creation of state property in production and in other economic spheres. The intervention of the state in the economy begins in the young national states virtually with their emergence. The weakness of national capital as against the strength of foreign capital, the specific conditions of the emergence and growth of capitalism in these countries make state capitalism a logical feature of their development. The methods and direct aims of state intervention in the economy depend on the country's development, on the economic sectors in the country, on the political views of the ruling strata. There are, however, some features typical of all the countries. The state sector emerges in the basic means by which the developing countries in one of several ways. As the national states form, they take over the property of the former colonial administrations. The nationalization of the property of foreign monopolies, even though insignificant, in countries developing along the capitalist road also plays a part, and state enterprises built out of budget resources are of considerable importance. In countries with a capitalist orientation, a major role is played by mixed state and private enterprises, in which the national state and private capitalists are the co-owners. The latter may be national capitalists or foreign monopolies. One of the main aims of state aims and results of state intervention in the economy is an intervention in the economy. Industrialization and the building up of a multi-branch economy which is capable of producing the bulk of the necessary means of production and consumer goods. Modern industrialization also presupposes the research facilities needed for the further development of industry. The less developed countries face many difficulties in this context, including the small capacity of the domestic market, inadequate financial resources, and the shortage of skilled personnel. Attempts are made to resolve these difficulties by integrating the developing countries economically, by attracting the financial aid from imperialist states, by creating a favorable climate for the investment of capital by private monopolies, by enlisting the aid of advisors and experts from foreign firms. One of the important social consequences of the development of state capitalism in some countries is the growth of bureaucratic capital, which includes many layers of civil servants, who use their position in the state machine for personal enrichment and participation in private business. This social layer is extremely reactionary. They oppose any changes that may weaken their position, and they are particularly hard to fight against because, unlike other bourgeois layers, they have not only economic, but also political power. State capitalism can, of course, accelerate economic development in the less developed countries to some extent by concentrating the country's fragmented resources and using them for economic advance. To some extent it can safeguard the economy from the invasion of foreign monopoly capital in its most obnoxious forms. But it is unable to abolish the general laws of the world capitalist economy and cannot change its present neo-colonialist trends. The objective laws demand a transition of the less developed countries to the non-capitalist road of development. 5. Non-capitalist development and some of its laws. General conditions of the fundamental distinction between development between the two ways of development is that the non-capitalist road keeps the growth of exploiter elements within limits and prevents their influence on the economy and policies of the country being decisive. This means that the non-capitalist road of development also prevents imperialism from exerting a decisive influence on the country's destiny. The non-capitalist road, however, does not imply the destruction of small capitalist initiative that does not run counter to the national interests, or simple commodity production in town and country. The non-capitalist road involves various difficulties which must be clearly understood in order that they can be overcome. Capitalism develops spontaneously. Non-capitalist development is not spontaneous. It is a deliberate process which depends on an understanding of economic laws. Therefore, non-capitalist development is only possible if the political power in the country belongs to social layers who are devoted to the working people's interests, who are willing to restrict and ultimately to oust exploiter elements who oppose these interests. The non-capitalist road of development will bring resistance from powerful forces of world imperialism as well as from domestic reactionaries. Hence, no country should embark on it in isolation from the world socialist system. Reliance on the support of the socialist countries and on the revolutionary forces in the metropolitan countries is an objective law of non-capitalist development. A country wishing to develop economic laws independently of the world capitalist non-capitalist development J.R. economy, must carry out a series of far-reaching changes in economic relations. These changes can be divided into two closely related groups. The first has to do with the destruction of the old relations of dependence on the imperialists and their local helpers, who will obstruct that development. The second group of changes is connected with the creation of new, more progressive relations to ensure economic development in the national interest in keeping with the people's requirements. To end the old relations which obstruct rapid economic development in the national interest, it is essential to undertake the following economic reforms: to abolish feudal land ownership, to nationalize foreign monopoly enterprises and property, to do away with the unequal exchange in external economic relations and to introduce exchange with other countries on a mutually advantageous basis, to protect the national market and the national industry against the destructive influence of competition with foreign monopolies. 284. To do away with the lopsided specialization of the national economy. Among the decisive conditions for the formation of new, more progressive social relations are the following: the transfer of land to those who work on it, the creation of a developed industry which produces the goods needed by the national market, the creation of a state sector in industry and agriculture, the concentration of the key positions in the economy in the hands of the state, making it possible to influence the economic development in the direction required, the restriction of spontaneous capitalist market relations which obstruct planned economic development. Unless such changes are carried out, it is impossible to create a national economy which can effectively raise the living standard of the people at any speed and stand up to imperialism. The measures aimed at the gradual abolition of reactionary social relations and the development of progressive relations are the economic content of the non-capitalist road of development. The economic program of non-capitalist development cannot be identical for each country that embarks on this road. There has to be a specific program for each country, because it depends on the maturity of the old relations that must be undermined or destroyed, on the preparedness of the masses for the restructuring of economic life. The final aim of the economic program of non-capitalist development is the transition to socialism, bypassing capitalism, or at least its developed stage. The economic policy of non-capitalist development involves social, as well as economic, tasks at each consecutive stage. New layers of people must be drawn into the work of restructuring the foundations of economic life, and those who are already taking part must become more active in that process. As regards social objectives, the economic policy of non-capitalist development is aimed at enlisting wider and wider masses of people into the conscious building of a new economic system. Non-capitalist development and its management exclude the unscientific practice of big leaps, that is, attempts to jump over objectively necessary stages of development. The non-capitalist road presupposes the maximum use of all productive forces and all labor resources of the given country to increase the production of material wealth. This can take the form of setting up big and small enterprises, the gradual expansion of production and market capacity with the help of these enterprises. The non-capitalist road of development does not mean that small production should be ignored or destroyed, although the leading role must naturally belong to socialized production. 6. Assistance by the USSR and other socialist countries to the economic development of the newly free countries. The Soviet Union and other socialist countries extend friendly and disinterested assistance to countries which are trying to eradicate poverty and backwardness. Among the forms taken by that assistance are: 1. Credit for the implementation of the needed economic changes. 2. Help with drawing up economic development plans and designs for building industrial projects. 3. Participation in the construction of enterprises in accordance with national economic requirements. Hundreds of projects have been put into operation in the developing countries or are still under construction with the technical assistance from the USSR. The most important of them are, in India, the Bhila Iron and Steel Works, the thermoelectric power station in Neyveli, oil refineries, etc., in Egypt the first stage of the Aswan High Dam, the Helwan Coke chemical plant, a nuclear reactor, etc. 4. Technical guidance for construction and other projects, for which purpose the USSR and other socialist countries send large numbers of experts to the developing countries. 5. The training of personnel on the spot and at colleges and at enterprises in the USSR. The Soviet Union is assisting in setting up 64 colleges, technical schools, general schools, and training centers. 6. Geological surveys and prospecting. 7. Making technical documents available and carrying out research work. 286. S. The supply of commodities for current consumption to countries in need of them. The radical, fundamental distinction of the assistance given by the socialist countries from the aid to economic development given by the imperialists is that the socialist countries are not trying to enrich themselves at the expense of other peoples. Assistance from the socialist countries weakens the positions of imperialists, makes them grant concessions to the newly free countries, strengthens the positions of the developing countries in the fight against the colonialists. Thus, while the emergence of socialism has evoked a radical turn in the development of the national liberation struggle as a whole, the active economic assistance of the socialist states to the developing countries leads to deep changes in the economy and in the fate of peoples exploited by imperialism. Chapter 13. Imperialism's place in history. Crisis of world capitalism. Imperialism is the highest and last stage of the capitalist mode of production. The main features of capitalism: the domination of private ownership of the means of production, exploitation of hired labor by capital, and the capitalist forms of the distribution of material wealth are well preserved and developed further under imperialism. Nor does imperialism do away with competition, anarchy of production and economic crises. The domination of the monopolies only changes the forms in which these key features and typical processes of capitalism manifest themselves. At the same time, imperialism is a specific stage of the capitalist mode of production, which differs substantially from the pre-monopoly capitalism and has a place in history. Imperialism, Lenin wrote, is a specific historical stage of capitalism. Its specific character is threefold. Imperialism is monopoly capitalism, parasitic, or decaying capitalism, moribund capitalism. 1.1. Imperialism is monopoly capitalism. The main and general economic feature of imperialism is the domination of monopolies. Monopolies were the inevitable result of the concentration of production and the accumulation of capital. The monopolies which are typical of the internal life of the developed countries also determine the international economic life under imperialism. Thus, monopoly rule characterizes and determines not only the economy of each individual capitalist country, but also of the world capitalist system as a whole. The transition to imperialism brought the working people of all countries under the sway of a handful of monopoly capital bosses. Thus, the overall monopoly penetration into the economy and their domination on a world scale at the beginning of the 20th century gave Lenin irrefutable grounds for the conclusion that capitalism had developed to its monopoly stage. The assertion and strengthening of the rule of monopoly capital leads to an intensification of the conflict between the productive forces and the capitalist production relations, to an intensification of the basic contradiction of capitalism. The development of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism means that the basic contradiction of capitalism, that between the social nature of production and private capitalist appropriation, has been aggravated to the extreme. Thus all the material conditions for a transition to socialism mature under capitalism. 2. Imperialism is parasitic, decaying capitalism. Modern processes of the decay of capitalism based on the exploitation of hired labor capitalism has two objective tendencies: it stimulates and at the same time holds back the development of the productive forces. The second is due to the basic contradiction of capitalism, that between the social nature of production and the private capitalist form of the appropriation of the results of production. The transition of capitalism from the free competition era to monopoly domination has aggravated that contradiction to the extreme and thereby has considerably strengthened the tendency to hold back technological progress. Since monopoly prices are established, even temporarily, Lenin wrote, the motive cause of technical and, consequent, two tendencies in the development of the productive forces. Li, of all other progress disappears to a certain extent and, further, the economic possibility arises of deliberately retarding technical progress. 1. The capitalist monopolies, who gain monopoly super profits by establishing monopoly prices, often prevent the introduction of new machines. Moreover, they limit and often reduce output, and thus also restrain technological progress. It can be shown that the monopolies frequently hold up the introduction of important inventions for years, or put them aside for good. Capitalism's inability to take full advantage of the enormous possibilities opened up by the progress of science and technology comes particularly clearly to the fore in the modern scientific and technological revolution. Scientific and technological progress in the capitalist countries assumes an extremely contradictory form and has grim social consequences. The decay, caused by monopoly, onitens lowers capita, can be seen in the way the development of the productive forces is held back and seen in the non-productive use or failure to use a large part of society's labor resources, the main productive force. Militarization of the economy is another important feature of the decay of capitalism. This has now reached a gigantic scale in the main imperialist countries and has become an organic part of the capitalist system. Militarization of the economy and wars not only divert a large part of the human and material resources to non-productive purposes, but also turn the productive forces from factors that should be used creatively to improve the material life of society into forces of destruction and annihilation. The decay of the capitalist system is also expressed in the striving of the financial oligarchy to resolve its contradictions by force of arms, through world wars. Over 42 million people have been killed and about 55 million wounded in the two world wars unleashed by the imperialist powers. War and preparations for it destroy huge amounts of material wealth. According to rough estimates, the direct military expenditure and the amount of destruction as a result of Military operations between 1900 and 1950 reached the astronomical figure of $4 million. Between 1949 and 1965 the NATO countries spent over $1 million on the arms race. Monopoly capitalism has developed parasitism of the parasitism of the ruling classes to the utmost. The elite of the capitalist class increasingly lose touch with production. The monopoly bourgeoisie is turning into rentiers, people leading idle, parasitic lives on vast incomes from securities. Parasitism and the decay of capitalism are also expressed in the systematic bribery by the imperialist bourgeoisie of a small working class elite in order to split and erode the proletariat's revolutionary movement. The workers' aristocracy is the social basis of opportunism in the working class movement. In their attempts to adapt the working class movement to the interests of the bourgeoisie, the opportunists spread the idea of a harmony between the class interests of the proletariat and of the bourgeoisie, to prevent the workers from rallying for the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. The decay of capitalism at the imperialist stage can also be seen in politics. The shift from bourgeois democracy to political reaction both in domestic and foreign policy is typical of imperialism. Political reaction all along the line is a distinctive feature of monopoly capitalism. Fascism, the open terrorist dictatorship of the most frenzied cliques of monopoly capital, was a typical example of political reaction. The endeavor of the monopoly bourgeoisie to strengthen its hold by reactionary, anti-democratic methods meets the growing resistance from the working people, who fight for the preservation and extension of their rights. 3. Imperialism is moribund capitalism. The objective and subjective prerequisites of the revolution. The objective prerequisites of the socialist revolution have matured throughout the capitalist world. In the developed countries, monopoly capitalism has created the material prerequisites of socialist society, a high level of the socialization of production. Comprehensive socialization of production, typical of imperialism, has made it necessary to establish public ownership of the means of production. In state monopoly capitalism, where whole branches of the economy are united on a nationwide scale, the socialization of production reaches the highest stage possible under capitalism. State monopoly capitalism is a complete material preparation for socialism, the threshold of socialism, a rung on the ladder of history between which and the rung called socialism there are no intermediate rungs, Lenin said. 1. Characterizing the class essence and the social consequences of the development of state monopoly capitalism, Lenin said, under private ownership of the means of production, all these steps towards greater monopolization and control of production by the state are inevitably accompanied by intensified exploitation of the working people. By an increase in oppression, it becomes more difficult to resist the exploiters, and reaction and military despotism grow. At the same time, these steps inevitably lead to a tremendous growth in the profits of the big capitalists at the expense of all other sections of the population. The working people for decades to come are forced to pay tribute to the capitalists in the form of interest payments on war loans running into thousands of millions. 2. State monopoly capitalism aggravates the antagonisms between labor and capital, between the monopolies and the majority of the nation, and confronts the masses with the necessity of overthrowing the power of monopoly capital. Capitalism can be replaced by socialism only by a social revolution, when all the necessary subjective prerequisites for it have matured. The growth of the subjective prerequisites of the revolution are evolved by the imperialist system itself. Monopoly rule intensifies the contradictions of modern capitalism to the extreme, as it forces the people to take up the struggle for the destruction of the social system that has outlived itself. World capitalism is torn by a number of deep contradictions. First, there is the contradiction between labor and capital, between the monopolies and the majority of the nation. In their pursuit of maximum profits, the monopolies intensify labor to the utmost, purchase labor power at the lowest monopoly price, rob the workers and small commodity producers by means of high monopoly prices for consumer goods and taxation. Political rights are curtailed more and more, the working class and all working people suffer extremes of oppression. As a result, resentment grows among the working masses and the class struggle intensifies. Second, there is the contradiction between the peoples of the less developed countries and the imperialist powers that exploit them. The exploitation of the working people in the economically less developed countries is one of the sources of super profits made by the imperialist powers. The imperialists have to build factories, railways, industrial and commercial centers to exploit these countries. This leads to the development of a national proletariat and a national intelligentsia, to political awareness, and growing resistance from the working people and part of the national bourgeoisie. The struggle for national liberation, against all kinds of colonialism, is taking on ever sharper forms. Third, there are the contradictions between imperialist powers. In their scramble for markets, raw material sources, and investment areas, there are clashes between the interests of monopolies and big monopoly groups in different countries. This rivalry grows into a struggle for spheres of influence between imperialist states. Inter-imperialist contradictions and conflicts arouse the indignation of the masses and drive them to take up the revolutionary struggle against the capitalist system. These are the main contradictions of capitalism, which promote the development of the subjective prerequisites for a revolutionary change from capitalism to socialism. 4. The law of the uneven development of capitalism and its effect in the world today. The law of uneven development of capitalism. Uneven development of individual enterprises, branches of the economy and of whole countries is typical of capitalism, which is based on private ownership of the means of production. The endeavors of every capitalist to make the highest possible profit and the bitter competitive struggle and anarchy of production resulting from this make the capitalist economy develop unevenly. Uneven development is an objective law of capitalism which manifests itself in different ways at the different stages of capitalist development. Before capitalism entered the monopoly stage, production was scattered among hundreds and thousands of small enterprises and free competition held sway. The uneven development of capitalism progressed comparatively smoothly. Some capitalist countries outstripped others over long periods. There were still vast unoccupied territories in the world, and the capitalist powers seized free lands without major military clashes among themselves. This was the time of the relatively peaceful development of capitalism. With the transition to the implementation of the law of realist stage, this situation changed. Imperialism radically, the development of technology, the high rates of growth in concentration and centralization of capital enabled young capitalist countries to increase production fast, to develop new branches of industry and strengthen their economic potential. Decay and the tendency to hold back economic development showed earlier in the old capitalist countries, where the bulk of capital was invested in old branches of industry with a relatively backward technology. Hence, with the transition to imperialism, the action of the law of uneven development of capitalism manifests itself in a new form. Some capitalist countries leapt ahead and left the others behind. The result of this leapfrog development of capitalist countries during the imperialist epoch were sharp changes in the economic and military balance of power. The imperialist 294 states who had forged ahead tried to seize as many new markets, raw material sources and investment spheres as possible. But, by the beginning of the 20th century there were no free territories left. The world had been fully divided, and the majority of the colonies and semi-colonies had been conquered by the old capitalist countries. This gave rise to a sharp contradiction between the old distribution of the colonies and spheres of influence and the new alignment of forces among the imperialists. Armed struggle for the redivision of the already divided world was on the agenda, and world wars broke out. The intensification of the contradictions between the imperialist powers and world wars weakened the imperialist front and made a breakthrough possible in the sections where the conditions for the victory of the proletariat were most favorable. Under imperialism, the political as well as the economic development of these countries is uneven. The subjective prerequisites for, in all countries in the world capitalist system. The general crisis of capitalism develops over a whole historical period. During that period, one country after 296. The influence of the socialist countries on deepening of the general crisis of capitalism. Another breaks away from the capitalist system until socialism triumphs throughout the world. The disintegration and revolutionary collapse of the capitalist system on a world scale is the general crisis of world capitalism. The general crisis of capitalism began during the First World War. The war weakened the common front of imperialism, undermined the foundation of the world domination by monopoly capital, and exacerbated the class contradictions of bourgeois society to the utmost. In these conditions, the Great October Socialist Revolution triumphed in Russia and ushered in the process of the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. This marked a radical turning point in the history of mankind. Since the October Revolution, capitalism has no longer been the only world social system. After the emergence of the socialist system in Russia and, especially, since the world system of socialist states has been founded, the general crisis of capitalism is deepening both through internal causes and under the influence of the growing strength of socialism. The growth of the strength of socialism means that imperialism is gradually losing ground in the economic, political, and ideological spheres. The world socialist system is increasingly contracting the sphere in which the laws of capitalist society operate. This is not only because these laws do not operate in areas where the socialist mode of production has asserted itself. Even within the capitalist world, the operation of some important laws of imperialism is reduced by the growing strength of the socialist system. The successes of the socialist system accelerate the world revolutionary process. The socialist system is the main guarantee of peace, because peace is a basic condition without which the struggle for the rapid establishment of socialism on a world scale would be futile. The revolutionary influence of the socialist example is also of cardinal importance. The experience of the socialist countries shows the peoples in the capitalist countries that true progress can only be achieved along the socialist way. The world socialist system is the base of the unfolding socialist revolution. It helps to preserve and consolidate the revolutionary gains in every new country where a socialist or democratic revolution triumphs and clears the road for far-reaching changes. Main features of the general three features are typical crisis of capitalism throughout the development of the general crisis of capitalism. 1. A world split into two opposing social systems, the capitalist and the socialist, as a result of the triumph of the October Revolution, with more and more countries falling away from capitalism. This feature of the general crisis expresses the struggle between moribund capitalism and growing socialism. As the power of socialism grows and its positions in the world expand, the sphere of imperialist influence and of capitalist exploitation contracts, and the positions of world capitalism grow weaker. The balance of forces in the world changes in favor of socialism. This is a manifestation of the logical historical process of the transition from capitalism to socialism on a world scale, which is the main feature of the contemporary epoch. 2. The crisis and disintegration of the colonial system of imperialism, ending in the complete breakup of the old colonial system. In the course of the general crisis of capitalism, the colonial peoples, supported by the world socialist system and the international working class movement, achieve political independence, and begin to fight for economic independence and the ending of imperialist domination. 3. The exacerbation of the internal and external contradictions of imperialism. The intensification of the conflicts between the classes of bourgeois society, between monopoly groups and between imperialist countries inevitably aggravates the economic and political instability of the capitalist system, undermines imperialism from within and deepens the general crisis of capitalism. The general crisis of capitalism has the first stage of the passed through two stages and has now entered the third. 1. HRST stage began during the First World War, with the victory of the October Revolution, and ended with the Second World War. The struggle between the socialist system, which had 298 emerged in one country, the USSR, and the capitalist system, which existed on a world scale, constituted the main content of the first stage of the general crisis of capitalism. The colonial people's struggle under the influence of the October Revolution for liberation from imperialist oppression grew enormously. An important distinguishing feature of the first stage was also a sharp drop in the economic growth rates of the capitalist countries. The aggravation of the contradictions of capitalism led to the growth of state monopoly capitalism. Elements of state monopoly capitalism, which had already emerged before the First World War, intensified during it. A new impetus to the development of state monopoly capitalism was given by the world economic crisis of 1929 to 1933. From the beginning of the first stage of the general crisis of capitalism there was a major upsurge in the revolutionary movement of the proletariat, a result of the October Revolution. To suppress the growing revolutionary movement of the working people, the ruling classes intensified political reaction. In several countries, when the methods of bourgeois democracy were failing it, the monopoly bourgeoisie turned to fascism and open dictatorship of the most reactionary, most aggressive forces of monopoly capital. NUJ. In the interwar period, the uneven development of capitalist countries under imperialism led to the emergence of two hostile imperialist camps in the capitalist world: Germany, Italy, and militarist Japan, as the main participants in one camp, and the USA, Britain, and France in the other. The struggle between these two camps ultimately led to the outbreak of the Second World War, which was unleashed by the fascist bloc. After a series of easy victories in Western Europe, Nazi Germany turned east and attacked the Soviet Union. This changed the course of the war. The Second World War ended in the complete defeat of the fascist states by the anti-Hitler coalition. The second stage of the general crisis of capitalism began during the Second World War and continued into the late 50s, when a number of European and Asian countries fell away from the capitalist system. 299. The main feature of the second stage of the general crisis was that socialism had advanced beyond the bounds of one country and had become a world system. During the Second World War, the Soviet Union played the decisive role in the total defeat of the fascist states and freed a number of countries in Eastern Europe. Most of Nazi Germany's armed forces, her most efficient armies, were destroyed on the Soviet front. This created a new situation in Western Europe, facilitated the struggle of its peoples for liberation from German Nazism. In Eastern Europe, the victory of the Soviet Army and the national resistance forces tied the hands of the reactionary layers, who had collaborated with the Nazi invaders, and prevented them from regaining power. Under these conditions, people's democratic revolutions took place towards the end of the Second World War and after it in 11 East European and East Asian countries. Led by the Communist and Workers' parties, they fell away from the capitalist system and embarked on socialist development. This was the beginning of the world socialist system. On the eve of the Second World War, the socialist system embraced 17% of the area and 9% of the population and accounted for 10% of the industrial output of the world. By the end of the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism, the socialist system accounted for 26% of the area, a third of the population and 27% of the industrial output. The formation of the world socialist system changed the balance of forces between the two systems in favor of socialism. The socialist system gained major successes in competition with capitalism during the second stage of the general crisis. By the mid-50s, industrial output in the capitalist world was 100% or above the pre-war level, and in the socialist countries, 260% or. Another important feature of the second stage was the transition from the crisis to the disintegration of the imperialist colonial system. The successes of the national liberation struggle of the peoples against imperialist rule during the second stage led to the liberation of 80% of the Asian and African population from colonial regimes. 300. Many of the newly free countries pursue a policy of non-alignment with the imperialist military blocs. The current, third stage of the Distinguishing L Tattles General C trademark S of capitalism began in the late Helties. Unlike the HRST and second stages, which were tied up with the First and Second World Wars, the third stage emerged out of the competition between the two world systems, in conditions of the peaceful coexistence between states with opposing social systems. The main distinguishing feature of the modern stage of the general crisis of capitalism is that capitalism is no longer the dominant system in the world, and that the world socialist system is increasingly becoming the decisive factor in world development. There have been radical changes in the balance of forces in the world in favor of socialism. The world socialist system increased very little in area during the third stage. By only one country the socialist revolution triumphed in Cuba, but this was an important victory. Cuba is in the Western Hemisphere. Socialism has moved on beyond the Eastern Hemisphere. The first socialist country has emerged in America, on the doorsteps of the USA, the main capitalist country. The socialist planned economy has higher economic growth rates than the capitalist economy, and this is an important factor which helps to make the world socialist system a decisive force in world development. In 1970, industrial output in the socialist countries was roughly 13 times the pre-war level, whereas in the capitalist countries, it had grown only 350%. The share of the socialist countries in world industrial production increased from 10% to 39% over the period. The successes of the world socialist system are showing the working people in the capitalist countries and the oppressed peoples the road to progress. This stimulates their struggle against capitalist oppression, and lends impetus to revolutionary activities. Another important feature of the third stage of the general crisis of capitalism is the final collapse of the colonial system of imperialism. In this stage, the political liberation of the colonial peoples, their fight for political independence, is completed. The national liberation movement has entered a new phase, and the main struggle now is for economic independence, the development of their own industry, and the economic uprooting of colonialism. Many newly free countries are now successfully fighting to strengthen their economic and political independence, while some of them have succeeded in throwing the foreign monopolies out and have proclaimed socialism as their aim. Another distinctive feature of the present stage of the general crisis of capitalism is the exacerbation of the internal contradictions of the capitalist system, which are a result of the considerable growth of state monopoly capitalism. Monopoly capitalism in the developed capitalist countries is changing into state monopoly capitalism. The social contradictions are intensifying. The fight among imperialist countries for markets and spheres of investment is taking on sharper forms. The development of world socialism, the intensification of class struggle in the capitalist countries and of national liberation revolutions, and growing inter-imperialist conflicts are eroding world capitalism from within. The attempts of capitalism to adapt itself to the new conditions do not lead to its stabilization as a social system. The general crisis of capitalism continues to deepen, the documents of the 24th CPSU Congress say. Chapter 14. Criticism of bourgeois and reformist economic theories. One main features of modern bourgeois political economy. The general crisis of capitalism affects not only the economy and politics of world capitalism but also bourgeois ideology. It is reflected, in particular, in bourgeois political economy, which has acquired a number of characteristic features determined by the specific historical situation, aggravation of the contradictions of capitalism and the growing power of world socialism. Bourgeois political economy PERD functions of bourgeois FT basic functions, ideological and practical. IHEHRST consists in ideological justification of monopoly rule, exploitation, militarism, and colonialism, in opposing Marxism-Leninism and socialism. Bourgeois economists have always sought an ideological justifications for capitalism. The problem of supporting capitalism ideologically has become particularly pressing and complicated in the epoch of the general crisis of capitalism, the transition from capitalism to socialism, when the realities have refuted bourgeois propaganda with its basic message that capitalism is eternal and absolutely progressive. This has given rise to a series of new and rapidly changing apologies for capitalism. In the epoch of the general crisis of capitalism, and especially, in its third stage, anti-communism has become the main ideological and political weapon of the bourgeoisie. The reason for this is the growing strength of world socialism. The main content of anti-communism is slander of the socialist countries, falsification of the Marxist-Leninist teaching and the policies of the Communist and Workers' parties. In the prevailing situation, many bourgeois economists can no longer deny the outstanding achievements of the socialist countries. Today, bourgeois ideologists are going out of their way to belittle the successes of socialism, and, when discussing the rates of development of the socialist countries, they unscrupulously juggle statistical data. Admitting, if only in part, the achievements of socialism, bourgeois ideologists misrepresent the reasons for them, denying the fact that they are based on the conquest of power by the proletariat, socialist ownership of the means of production and the resultant planned, well-balanced development of the national economy, socialist emulation, and other advantages offered by socialism. Evidence of the deep-rooted crisis of bourgeois political economy is also the fact that while taking a stand against socialism in favor of capitalism, bourgeois ideologists ascribe to capitalism features which are, in fact, inherent exclusively in the socialist mode of production. These forms of apology for capitalism have become widespread only in the epoch of its general crisis. These comprise a whole array of inventions about the transformation of capitalism, various conceptions of hybrid systems and convergence, which are all theories intended to camouflage the deep gulf between capitalism and socialism, to find an alternative to communism. Not infrequently, bourgeois economists invent their own models of socialism, disseminate what is, in effect, pseudo-socialism. They seek to mislead the working masses by playing on their sympathies for socialism so as to distract them from the struggle for genuine socialism. These methods demonstrate that in the present conditions bourgeois ideologists cannot afford openly to apologize for capitalism or heap abuse on socialism indiscriminately. A major component of anti-communism is opposition to the Marxist-Leninist economic theory. In the past, bourgeois economists chose to ignore Marx's works, whereas today. 304. When Marxism-Leninism is winning victory after victory and its conclusions concerning socialism and communism have been practically confirmed, it is no longer possible to disregard them. Many bourgeois economists openly avow their hostility to Marxism. Others refer to some of Marx's propositions and even exploit them, commending his contributions. At the same time, they distort his theory, interpreting it in an idealistic spirit and rejecting his revolutionary conclusions. Anti-communism is the main content of the most reactionary theories in modern bourgeois political economy. All economic theories providing justification for the arms race and imperialist wars, modern neocolonialism and imperialist integration are inseparably linked with anti-communism. At a time when the world socialist system is growing stronger and the contradictions of capitalism are growing worse, the practical function of bourgeois political economy, economic policy making, finding ways and means to underpin the foundations of capitalism and of providing economic advice to big business is becoming increasingly important. The development of the practical function of bourgeois political economy is conditioned by a series of internal and external reasons: the growth of the socialization of production, the enlargement of enterprises, greater specialization and cooperation in production. The socialization of production has grown to a point where it has to be regulated to resolve major national economic problems. This is made inevitable by the development of state monopoly capitalism, the exacerbation of the contradictions of capitalism, the growth of unemployment, greater difficulties in marketing products, and the economic competition between the two world systems. In order to preserve their positions, bourgeois governments are compelled to deal with problems of economic growth, raising growth rates and studying the forms and methods of socialist planning. In the past, bourgeois economists denied the possibility and effectiveness of socialist planning, whereas today they are attempting to use its experience to regulate the capitalist economy. As state monopoly capitalism develops, bourgeois political economy is increasingly geared to government requirements, while its links with economic policy have become closer and more diversified. Bourgeois economists provide a theoretical substantiation for existing economic policy, analyze the results of its implementation, sum up experience, draw up recommendations for long-term economic development. Bourgeois political economy is assigned the task of substantiating the economic doctrine on the basis of which, through long-term regulation, changes are to be made in national economic proportions. The correlation between accumulation and consumption, between sectors and branches of the economy is to be determined, and the rates of their growth are to be set. In this connection, the entire bourgeois political economy has been fundamentally reconstructed, particularly along the lines of improving the methods of information collection and processing. Work is underway to set up a network of government research institutions for developing an economic doctrine expressing officially approved economic policy. Both functions of bourgeois political economy are closely interlinked. Their common task is salvation of capitalism. Works on applied economics are based on vulgar, Unscientific apologetic theories such as the theory of the factors of production, the theory of marginal utility, Keynes's explanation of crises and unemployment, etc., while theoretical works try, in one way or another, to justify current economic policies, militarism, the export of capital, international state monopoly organizations, etc. In all cases, the main aim of bourgeois political economy is apologia for capitalism, although bourgeois economists, referring to the practical problems facing them, seek to conceal this fact. Actually, the elaboration of concrete problems of economic policy fails to remove the apologetic character of bourgeois theories, so their exposure remains the principal task of Marxist-Leninist criticism. Even though the theoretical and practical functions of bourgeois political economy have a common aim, there is a deep contradiction between them. Bourgeois economists do not really need a scientific analysis for implementing their ideological function, because this analysis would make it impossible to justify capitalism ideologically, since it would simply show the inevitability of its revolutionary overthrow. That is why bourgeois economists who busy themselves with the ideological defense of capitalism are tied to completely 2294. 306. Unscientific theories which are usually based on latter-day phenomena in capitalism. For practical purposes, however, theory needs to be somewhat nearer to reality, otherwise, politics will not have any real effect on economic life. Yet, as noted above, an apologia for capitalism rules out scientific analysis. The object of research for bourgeois economists is, as before, the external, transformed forms in which relations of production appear on the surface of phenomena existing in bourgeois society. Idealists in understanding social phenomena, they seek in human psychology the causes of changes in the economy, denying the existence of objective economic laws governing social development and falsifying statistical data. The root cause of the scientific insolvency of modern bourgeois political economy is its class content, i.e., its defense of bourgeois interests. Bourgeois ideologists, even as far back as the 19th century when capitalism was on the ascent and the bourgeoisie was a progressive class, were unable because of their narrow bourgeois world outlook to present a consistent scientific analysis of capitalism. Even less are they capable of making such an analysis in the conditions of modern capitalism, where it is opposed by a new and higher mode of production, socialism. At the same time, some bourgeois economists, expressing, as they do, progressive trends in the development of productive forces, work out practical problems involved in regulating production. In view of this, one may find in their works useful methods of mathematical statistics and models that can be used for working out a democratic alternative to state monopoly regulation. It should be borne in mind, however, that technico-mathematical methods have nothing in common with theory, which remains just as unscientific. Two basic trends are to be found, trends in modern and bourgeois economic publications. Bourgeois political economy are theories of regulated capitalism and theories of free enterprise. Protagonists of regulated capitalism admit its shortcomings and have lost faith in automatic self-regulation of capitalism. They lay stress on what is known as macroanalysis, i.e., concentrate on the economy as a whole, on such problems as the national income, accumulation and consumption, the aggregate social demand and supply, etc. They regard the bourgeois state as the prime mover of economic development. The theories of regulated capitalism are represented by the American economists S. E. Harris, A. Hansen, D. J. Galbraith, the British economists R. Herod, A. Schoenfield, the French economists F. Peru, J. Foresti. Ideologists of free enterprise allege that balanced growth, i.e., equilibrium between demand and supply, can be secured on the basis of the market mechanism and competition. They proceed from microanalysis, i.e., examine the economy from the angle of the motives of an individual enterprise, an individual firm, prices of individual goods, to draw conclusions related to the economy as a whole. These economists presume that the role of the government must be reduced to securing conditions favoring free competition. However, in their interpretation of many theoretical problems, economists of both schools often proceed from identical theories. In modern conditions, when the ideological struggle is growing sharper, greater efforts are made to find more effective methods to influence the economy, and there is a tendency of convergence of both trends. The most striking expression of that is the theory of neoclassical synthesis of the American economist P. Samuelson. He attempts to combine some basic theoretical postulates of ideologists of free enterprise with government regulation of the economy. However, there is a growing rift within each group. For example, there is considerable disagreement within the regulated capitalism school in the interpretation of the forms, methods, scale and aims of government intervention in the economy. In this connection, many variants of these theories have sprung up: planned capitalism, mixed economy, etc. In the conditions of growing state monopoly capitalism, ideologists of free enterprise do not deny the need for government intervention in the economy either. They only disagree about the scale of this intervention. A good many of them openly defend big business, demand a reduction in taxes on corporation profits and support anti-labor legislation. In most cases, they support the most reactionary political forces, the ultra-rightists in the USA, the conservatives. 20*308. In Britain, the theory of free enterprise was the official ideology in West Germany. The best-known representatives of this economic school in the USA are M. Friedman, H. Hazlitt, L. Mises; in Britain, T. Hutchison, scholars of the London School of Economics; in the FRG, L. Urchard and others. Champions of both trends publish many works on specific problems: economic growth, wages, crises, technological progress, the situation in the developing countries, socialism and communism, the economic competition between the two world systems. Not infrequently, economists specializing in this or that problem discuss a wide range of problems, focusing on a particular phenomenon. For example, they may consider the question of growth rates, wages, and the destinies of capitalism in connection with technological progress and give a varied definition of the subject of economic science and the principles of approach to the study of economic processes. Such specialization is conditioned both by the expansion of the sphere of research, the emergence of new problems, and by the need for concentrating on problems of vital importance for capitalism so as to explain them as it suits the bourgeoisie and to work out a corresponding economic policy. A new sphere in bourgeois political economy is what is known as comparative economy, which is concerned with examination and comparison of different economic systems. Growing activity is displayed by the so-called Sovietologists specializing in the study of the Soviet economy. Econometrics holds a special place in bourgeois publications. It has no theoretical basis of its own, and is based on the theories of regulated capitalism and the neoclassical theories of economic growth. Econometrics unites the economists who use mathematics and statistics to study economic processes and regard political economy as a science of measurement of economic phenomena. Consequently, in this case, the method rather than theory is the feature they have in common. The emergence and development of econometrics has been due, first, to the growing complexity of economic processes conditioned by the development of the social character of production, enlargement of enterprises, exacerbation of ch. 14. Bourgeois Economic Theories 309. Marketing problems, second, to the growing role of economic science in solving practical problems involved in regulating the capitalist economy and the activities of the biggest monopolies. Econometrics is concerned with ascertaining the relation between a change in demand, on the one hand, and a change in goods prices and consumer income, on the other. It presents mathematical models of the cycle and economic growth, etc., using such mathematical methods as differential calculus and the theory of limits, linear and nonlinear programming, programming in whole numbers, the theory of games, the theory of decisions, etc. Mathematics has come to be a common method for economists who do not list themselves among representatives of econometrics or mathematical economics. A process of mathematizing the entire bourgeois political economy is in evidence. In view of this, the borders between econometrics and other schools are gradually erased. Regardless of the names bourgeois economists give to their theories, they may be divided into the following basic groups: 1. Ideologists of monopoly capital. With the outward difference between individual trends and viewpoints, ideas, and methods of propaganda, members of this group are united by one common goal to justify the rule of monopolies. 2. Ideologists of the non-monopoly bourgeoisie. 3. Ideologists of the national bourgeoisie of the developing countries. Representatives of the latter two groups come out with criticism of the monopolies, adducing interesting factual material that can be used to expose apologists of monopolies. In the third stage of the general crisis of capitalism, ideologists of the non-monopoly bourgeoisie have become much more active. Their criticism of the monopolies, however, is half-hearted. They come out against socialism and are in favor of preserving capitalism based on free competition, without realizing that at a definite stage the latter gives rise to monopolies. In the developing countries, ideologists of the national bourgeoisie ignore the question of the deteriorating situation of the working masses, and present the narrow class interests of the national bourgeoisie as the interests of the nation as a whole. These ideas draw the working people away from their central goal, the struggle for socialism. They 310. Combination of anti-imperialist and narrow class tendencies reflects the contradictory, dual nature of the national bourgeoisie of the developing countries. 2. Criticism of economic growth theories. Reasons for prevalence of economic growth rates and factors. Economic growth theories which J.N. them are the central problem of bourgeois theories today. The objective foundation for the spread of these theories, which have risen to prominence in bourgeois post-war publications, is, above all, the growth of the forces of socialism and the economic competition between the two world systems. The successes of the socialist countries in economic development, scientific and technological progress have caused concern in bourgeois circles about the outcome of the economic competition. The U.S. economist E. Domar said that the present international conflict makes growth a condition of survival. 1. The problem of growth rates has become particularly acute in connection with the disintegration of the colonial system of imperialism. Deep internal causes are also responsible for the spread of these theories: the slowdown in the economic growth rates in a number of capitalist countries, chronic unemployment, and the growth of state monopoly capitalism. Economic growth theories have also become prevalent, because they have proved most convenient for an apology of modern capitalism. These theories defend monopoly capitalism, lay the theoretical basis for government regulation of the capitalist economy. They are linked with the theory of transformation of capitalism, its conversion into a welfare state. Economic growth models clearly one the essence and criticism of slow-die difference between the economic growth theories. Above mentioned two basic trends in bourgeois political economy: regulated capitalism and free enterprise. Champions of the first trend seek to analyze the conditions for dynamic equilibrium and full employment and to discover the reasons for deviations from that equilibrium. The neoclassical growth theory, which has recently become fairly popular, studies the potential growth rates on the basis of an optimum utilization of various production factors. At the same time, both variants of the economic growth theory face the same central problems: finding the factors which secure stable economic growth rates, and working out an economic policy capable of influencing these factors. The cardinal defect in bourgeois definitions of economic growth consists in their consideration of economic problems exclusively from the viewpoint of quantity. They isolate the development of the productive forces from the system of social and production relations, although it is actually the nature of the relations of production that has the decisive effect on economic growth rates and on its socio-economic consequences. Because they ignore production relations, bourgeois economists are unable to give a scientific explanation of the differences between the production growth rates in the capitalist and socialist countries, or to find the reason for the uneven development of production in the countries of the world capitalist economic system. One cannot, for example, explain the reasons for the low production growth rates in the economically underdeveloped countries, while ignoring the existence there of pre-capitalist forms of exploitation and oppression by foreign monopolies. Scientific analysis of growth rates also demands a study of the concrete historical conditions in a given country and of stages in the development of the capitalist mode of production there. Some bourgeois economists speak of distinctive types of growth. The American economist G. Ackley points to two types of economic growth. The first type of growth, Ackley maintains, is the shift from an underdeveloped to a developed economy. The second kind is the growth of the already developed economy. 1 Ackley and other bourgeois economists, however, reduce socio-economic changes to secondary, superficial factors, changes in people's behavior and in the organization of enterprises. Bourgeois economists allege that growth factors and their role in modern bourgeois economic theories. Economic growth leads to a mitigation of social conflicts. They presume that the bigger the national income, the milder the struggle for its distribution between the different classes. What is more, many bourgeois economists declare that the growth of production is the basis for leveling of profits. In reality, however, economic development exacerbates rather than mitigates the contradictions of capitalism. Far from leveling incomes and mitigating social conflicts, it worsens the conditions of the workers, while increasing the profits of capitalists, above all, of the biggest monopolies. Bourgeois economists regard investments as the most important factor of growth. In the post-war period, the share of investments in the national income of the capitalist countries increased considerably. The increase in the volume of investments is really an important condition for the growth of production, but bourgeois economists often exaggerate its importance. An increase in capital investments is not always attended by a proportional increase in production, while production may grow even when the rate of accumulation declines. This is because under capitalism investments act as a growth factor, but they also intensify antagonistic contradictions. The size of production does not depend exclusively on investment but also on the level of the population's effective demand. Production can also expand as a result of reducing idle capacity, which is characteristic of the epoch of the general crisis of capitalism. Bourgeois economists are unable to give a satisfactory explanation for the mechanism which regulates changes in and the level of capital investments. Their views on this problem fall into two major groups. 1. A reduction in profit slows down capital investments because it reduces the available funds and lowers the incentive to invest. 2. Inadequate demand is the reason for low investment rates. Arguments on declining monopoly profit are at variance with facts, and are meant in the final analysis to conceal its growth, to justify the policy of government subsidies to the monopolies and other measures contributing to an increase in their profits. Economists seeking the cause of low investments and inadequate demand are much nearer to the truth. This view is expressed in the works of the American economists A. Hansen and others. Inadequate effective demand does indeed keep down the growth of investments and production, but bourgeois economists are unable to explain the root cause of this phenomenon. They believe that too low a level of private demand can be recompensed by increasing government spending. This, however, leads to a bigger budget deficit and to inflation, which creates new economic difficulties, without resolving the problem of demand. Thus, neither viewpoint explains the level of investment scientifically. In considering the investment problem, bourgeois economists look only at the surface of things. They explain the increment in production by the productivity of capital, an increase in its volume and effectiveness. Their narrow class world outlook prevents bourgeois economists from understanding that under capitalism the only basis for the growth of investments and the expansion of production is the intensified exploitation of workers, the growth in the productivity and intensity of their labor. The most important factor, however, is failure by bourgeois economists to realize the fundamentally contradictory process of accumulation of capital. Since growth in investments and in production is the result of greater exploitation of the working people, it naturally results in a relative lag of effective demand. Therefore, the growth of capital investments leads to an increase in surplus capacity, which slows down production accumulation. The problem of idle capacity becomes increasingly acute. The point is that capital investments by themselves cannot solve the marketing problem. Bourgeois economists are working out numerous economic growth formulae and models, which express the most important economic factors. Mathematical economic models. The links between mathematically. There are a great many models of the capitalist economy. Bourgeois economists distinguish between partial and total, static and dynamic, microeconomic and macroeconomic models. Models differ in the degree of abstraction and for the aims. 314. Of their authors. Some economists seek to create models which correspond to the most important features of reality and can be used to explain the phenomena under observation. Others regard their models as illustrations of possible ways of economic development under given conditions, hoping that actual processes can be better understood in this way. Many economists, however, are interested in individual aspects of the economy rather than in the process as a whole. Models can be classified according to the factors taken into account or ignored. For example, there is a series of models in which economic growth is pictured either as the result of population growth or the accumulation of capital. Some models take account of the impact of technological progress, which is considered as an independent factor or as a means of raising the effectiveness of production factors. Models also differ according to whether they give priority to demand or supply. Keynesians usually regard the demand, the correlation between savings, accumulation, and consumption as the main factor. They describe savings as a function of income. The movement of the income depends on the rate of capital growth in production. The latter, in a frankly Keynesian spirit, depends entirely on the mood of entrepreneurs. These models are built on the principle of multiplier and accelerator. Another type of models is the so-called neoclassical model, in which economic growth is determined by the supply factors. It is based on the assumption that with full employment, investments will equal total savings. The mechanism which leads to that equilibrium is usually left unexplained. The production functions, which in a mathematical form express definite technico-economic relations between the factors of production, play an important part in these models. Macromodels deal with the most general laws of reproduction in the aggregate. Models drawn up from statistical data, which are used to calculate coefficients of unknown quantities in equations, are of considerable interest. Macromodels use indicators like the gross social product, national income, volume of fixed capital, labor supply. These models, composed on the basis of unchanged prices, give a certain amount of information on the correlation between the rates and proportions of reproduction for the past period and for forecasting. A new element in modeling is the drawing up of multi-sectoral models of economic growth, in which the growth model is combined with balancing tables, notably with an input-output balance, in an attempt to reflect the relations between the economic branches. It is drawn up like a chessboard in which every branch shows twice, as a producer and as a consumer. The distribution of the manufactured products and services in every branch is shown in the horizontal, and the expenditure of the given branch, which represents the output of other branches, in the vertical. Multi-sectoral models of economic growth are intended to show structural changes in the economy and to provide a mathematical basis for economic programming, planning, and changing the branch structure. Micromodels are mainly used to help firms to make optimum decisions, although some elements of these models are also used on a nationwide scale. In particular, the production function is used to work out variance of long-term development. Modeling shows that bourgeois economists are trying to learn the true state of affairs, and, it must be admitted, they have achieved some success. Starting from static models, they passed on to dynamic growth models. At first, they left out technological progress, the distribution of the national income, and changes in the capital to production rates. Later they included all these factors in their models. The first models were only concerned with one commodity, only one factor of production. Later, on the basis of linear programming, other factors were included. Considerable progress has been made by bourgeois economists in studying problems of the comparative effectiveness of investments in different economic branches, in working out optimum decisions for enterprises, in improving the mathematical tools of economic science. But the value of these models is somewhat reduced by the unscientific economic theories, on which these models are based. They are the theory of marginal utility, the theory 316 of the factors of production, the theory of the crisis-free development of capitalism, The subjective marginal utility theory does not elucidate objective economic processes because utility cannot be reduced to a general, measurable unit, without which it is impossible to create realistic reproduction models. The theory of the factors of production, stating that not only labor, but also capital and natural resources participate in the creation of the national income, also gives a distorted idea of the true role of the factors which determine the growth of production. The definition of the national income as the sum total of all incomes in society also misrepresents the sources and size of the national income. The view that state assistance can end crises and unemployment lies at the root of the models of stable, balanced growth. They ignore the laws and the antagonistic contradictions of capitalism. Many important socio-economic factors are not reflected in the models at all. These include the class struggle, the factors which influence the size of capital accumulation, the value of labor power as well as the correlation between money wages and real wages, etc. It is of course extremely difficult to build all these factors into mathematical economic models, but this is not the only reason why they are left out by bourgeois economists. They work on the assumption that capitalist relations are the best, that the social and economic environment does not change, and that it may, therefore, be ignored. Such abstractions reduce the value of these models considerably and make them useless for gaining a correct picture of the real processes at work in capitalist society. In the past, forecasts were drawn up from time to time in the capitalist countries, and they were mainly concerned with possible changes in market conditions. Now forecasts are used to attain the main aims of economic policy, to secure optimum economic growth rates and full employment, to prevent inflation, etc. Modern bourgeois economists and economic institutions give a lot of time to forecasting the economic development in individual countries and in the capitalist world. There are three types of forecasts: long-term, medium-term and short-term. Nowadays, long-term forecasts are one of the more important new elements in modern bourgeois political economy. Bourgeois economists have two different approaches to these forecasts. The first is based on a microanalysis, using the individual plans and forecasts of firms obtained by questionnaire. This information together with data from the state sector is summarized and used as a basis for recommendations on the main economic development policies. At the same time, plans are drawn up for government and private investments. The shortcoming of this approach consists in that information obtained by questionnaire is unreliable, because firms are not always interested in giving information about their real intentions. The plans are based on the interests of private enterprises, and this limits the role of government intervention in the solution of major problems on a nationwide scale. The second approach is based on a macroeconomic analysis. This presupposes the formulation of general ideas, the achievement of which is considered desirable. Extrapolated statistical data and economic methods are used, and these are based on a study of the relations between economic variables. Econometrics explains past economic activity and shows future prospects by drawing up mathematical equations that reflect the probable interrelations between economic variables. The bourgeois economists' forecasts reflect all the methodological faults in bourgeois political economy. Most bourgeois economists believe that free will, which rules under capitalism, makes these forecasts simple probabilities, since it is not possible to foretell people's behavior accurately. Bourgeois economists are trying to find a way out in the improvement of forecasting methods to get a better prognostication of all possible alternatives. Bourgeois economists only see the numerous individual actions of people and deny the existence of the economic laws expressed in these actions. However, since the forecasters do examine these actions and try to find statistical patterns of behavior for groups of people, they have to do with the external forms in which these economic laws are manifested, whether they like it or not. But in the final analysis, their 318 idealistic approach becomes an insurmountable obstacle to finding the objective economic laws that govern these actions. Bourgeois economists have worked ds out a number of measures which to regulate economy. Our bourgeois governments can use THIRD regulation of the capitalist economy. These are tax policies, budget financing, and the credit policy. In bourgeois literature, these methods are called built-in stabilizers, credit stabilizers, institutional stabilizers, etc. Capitalist governments make wide use of bank rate as a regulator, which was first proposed by Keynes. When business activity is high, bourgeois governments raise bank rate in order to make credit more expensive, and to depress what they regard as excessive economic activity. During depressions, they lower bank rate to make credits cheaper in order to stimulate an expansion in production. But in practice, changes in bank rate had only a limited effect on market conditions. An increase in interest rate during the recovery period was often unable to prevent a further upsurge, because this was stimulated by growing profits. Moreover, the big corporations largely finance themselves and only rarely have to resort to credits. It often happened that the raising of interest rate had the opposite result. It caused an inflow of foreign capital. And when bank rate was lowered, capital was withdrawn and invested abroad where interest rate was higher. Bank rate is used as a regulator to this day. At present, changes in interest rate affect, first and foremost, long-term credits so as to stimulate investments into fixed capital. At one time, U.S. economists advanced the principle of deficit financing, which has been applied in practice. The regulated inflation connected with it is now considered a necessary element of an active economic policy. Government credit has begun to play an important role in changing the branch structure of production, stimulating the branches which work for export, supporting economic sectors that are lagging behind, developing the infrastructure and accelerating technological progress. The whole aggregate of measures taken by the government in the credit policy, including government transactions. On the loan capital market, changes in the quotas of the obligatory reserves of commercial banks, the raising or lowering of the price of mortgages and consumer credit influence the structure and variations of investments to a certain extent. However, the credit policy, like all state monopoly measures, is of a contradictory nature. It leads to a growth in the national debt and to inflation. One method of regulation of investments is accelerated amortization. A. Hansen, for example, believes that a larger sinking fund can counteract a general drop in investment demand. The proposals to regulate depreciation changes have a definite objective basis. They reflect the growing share of depreciation in the general volume of investments and the greater dependence of investments as a whole on the degree to which the fixed capital has depreciated. This trend is bound up with technological progress. In capitalist conditions, it is particularly intensified by the falling rate of accumulation attending low production growth rates. Accelerated amortization funds and other tax concessions to the corporations do to some extent stimulate capital investment. They promote the development of new branches, particularly in the armaments industries, and tend to make the export branches more competitive. These measures help to increase monopoly profits and to reduce the monopoly's investment risks in new branches. At the same time, accelerated amortization funds and other tax privileges for corporations tend to intensify the uneven development of the branches and the disproportions between them. The growth of depreciation charges cannot compensate for the general drop in investment demand, if only because the actual service life of the fixed assets may remain unchanged. This means that the fixed assets will not be renewed for a certain period and will, during that time, to all intents and purposes, require no expenditure, while the growth in depreciation charges will lower the demand for pure savings and so promote an over-accumulation of capital. The whole point is that investments are discouraged not by inadequacy of funds, but by insufficient sales. In the 60s and 70s, bourgeois economists became 320. Aware that the corrective measures taken by the government were inadequate, failing to secure a balanced and steady growth. They turned their attention to the French practice of indicative planning. British and U.S. economists began to advocate government planning. Bourgeois economists believe that planning is unconnected with the nature of ownership of the means of production, that a planned economy can be based on private ownership. Their programs include an analysis of the current economic situation and define their objectives. They contain two types of assignments: the practical, i.e., assignments for the basic production and service branches, which can be enforced in the nationalized industries, assignments for all other branches which are recommendations. Only a very small number of indicators are compulsory. Most of the indicators are based on rough approximations. The programs practically do not indicate how these objectives should be achieved. Control over the implementation of programs is indirect. Nevertheless, economic programming enables the capitalist government to exert a degree of regulating influence on the economy. It sets the task of raising the economic growth rates and stimulating structural changes in the economy. Economic programming helps work out measures for purposive regulation. The monopolies use this programming to increase their profits and to intensify the exploitation of labor. The fact that methods are being worked out to regulate the economy is evidence of increasing influence of bourgeois political economy on economic policy. Bourgeois economists help to find ways of bolstering up the foundations of capitalism, seek a theoretical foundation for modern state monopoly regulation, trying to camouflage its class content. However, no programming and regulation can stabilize the capitalist economy. In the USA, the biggest capitalist power, there have been 4 critical slumps in production after the Second World War and 3 years when production increased by not more than 1% annually. Although economic crises have become relatively milder, the capitalist economy continues to develop in cycles. Its permanent feature is unemployment, which has reached disastrous proportions in some countries. Inflationary trends, which undermine the working people's situation, have spread far and wide. 3 theories of the transformation of capitalism. The main purpose of these theories is to camouflage the general crisis of capitalism, to conceal monopoly domination and to slander the socialist countries. V. The concept of neo-capitalism or people's capitalism includes a number of postulates on the revolution in ownership, production management, incomes, and the role of the state, with the conclusion that modern capitalism differs radically from the capitalism of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The myth about democratization of capital is one of the main pillars of the theory of neo-capitalism. Bourgeois economists maintain that the spread of joint stock companies and the wide distribution of shares among the population means collectivization of property, that every shareholder, however small, becomes a profit-making co-owner of capital. Joint stock companies are at present the basic form of enterprises in the capitalist countries. This is no revolution in ownership, but only a change in the form of private capitalist ownership. Individual capitalist property merely becomes collective capitalist property. Bourgeois economists confuse 2 different processes: concentration of capital and socialization of production, which really occurs under capitalism, and abolition of private capitalist ownership, which is made possible only by a socialist revolution. Under capitalism, the form of capitalist ownership undergoes a change. The individual property of the capitalists turns into group property. But capitalist group property is by no means social property. It remains private property in content, since the means of production remain in monopoly possession of the capitalist class, while the producers, the workers, are deprived of the means of production and are exploited by the capitalists. 21-294. 322. Bourgeois economists characteristically interpret ownership as a formal right to income. Therefore, they depict the distribution of shares among the population as diffusion of ownership. Actually, however, a share is a symbol of ownership rather than real possession of things concealed behind it. The main thing, however, is the economic content of ownership as the relations between people with regard to the means of production. This approach makes it clear that the acquisition of several shares by a worker does not change his position in capitalist society. As before, he is deprived of the means of production and is compelled to sell his labor power. The growth in the number of shareholders among small producers and small capitalists under modern capitalism means an increase in their dependence on the monopolies. Bourgeois ideologists keep silent on how shares are distributed according to number and value among different strata of the population. In their schemes, the shareholders consist equally of financial magnates and those who have at least one share. As shown by estimates of progressive American economists, those who receive high annual income hold the overwhelming majority of shares. In a Iowan stock society, capital is in possession of several capitalists rather than one, i.e., of the board of directors. But to make up for it, the capital at the disposal of these capitalists is many times larger than their former individual property. Through the system of shares, a handful of financial magnates in the capitalist countries has the whole capital at their disposal. To be able to handle the affairs of joint stock societies, the capitalist only needs to have controlling interest, which is approximately 20% and sometimes much less, of the total value of shares. The diffusion of shares among small and middle shareholders, far from preventing financial magnates from seizing joint stock societies, on the contrary, facilitates this task for them. Small shareholders cannot sit on general assemblies, therefore large shareholders need a smaller number of shares to win a majority of votes. Large capitalists use stock exchange speculation to increase their capital by ruining small and middle capitalists. Lenin wrote, "The democratization of the ownership of shares, from which the bourgeois sophists and opportunists, so-called social democrats, expect the democratization of capital, the strengthening of the role and significance of small-scale production, etc., is, in fact, one of the ways of increasing the power of the financial oligarchy. 1. In this way, instead of collectivization of capital and expansion of the range of owners, capital is in fact concentrated in the hands of a handful of capitalists who reap the fruits of production, which is social in character." The fabrications about managerial revolution are also linked with the spread of joint stock companies. Bourgeois economists are going out of the way to prove that under the present conditions the capitalists have lost their right of control of the economy. The American economist A. Burley writes, "The transformation of property from an active role to passive wealth has so operated that the wealthy stratum no longer has power to the functions of control have been taken over by hired managers depicted as representatives of the people." In the opinion of advocates of this theory, managers are motivated by the interests of the people and public opinion rather than by profit. Bourgeois economists exploit here the fact of separation of capital as a function from capital as property, which was pointed out by Marx. As joint stock societies develop, the functioning capitalist really becomes a plain manager handling the capital of other people, while the owners of capital become pure owners, i.e., pure moneyed capitalists. Under imperialism, where joint stock societies have become the main form of enterprise, the separation of ownership of capital from the application of capital has reached a tremendous scale. Portraying joint stock societies as belonging to the people as a whole, bourgeois ideologists substitute the completely different question of the form of management for the problem of the form of ownership. In reality, the character of Enter. 324. Prizes is determined by the form of ownership rather than the form of management. Marx writes that in joint stock societies the function of capital is separated from the ownership of capital and, consequently, labor, too, is completely separated from the ownership of the means of production and surplus product. Hence, a joint stock society is a capitalist form of enterprise in which property is separated from producers in full. Marx regarded this as the result of the highest development of capitalist production, to be followed by the reconversion of the means of production into the property of producers, i.e., into directly public socialist property. Bourgeois economists confuse the question of the class affiliation of managers. Actually, a special class of managers is non-existent. The lower echelons of the managerial apparatus, i.e., those directly involved in the process of material production, belong to the intelligentsia and receive salaries. They are not invested with the function of taking crucial decisions on the activities of the enterprise, nor do they take part in the distribution of profits. As for managers in the top echelons, they belong to the big monopoly bourgeoisie. Therefore, it is utterly wrong to depict them as representatives of the people. Even they, however, control the activities of enterprises only when they have controlling interest in the stock of shares, i.e., are, in effect, capitalists. Thus, the arguments about the managerial revolution are at variance with the realities. The basic aim of these theories is to camouflage the rule of the financial oligarchy and the growth of its profits. Company directors receive huge income, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. This income is one of the concrete forms of appropriation of profits by the monopolists. Bourgeois economists try to conceal this fact, depicting company directors as rank-and-file employees. Bourgeois ideologists wind up their arguments on democratization of capital by the conclusion on the disappearance of classes, the establishment of a class peace, the replacement of exploitation by human relations. One way of the ideological camouflaging of state monopoly capitalism is the welfare state theory, which maintains essentially that the bourgeois state has taken the responsibility for PROV. Welfare state. Setting a healthful and decent standard of living for all its citizens. According to this theory, it allegedly distributes incomes in favor of the poor through the state budget, as a result of which the rich and the poor are making way for a middle class with a moderate income. For example, the American economist P. Samuelson writes that the contemporary U.S. state system may be described as a welfare state. To prove his point, he refers to old age and disability pensions, unemployment benefits, etc. In his opinion, taxes take resources from individuals to be used for public needs, and a growing share of the national product is used for collective consumption, while another growing share of the national income is allegedly handed over from the relatively rich to the relatively poor. The cardinal defect of this theory consists in that it depicts the capitalist state as one standing above classes and operating in the interests of society as a whole. In fact, however, it is a tool for class oppression by the bourgeoisie, above all, by the monopolies. Therefore, the state pursues a policy meeting the interests of the ruling class. Under pressure from the class struggle waged by the working people, the bourgeois state is sometimes compelled to make concessions. This, however, does not change the main content and role of the capitalist state and its policy. In reality, money exacted from the population as taxes goes into the pockets of the monopolies as payments under military contracts, government subsidies, etc. This is conclusively evidenced by the structure of the state budgets of the imperialist countries. Their revenues consist at least by 2/3 of taxes imposed on the population. Funds from the state budget are spent primarily for payments under military contracts, the maintenance of the army, the police force, the government machinery. As for the outlays for public health, education, and social needs, their share in the budgetary expenditures is insignificant. It is perfectly clear, therefore, that the imperialist states redistribute the national income in favor of the biggest monopolies and to the detriment of the working people whose real incomes are greatly reduced by taxation. The so-called incomes policy, one of whose official aims 326 is an increase in the incomes of low-paid population groups and eradication of unemployment, works in the same direction. The true purpose of this policy is to freeze nominal wages with the aid of the government and to frustrate the working people's struggle for wage increases. While rigid restraints are instituted over wages, the growth of profits and prices actually goes out of hand. That no incomes are redistributed in favor of the working class is evidenced by a reduction of its share in the national income. In the mid-19th century, this share in advanced capitalist countries was roughly equal to 50%, whereas today it is 30 to 40%. Under capitalism, any leveling of incomes of the rich and the poor is out of the question. The gulf between them is steadily widening. The striking contrast between the incomes of millionaires and the working people is hard to conceal. While the millionaires literally wallow in luxury and spend huge sums to satisfy their every whim, the workers' wages are often below the subsistence minimum. Galbraith, Rostow, and other American economists describe the USA as a society of unprecedented affluence. To prove his point, Galbraith refers to the abundance of goods, particularly foodstuffs, completely ignoring the difference between demand and purchasing power. He depicts capitalist production as if its aim were not extraction of profits but satisfaction of demand. Speaking of affluence in the USA, one can mean only the high level attained by its productive forces. Owing to the capitalist relations of production, however, a part of the productive forces stands idle, while the fruits of production are distributed as it suits the capitalists. The affluence advertised by bourgeois economists has no relation to the bulk of the US population. Faced with the hard realities of life, bourgeois economists have to admit the poverty of the working masses. They often wind up their arguments on a leveling of incomes by statements that the growth of national wealth has not yet led to abolition of poverty. The very same Burley had to admit that not all is well in the American Economic Republic, it has unsolved problems on its hands, poverty and unemployment. 1. The U.S. government has officially declared war on poverty, a program for creating a great society in 40 to 50 years. The very fact of waging this war shows that the affluence is not for all in the USA. Indeed, even in years of high business there are at least several million unemployed in the USA, according to official statistics, and with those working part-time, over 10 million. There are chronic depression areas where the unemployment rate has reached 23%. Industrial Societe 1 Maj degree are processes of modern times is the revolution in science and technology. Extensive economic literature exists on this subject. There have emerged the so-called technocratic theories attempting to attribute basic economic phenomena directly to progress in technology. At the same time, technological progress is used for evolving theories on society's development prospects. One of them proclaims a united industrial society based on large-scale industry, the latest achievements in science and technology. It is characterized by the leading role of cities, a common domestic market and commercial system, a highly specialized occupational division of labor, a ramified general educational system, a heightened economic role of the state, and greater public welfare. On closer scrutiny, however, one observes differences between bourgeois economists in the interpretation of industrial society. Nor is there consensus of opinion as to when this society came into being. Some economists trace the origin of industrial society to the Industrial Revolution, others see the foundations of this society in production automation and correspondingly trace the transition to industrial society to the mid-20th century. Still others regard cybernetics as the most characteristic feature of this society. For all that, the feature all these theories have in common is priority attention to technology and production processes, which, as bourgeois economists maintain, identically influence any social relations. Under capitalism, however, technology serves as a means of intensifying the exploitation of hired labor and increasing surplus value. Bourgeois economists do not consider in detail the character of ownership of the means of production, confining themselves to the assertion that the production of goods and services will be concentrated at large organizations, public. 328. Or private. They will be managed by the so-called industrial elite whose activities will ensure transition to industrialism. An influential component of this elite will be intellectuals and factory managers. It is perfectly clear that bourgeois economists foresee no essential changes in the relations of ownership in connection with transition to industrialism. Private property, primarily large corporations, is to be preserved. As to public property, this is, in fact, government capitalist enterprises. Close examination of this elite shows that it consists of capitalists and, as a mere eyewash, technical intellectuals. Industrial society naturally presupposes intensified government activities in the economic sphere and in domestic and foreign policies. In fact, this amounts to consolidation of state monopoly capitalism. The main fault of this theory consists in that while laying stress on technological progress, bourgeois ideologists completely ignore the socio-economic conditions under which this progress takes place. Meanwhile, the scale of scientific and technological progress, its rates, socio-economic consequences, and ultimate results decisively depend on the mode of production, the character of social and production relations. Modern technological advances cannot be fully implemented in the conditions of imperialism which limit the possibilities for using new technology. The contradiction between the possibilities the current scientific technological revolution offers for a rise in production and in public welfare on the one hand, and the limits capitalism sets to them becomes increasingly manifest. Under capitalism, technological achievements are used to boost monopoly profits and militarize the economy rather than to benefit society as a whole. Within the limits of using new technology under capitalism, its application results in exacerbation rather than mitigation of the contradictions of capitalism. Automation contributes, on the one hand, to an expansion of production and, on the other hand, to a rise in unemployment, to intensified exploitation of the mass of the people. This further aggravates the contradictions of capitalism and the class struggle. The theory of industrial society exists in several varieties. One of them is the theory of the stages of economic growth proposed by the American economist W. Rostow to explain the historical process of social development by a scheme substituting for the Marxist-Leninist theory of socio-economic formations. In this scheme, industrial society is the culminating stage. In Rostow's view, it is possible to identify all societies in their economic dimensions, as lying within one of 5 categories: traditional society, the preconditions for takeoff, the drive to maturity, and the age of high mass consumption. According to Rostow, the traditional society is characterized by pre-Newtonian science and technology and predominance of agriculture. In the preconditions for takeoff, modern industry and banks appear. In the takeoff stage, industry and agriculture rapidly grow. In the drive to maturity stage, increment in production invariably exceeds population increase. In the 5th stage, production of consumer durables and services begins to play the key role. Thus, Rostow delimits these stages by different factors, some by the level of development, others by the rate of accumulation, still others by the level of consumption. At the same time, he totally ignores the character of social production and relations. Both the capitalist and socialist countries are lumped together under the heading of one society. Describing the traditional society as agrarian, he attributes to it, in effect, the entire pre-Newtonian world, i.e., the primitive communal system, the slave-owning and feudal societies. Occasionally, Rostow includes contemporary backward peoples into traditional society. Describing the preconditions for takeoff, which in his scheme chronologically concurs with the period of transition from feudalism to capitalism, Rostow also ignores the difference between historical epochs, attributing to this society also the contemporary economically underdeveloped peoples. His disregard for the fundamental difference between capitalism and socialism as socio-economic formations is particularly glaring in his interpretation of the drive to maturity, in which he incorporates both the Soviet Union and the capitalist countries. Rostow misrepresents the motive forces of society's staged progress. While discriminating uncertainly between its economic and non-economic factors, he lays emphasis on human behavior and propensities, revealing an idealistic view of social history and subjectivism disguised by economic argumentation. Subjectivism leads to anti-historism, disregard for the socio-economic systems of different societies, confusion of historical epochs. Historical experience disproves his theory. Even some bourgeois economists, in particular, R. Aron in France, maintain that these stages are discrepant with the actual complicated processes of the development of capitalist and socialist countries. They admit that socialism does not repeat the stages Rostow prescribes by analogy with capitalism. All advocates of the theory of industrial society, however, accept the principle of relationship of social development to technological progress, considering the latter, as noted above, out of connection with existing social relations which are in themselves a form of productive forces development. Rostow's scheme ignores the human factor with production experience and know-how, i.e., the main productive force. His theory deliberately portrays capitalism and socialism as varieties of industrial society. Referring to technical and economic indices, accumulation rate, technological standards of production, level of consumption, Rostow maintains that the structure of the Soviet economy moves closer to that of the high-consumption economies of the West, one that structural changes bound to occur in the Soviet economy will lend it a more universal aspect. In his scheme, communism is interpreted as a disease of the preconditions for takeoff when industrialization has to be accelerated. In other words, according to Rostow, communism is one of the possible ways of transition to a common industrial society. This throws limelight on the covered purpose of all of his arguments, to seek out an alternative to communism, to prove that the socialist countries cannot win the economic competition against capitalism, to cover up the increasing stagnation and instability of US capitalism and to obscure the advantages of socialism. He is seeking to prove that the faster production growth rates in the Soviet Union as compared with the United States are attributable to their being in different stages of development, the Soviet Union in the drive to maturity stage with typically high growth rates, the United States in the age of high mass consumption. Hence his conclusion that later, with advancement to the fifth stage, the development rates in the socialist countries will decline. In fact, however, the high economic growth rates in the Soviet Union and other socialist countries are due to the advantages of socialism over capitalism. The socialist relations of production give full scope to the development of production to meet the demand of society as a whole. Economic planning enables the most complete and rational utilization of all resources available. The socialist relations of production give rise to broad creative initiative of the masses, socialist emulation, and other factors contributing to rapid production growth. The theory of the stages of economic growth has a few modifications. Among them is the American economist A.B. Ulam's scheme of society's development in three stages: pre-industrial, transitional, and industrial. The American economist and sociologist E. Boulding describes them as pre-civilized, civilized and post-civilized periods. The common goal of all these theories is to conceal the historical inevitability of transition from capitalism to socialism. Rostow himself and many other bourgeois economists use the stages of economic growth to justify the colonialist policy of the imperialists vis-à-vis the developing countries. Rostow explains their economic backwardness as the legitimate product of a corresponding stage of development, whereas it is actually due to their centuries-old colonial oppression. He and his followers maintain that all backward countries must first develop agriculture, then small handicraft industries, then light industry and, only in the distant future heavy industry. The program bourgeois economists offer the developing countries implies, in effect, renunciation of independent industrial development, because competition on the part of imperialist powers will stifle their national industries. It is intended to perpetuate the economic backwardness and imperialist plunder of the developing countries. Another variant of industrial society is J. K. Galbraith's New Industrial State. This society is purportedly governed by laws which have already transformed capitalism into a new industrial state where the key positions are held by so-called mature corporations performing industrial planning, closely linked with the state and managed by a technostructure. This theory is a pictorial reflection, not only of the revolution in science and technology, but also of some other real developments: increased socialization of production and the resultant need for planning, enhancement of the role of intellectuals specializing in the industrial arts. Galbraith, however, misinterprets these facts. Large-scale production, which is social in character, needs planning from a single center, which is impossible under capitalism based, as it is, on private ownership of the means of production. Galbraith identifies a need with a possibility, inferring the need and possibility for planning directly from technology. He holds that public ownership of the means of production is not an indispensable prerequisite for planning of all the economy. He also identifies capitalist regulation with socialist planning. Although they differ cardinally, capitalist regulation is carried out in the interests of the monopolies and results in an aggravation of contradictions of capitalism. It is a sphere of acute class struggle and fails to embrace the entire economy, using mostly indirect methods, etc. Socialist planning is intended to benefit society as a whole, has an all-embracing, directive character. As for the technostructure, one should bear in mind when estimating it Lenin's statement that the intelligentsia is not an independent economic class and therefore is not an independent political force. Lenin also wrote that it holds a position between the classes, adjoining in part the bourgeoisie for its connections and views, and in part the hired workers, as capitalism increasingly deprives the intellectual of his independent position and converts him into a dependent hired hand. Thus, the intelligentsia, or what Galbraith calls the technostructure, is not a single whole. Enhancement of the role of the technical intelligentsia in production does not at all mean that the capitalists have been replaced with the technostructure. Galbraith's technostructure is in fact a disguise for the financial oligarchy, which is the force, the elite that controls the economy and policy of modern capitalism. In addition to the technostructure, Galbraith argues about other problems of the social structure of industrial society. He writes of the emergence of a new class of white-collar workers, describing them as an extension of the technostructure. Since their number grows under the impact of the revolution in science and technology, while that of the blue-collared workers relatively reduce, Galbraith draws the conclusion on the waning importance of the working class, a sharp fall in the importance of the trade unions as a social force, the convergence of the interests of the new class and the technostructure in attaining common social goals. 1. Galbraith gives a distorted portrayal of the working class, as consisting wholly of manual workers. The current scientific and technological revolution, however, demands an increase in the general educational standards of the working class. This applies not only to manual workers but also to a part of office workers and technical personnel. The greater the increase in the number of technical personnel, the faster the decline in their privileged position in bourgeois society, and the earlier these categories of hired labor will realize their status as persons exploited by capital. The enormous increase in hired labor and the numerical growth of the working class in the capitalist countries convincingly refute the conclusions of theoreticians of industrial society about the disappearance of the working class. The theory of Galbraith and other protagonists of industrial society on class harmony is disproved by the mounting strike movement and other forms of the class struggle in industrialist capitalist countries. In the late 60s, the theory of post-industrial society was circulated intensively in bourgeois publications. Post-industrial society is a society mainly of services, where less than 50% of the population is engaged in material production. 1. The theory of post-industrial society holds that industrial firms and corporations lose their dominating role, high labor efficiency ceases to be the prime target, the market steadily loses importance, the economy acquires a coordinated nature, its development rates grow, and a high per capita income rate secures general welfare. Government is taken over by scientists. Special importance is attached to improving training methods, and universal application of cybernetics. Socialism and humanitarianism become the main criteria of value in society, and universities, its central institutions. 2. This mistaken concept is based on the very same approach to society exclusively from the aspect of technology regarded in isolation from the mode of production. Changes in the correlation between material production and the services due to growing employment within the latter by no means indicate transition to any new type of society. Indeed, the type of society is determined by the mode of production. Further, bourgeois ideologists exaggerate the role of the services, being misled by their incorrect classification of branches of the economy. For example, bourgeois statistics place trade, transportation, and communication services in the service sector, whereas actually they are an extension of the production process. Correction of this error makes it clear that the leading role is retained by material production, even though there is a tendency towards a decrease in the labor force employed there. It is, in any case, wrong to oppose industrial production to the service sector, because they closely interact. The service sector rests on achievements in material production. From the socio-economic aspect, the service sector is determined by the relations formed in the production sector. Bourgeois economists keep quiet about the fact that the growth of the service sector in capitalist society is largely due to militarism, the growth of the police force and parasitic consumption. The talk about post-industrial society is intended to conceal the omnipotence of the financial oligarchy, to embellish the working people's situation by references to the expansion of the services and to divert them from the revolutionary struggle. These theories essentially consist in theories of convergence assertions that as capitalism and of the two systems our socialism develop, similar teeters appear and grow in both systems, while their differences gradually dwindle away. In the view of bourgeois ideologists, this process is based on the growing similarity of the conditions of production, culture, and science under both systems as a result of their progress. Both societies, capitalism and socialism, have to tackle the same problems, adapt themselves to new conditions, use identical methods for solving economic problems. For example, D. Snyder writes, having in mind the US and Soviet economies, starting from opposite ideological poles, they have been forced by the set of problems common to all modern industrial societies to devise solutions falling in between the extreme of the laissez-faire market and contractualist authoritarianism. Point 1. The theory of convergence is not a uniform theory. Various interpretations are given to both what makes the foundation, i.e., the common medium which conditions the emergence of similar traits, and to the future society. For example, Galbraith argues that technological progress is the basis for convergence. Discussing the future of the industrial system, he points to growing tendencies towards convergence, seeing them in the growth of large-scale production, technological advance, preservation of the autonomy of enterprises, state regulation of total demand and personnel training. F. Peru maintains that the foundation of the growing similarity between the two systems is the use of the plan and the market by both. The American sociologist, P. Sorokin, maintains that the two systems are becoming more and more similar to each other in the fields of science and technology, social sciences, law, education, fine arts, religion, the marriage and the family, the economic system, social relationships, and the political system. Point 1. In Sorokin's opinion, this mutual convergence of the United States and the Soviet Union is giving birth to some intermediate society differing from communism and from capitalism. Many economists, however, oppose the view of the subsequent full merger of the two systems. Among them is the French sociologist R. Aron, who maintains that two types of industrial society will survive in the future. A. Burley has doubts concerning convergence along all lines. He writes that this convergence will affect only organizational and economic aspects, and there is as yet no evidence of the convergence of philosophical goals. These and many other economists hold that for all their striking similarity, both systems retain their independence. The U.S. economist, G. Grossman, writes that the very idea of convergence is causing indignation among those at the extreme ideological poles. They speak only of absorption, subordination of the other system. Grossman himself does not rule out the possibility of the convergence of the two systems. He considers it quite possible for all socialist countries to go over to the market economy following the example of Yugoslavia, notes great similarity between the French and Yugoslav methods of planning, which are in his views, on the frontiers of capitalism and socialism, respectively. Point 2. He sees a tendency towards convergence in greater government concern for the welfare of all members of society in all countries. In his opinion, convergence will be slowest in areas closest to ideology and political power. A characteristic feature of the theories of convergence is the thesis on the interpenetration of the two systems, whereby capitalism assimilates the finest features of socialism and gets rid of its vices at the same time. Socialism also gradually transforms, assimilating the finest traits of capitalism and eliminating its own defects. Bourgeois theoreticians regard the economic reform in the socialist countries as a definite turning point, meaning a reversion to the market economy stimulated by profit. Referring to outward, technical elements, bourgeois economists depict the improvement of planning as renunciation of centralized planning, wider use of the commodity-money relations, as a reversion to market anarchy. On the other hand, bourgeois ideologists persistently talk of transformation of capitalism, adoption by it of the planning principle, the leveling of incomes, revolution in ownership, etc. Different versions of the theories of convergence are based on some really existing common features of the capitalist and socialist economies. These are modern scientific and technological progress, growing socialization of production and the resulting need for planning it, enhancement of the role of the intelligentsia. The point in question is processes linked with the development of technology and productive forces. Under capitalism and under socialism, all of them, however, have a different socio-economic content determined by the character of social production relations. It is precisely on this content that the scale, limits, and socio-economic consequences of the current processes depend. So, the scientific and technological revolution under capitalism does not resolve its contradictions, nor does it remove the inevitability of socialist revolution, but, on the contrary, accelerates the emergence of material prerequisites for its implementation. Equally, the growth of social production under capitalism makes centralized planning of the entire economy increasingly indispensable. Capitalist ownership, however, precludes planning in the interests of society as a whole. Consequently, any gradual convergence of the two world economic systems and their interpenetration are out of the question. The cardinal defect of the theories of convergence, just as of all other theories on similarity between the two systems, is their being founded on a formal approach and outward signs, ignoring the fundamental difference between them. In fact, technological progress and the growth of common features in the forms of production organization and management do not remove this fundamental difference but make it still greater. 338. The theories of convergence attempt to find an alternative to communism. They are the product of the general crisis of capitalism. Their main goal is to distract the working people from revolutionary struggle. 4 modern reformist economic theories. Right-wing socialist and labor theories are trends in the bourgeois ideological struggle against Marxism-Leninism. Right-wing and labor leaders propagate the latest concepts of the ideologists of monopoly capital combined with the dilapidated dogmas of their forerunners the revisionists from the Second International. They concentrate on embellishing modern capitalism and picture state monopoly capitalism as almost socialism. Thus, John Strachey, a labor ideologist, distorts the Marxist theory, maintaining that under the influence of such institutions as the state, political parties, and the trade unions, the economic laws of capitalism change their nature and that capitalism ultimately develops into a welfare state. This is a revival of the old revisionist ideas about democratization of capital, the bourgeois theory of managerial revolution. The British labor leaders took a liking to the phrase invented by the US bourgeois economist Burley, who maintains that collectivization of capital is taking place in the corporations, and that the capitalist as such is becoming a disappearing factor. They made it the epigraph to their program document Industry and Society. Labor leaders maintain that since the functions of management have been taken over by professional managers trusted by the people, there is no further need to nationalize production. In their program documents, published in 1969, laborites again emphasized the idea of transformation of the state into a co-owner of an ever greater number of private corporations through the purchase of their shares. Essentially they advocate an intensified interpenetration between the monopolies and the state in the interests of big business. The right-wing socialists and laborites wind up their arguments on the transformation of modern capitalism with the conclusion that capitalism is gradually transforming into socialism. Denying the need for a socialist revolution in a transitional period from capitalism to socialism, laborites actually renounce the struggle for socialism and defend the interests of the bourgeoisie which is trying to preserve and consolidate the capitalist system. A so-called mixed economy, providing for a combination of state capitalist enterprises and private enterprise, forms the economic basis of the democratic socialism advocated by the right-wing socialists and labor leaders. Proclaiming the community of interests of the workers and the capitalists, the reformists allege that exploitation has vanished in capitalist society. They talk of economic democracy, the essence of which is, in their opinion, freedom to buy and to sell. In practice, however, freedom to buy and to sell is freedom for the capitalists to exploit the working people. The successes of socialism, the theories of right acerbation of contradictions between and left opportunists. The socialist and capitalist systems have made various right and left opportunists in the communist and workers' parties intensify their attacks against the Marxist-Leninist theory. Unlike the right-wing socialists and laborites, the opportunists in the communist and workers' parties use Marxist phraseology to dress up their interpretation of the laws governing the development of modern capitalism. The right opportunists speak of the need to renovate Marxism to bring it into line with changes in the capitalist economy and politics and also with the problems of socialist construction. Usually, they fail to produce new economic theories, but simply substitute right-wing socialist and laborite falsehoods for the Marxist-Leninist theory. In their efforts to embellish modern capitalism, the neo-revisionists have taken up the myth of the welfare state. They interpret state monopoly capitalist phenomena as a growing over of capitalism into socialism, identify state monopoly capitalism with socialism and deny the need for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Revisionist theories have also spread to some countries. 340. Which have taken the socialist road. Their revisionism mainly denies the general laws of socialist construction, shifting the main emphasis on national distinctions. Denial of the general laws of socialist construction causes enormous harm to socialist construction, prevents the use of the experience of other countries, and leads to isolation from the world community of socialist states. Along with right opportunism and revisionism, left opportunism, mainly in the form of ultra-leftist Maoist views, has been in evidence within some communist and workers' parties. As regards its ideological content, Maoism is an eclectic mixture of anarchism, Trotskyism, chauvinism, nationalism, and modern anti-communism. It is an anti-Leninist reactionary utopian petty bourgeois dogma, which pays lip service to Marxism to disguise its anti-Marxist content. Like bourgeois ideologists, the Maoists try to camouflage the content and basic contradiction of the modern epoch and to belittle the role of the world socialist system. Instead of the basic contradiction really existing in the world today, that between capitalism and socialism, they have invented four basic contradictions: between the socialist and the imperialist camps, between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the capitalist countries, between the oppressed nations and imperialism, between the imperialist countries, between the monopolies. The third contradiction they regard as the deepest and sharpest point. One, this lumps together as basic contradictions those differing in social content. Some give rise to socialist revolution, others lead to democratic reforms, still others represent the struggle in the world capitalist camp. The aim of the formula of the four basic contradictions is to belittle the importance of the world socialist system, and its influence on the world revolutionary process. To camouflage the basic contradiction in the world today, they also apply the concept of an intermediate zone, between the USA and the socialist camp, as the epicenter of revolutionary storms, embracing all imperialist countries, the newly independent states and the remnants of colonial empires. In the concept intermediate zone, the social approach is supplanted by the geographic. This obscures the fact that the economically underdeveloped countries have acute contradictions not only with the USA, but also with other imperialist states, and glosses over the contradictions between the imperialist countries themselves. Ignoring the changes that have taken place in the world since the October Revolution, the Maoists evade the question of the general crisis of capitalism and its present stage. That deprives them of the scientific and theoretical basis for a correct evaluation of the strategy and tactics of the revolutionary movement. Lenin wrote, only on that basis, i.e., by taking into account, in the first place, the fundamental distinctive features of the various epochs, can we correctly evolve our tactics. Only a knowledge of the basic features of a given epoch can serve as the foundation for an understanding of the specific features of one country or another. 1. The Maoists push the national liberation movement to the foreground, maintaining that it is the decisive factor in the world today, yet they are unable to give a scientific analysis of the modern stage of that movement. They ignore the importance of the first stage in the disintegration of the colonial system of imperialism, the winning of independence by the peoples of former colonies. Referring to the fact that the imperialists still hold strong positions in many of these countries, the Maoists call their peoples to arms, without concerning themselves with the actual historical conditions and the balance of class forces. Lenin's statement that imperialism is moribund capitalism is misinterpreted by the Maoists. According to them, it means that today a revolutionary situation exists in all countries in any conditions. This is, in fact, renunciation of the real tasks facing the working class in the struggle for the establishment of a united anti-monopoly front. The left opportunists attach absolute importance to armed uprisings and deny the possibility of peaceful conquest of power by the proletariat. The Maoists heap slander on the socialist countries, on the Soviet Union, describing socialism as social imperialism and propagating fabrications of the most reactionary apologists of imperialism about Soviet neocolonialism. Maoism is an anti-Marxist theory and practice. It is ultra-revolutionary in word and betrayal of the interests of the working people indeed. Both the right and left opportunists cause enormous damage to the revolutionary movement by their theories and their practical activities. That is why the Marxist-Leninist parties at their international meetings and congresses give a resolute rebuff to all the varieties of opportunism. The insolvency of bourgeois political economy and modern reformism is thrown into relief by a comparison with the development of Marxist economic thought. Documents of international meetings of communist and workers' parties, the program of the CPSU and other Marxist-Leninist parties and writings of Marxists-Leninists contain a truly scientific analysis of modern capitalism, the world socialist system and the fundamental problems of the modern world. Bourgeois apologists of capitalism go out of their way to slander the teaching of Marx and Lenin, to deny the objective economic laws of the development of capitalism and the inevitability of revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism. Life and historical developments, however, prove again and again that society develops according to the laws discovered and analyzed by Marx and Lenin, and that the only alternative to capitalism is socialism, which begins the genuine history of mankind. Request to readers. Progress publishers would be glad to have your opinion of this book, its translation and design. Please send your comments to 21, Zubovsky Boulevard, Moscow, USSR.